Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 751. Nu Weili, hearing this, almost fainted. This matter, he is sure, it must be this little Lord Marquis who made the shot. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't dare to do such a foolish thing. What a good paper, just give it away. Either the head is pinched by the door, or it must be irritated, otherwise it will definitely not be able to do such a thing. Walking around. What are you still doing? Go to the city gate. Nu Weili couldn't sit still, and rushed out of the palace gate. And all the bailiff ran out in a hurry. Each of them holds a piece of paper in their hands. Don't underestimate the paper in their hands, which is only the size of a book. If when you meet someone in need, this piece of paper can basically be exchanged for a day's food money. This is so scary. They also want to follow Nu Weili to take a look. By the way, if they can get a little bit of benefit, it would be best. At this time, at the city gate, the noise was already worse than that of the street market. Everyone was talking about their heads and watching the city gate with their feet on the ground. Some people snatched a blank paper, happy. The others are holding it off, while the rest are even more anxious. No way, this piece of paper is just a little bit, but there are so many people. Although many people are here to join in the fun, I want to see who really dares to do such a prodigal thing. And just now, a white gauze tent carriage carved with Mwa slowly appeared above the suspension bridge of Mingdman. As soon as the carriage crosses the moat, it can't move. In front of the car, there are countless people, even the cargo dealers, leaving one person to watch the car, and the rest all rushed into the city gate, as if something extraordinary happened in the city. Tonga. What's up ahead? Why is this door so noisy? In the car, Uyangzon asked faintly. The boy next to the car paddled his feet and looked at, said, I don't know, but what seems to have happened, Ronxiatong will go and see. This is Mr. Uyang's car. Time. The guard of the city gate finally found this unique carriage and exclaimed. In an instant, all the people who heard the name were shivered all over. And the merchants on the outermost periphery turned around hurriedly, stepped aside, and bowed to salute. What is this? Why is it so noisy? The boy, learning Uyangzon's tone, pointed to the guard who was half his height and asked. The city gate guard who was questioned hurriedly said, I don't know what happened today. Suddenly there were more women in the city. They held a blank paper that they had never seen before and sent them to someone. No. These people are all gathered in the city gate now, and they can't leave. Chainan City has heard more and more people coming. The guards are in a hurry. To make things clear from front to back, the boy glanced at him suspiciously, pointed to an old merchant who was kneeling beside him who could be his grandfather and asked, Tell me, is he true? In reply to the little brother, it is true, you see. These are the two pieces of paper that the little one just got. If you need one, the little one will be dedicated to Mr. Uyang. Without waiting for him to finish, the boy took both pieces of paper from his hand impatiently. When the child looked at the paper, he couldn't help being surprised. Don't dare to be careless, hurriedly handed the paper into the sedan chair. In the sedan, Uyangzon squinted his eyes and shook the folding fan. But the sound from outside still reached his ears. White paper, or a group of women giving away? Impossible. Doesn't that mean that I'm not as good as the woman and child when I wait for scholar? Uyangzon is angry. What is this? It is not a crime for you to have money, but you don't want to use the reputation of scholar in the world and treasures to exaggerate your nouveau riche mentality. Is it still blank? Uyangzon took the white paper handed in by the child with disdain in his heart. But as soon as the white paper started, Uyangzon's face changed, and he hurriedly unfolded the white paper and placed it under his muddy eyes, looking carefully. Paper is light and soft, without the hardness of rice paper, but it is very soft, as thin as silk and satin, as thin as cicada wing, and placed on the car curtain. It can faintly transmit light. What kind of paper is this? The old man has been alive for dozens of years. Why is this white paper unheard of before? Who did this? So white? This. When Uyangzon came back to his senses with a series of questions, He couldn't help being furious. Such good paper, like a vegetable market, is so scrambled by these ordinary people. Spoil it. Even he, the great Confucian generation, will not dare to use rice paper at will tomorrow. This thing is more precious than life, and will only be used when it is a last resort. But at this time, what did Yang see when he lifted the car curtain? A pair of sweat-stained hands, randomly dirty with such white paper, and there are people who rubbed his dirty face. Yang's eyes went black and almost fainted. Walk around. Quickly enter the palace. Tonga, right now. Enter the palace. I want to face the saint and sue the imperial court. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 752. In the imperial study room, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng and the others are discussing something around the sandbox. At this moment, little Gizzy clicked the door of the imperial study room with a weird look. His Imperial Majesty, Mr. Ouyang, please see you. Li Shimin and the others hearing this for a moment. Mr. Xinban is back? Did he come back specially for Feng Zai? Li Shimin said in surprise. Announce. While speaking, Li Shimin took a look at the sandbox. For other things, don't worry about it for the time being. Just build momentum on the front line first, and create a big fight for us. Everyone has to drag it to Feng. The fire guns of Xi are created. Yachi Gong hearing this said, His Imperial Majesty, siege without attacking may cause changes. Today, General Nujinda has returned from Tongguan Fortress to Chainan, His Imperial Majesty. Let's talk about this later, and I will meet Mr. Xinban first. Li Shimin is in a very good mood. The border affairs have basically stabilized, and when Jiang Feng only needs to get the fire out, it is the day when the Tang army launched its total attack on India from Kush. However, once Great Tang mobilizes military forces on a large scale to Kush city, the people in India will not know that, and therefore, they will insist on pushing forward positions in my Cambodia. As long as he is not stupid, he will know the purpose of Tang army. Li Shimin is not stupid. In fact, he is also a soldier genius. When Jiang Feng decided to focus on Kush city, Li Shimin thought of a lot. Playing India is the next best thing. If you can't beat it, it's not Turkic, but a trial. Use Great Tang's more than 200,000 people to test Turkic's fictitious reality. Once it's fictitious, the war will naturally stop. If it is true, they will need at least reinforcements to return from Cambodia and Tibet. 10 days. These 10 days are exactly what Jiang Feng needs. Once only 1,000 firecrackers are needed, Li Shimin has certainty to firmly control the war in his own hands. Just when Li Shimin was sitting on Dragon Throne, Yang with an angry face entered the imperial study room. As soon as he entered the door, the appearance of Yang shocked everyone. The old man has seen His Imperial Majesty. Yang clasped his fists. Still angrily, Li Shimin didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with Mr. Xinban?" Today the old man was originally invited by Brother Boshi to go to his house. I was a guest, but encountered an angry thing halfway through, so the purpose of the old man entering the palace today is to sue the imperial court. Li Shimin hearing this couldn't help but smile. Yang has been recuperating in Luoyang all these years. On the one hand, because of his old age, Li Shimin wants him to recuperate, but the most important thing is because of the problems in Dongdu. At this time, I was preparing for the East capital, and Yang happened to be in the Institute of Great Culture in Duluo, so I could take care of it. Things in the Eastern capital have actually been built since the time of Sui dynasty. On the one hand, the purpose is because Emperor Yang of Sui wants to use water to facilitate military operations from south to north, and since then, the name of the eastern capital has become another name for Luozu city. Some people jokingly call Chainan the western capital. At this time he can come back. Li Shimin naturally knows why. Mr. Xinban, you came back just right. Later, I will follow you on Mount Q and turn around. I believe it will naturally clear the fire in your heart. Yang knows that Li Shimin got it wrong, and thought he was angry about the 300,000 pigs going up the mountain last time. Naturally, he was really angry at that time. But when he tasted the halogen that Yuxinan sent meat, and after reading a post by Yuxinan, Zhang Feng only left a deep shock and mysterious in his heart. Where is the gas? Who dares to be such a person who can think of the people? Ouyang arched his hands and said, the old man will naturally go to Mount Kui with his Imperial Majesty. At this time, Ouyang face is stern. Welcome said, does His Imperial Majesty still remember why the second king died? His Imperial Majesty, you may not be a system, but Duke Fang, Duke Y, Duke Du, you should have seen the extravagance of Emperor Yang of Sui. Are you angry? He talked about silk brocade entwining the trees, and laying the silk on the road. You all know these. Can you forget all these things in the past? His Imperial Majesty, don't you remember the lesson from the past? Speaking of which, he unceremoniously took out the white paper from his sleeves and took it on Li Shimin's case. He said righteously, but when the old man entered the capital city, he saw the chain, and today, when he became the Emperor Yang of Sui, there was no difference. This year, the catastrophe continued. It was supposed that His Imperial Majesty should be dedicated to serving the people, but in this Chainan city, there were people who took this kind of white paper, which is more precious than rice paper, and let a few women casually throw it on the street! Exclamation mark. Even. There are people who just abandon them at will. This this. Who is it? Who would dare to use paper that is more expensive than $1,000 and throw it away at will? Don't need money. The old man has been away in Cheyenne for a long time. Has Taoist priest become such a state of extravagance and extravagance? His Imperial Majesty, today the old man wants to sue 3 people. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 753. Li Shimin and the others glanced at each other, but in the end everyone's gaze involuntarily caught the blank sheet of paper on the case. The paper is very white. The white ones make people want to see now what kind of material they are made of. But Li Shimin was forced by Ouyang. I hurriedly picked up the paper and looked at it. I was shocked instantly. I felt the texture of the paper with my palms, whispering. I couldn't help saying, this paper should be expensive. Li Shimin's eyes are hot. This thing is countless times better than the quality of the tribute paper he normally uses. The key is that this paper is simply indescribable. Normally, even if it was him, he didn't dare to use rice paper. Only when it was necessary to write the imperial edict, would he write it down on the paper and then copy it onto the rice paper. What does this mean? Expensive. Even if he is the emperor, he is reluctant to waste a piece of rice paper. But compared with this paper, Li Shimin has a feeling that the rice paper at this time is like a child in the market, dirty and dark, but this white paper is like him, noble, mysterious. Li Shimin cherished the paper slowly, but when he was about to ask Ouyang who he was going to sue, the corner of his eye suddenly swept to the lower right corner of the paper. On the upper right corner, there are 10 small letters. They are very small, the size of a mung bean, and the ink is very light. If the average person is not paying attention, who will not see it at first sight? The key is, at this time, when Li Shimin saw these unremarkable words, it was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Is this another thing that bastard sneaked out? In addition to Zhang Feng, Li Shimin can't imagine this thing. There is a second person who can drag it out. And more importantly, this is still such a familiar routine. It's hard not to let Li Shimin doubt it. Even more how at this time, when I saw the paper, there is actually a certificate of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Damn it. With such good things, why don't these little brat give me immediately? Don't breathe beforehand. Should be punished. After confirming that this thing was invented by Zhang Feng, Li Shimin couldn't help but settle down for the most part. Seeing Ouyang like this, I hurriedly got up, sat down to meet Ouyang, and asked, Mr. Xinban, did you know the source of this paper? Ouyang hearing this was taken aback. I was so excited to patronize I really forgot to ask the source of this paper. At this moment, he is going to leave in a hurry. Li Shimin hurriedly caught Huiyangzon in the surprised eyes of Wei Zheng and the others. Does His Imperial Majesty know the provenance of this paper? Tell me, who is it that dares to be so extravagant and wasteful? The old man must call his son, and go to his door to greet him all day long. Li Shimin, hearing this, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Xinban, don't be impatient, and listen to me slowly. Mr. Xinban knows that the new building outside Chainan City is the academy. Hearing this, Huiyangzon was taken aback. His Imperial Majesty said that White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Yes. Wei Zheng. Several people hearing this could not help but catch a glance stagnant. Could it be that this thing was made by the youngster? Unfortunately, a few people hurriedly stepped forward, holding the paper and looking like this. The moment was not calm. This really comes from this youngster's handwriting. But, when did this happen? Why did the cycle love you and not receive any information? But, baby, this youngster really made a good baby this time. And Huiyangzon also seemed to think of something. He squinted his eyes and asked, could it be that ... this paper came from the academy? While speaking, Huiyangzon got up, picked up the paper and took a closer look at the place where everyone just looked at, and really found a few lower letters of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Huiyangzon's complexion can't help but become very exciting. Li Shimin also took the opportunity to say, Mr. may not know, this academy can actually be regarded as my industry. I and the little friend of Jiang Feng, or even make friends. I will not talk about the previous things. Now, when the time comes, Mr. Bossy must be more detailed than me. Mr. Xinban has not been in Chainan for a long time, and he is not very clear about the current situation of the imperial court, not to mention this youngster today. I didn't even think about it, but I guess everything will be clear when you go up the mountain. Huiyangzon couldn't help but stare wide, and the white beard on his chin was trembling. Listening to Li Shimin's words, he couldn't help turning pale with fright and said, His Majesty is the father of 10,000 people. How can he be worthy of the ordinary market as the brother? It's absolutely impossible. In his heart, the emperor should be the kind of aloof and remote existence. Why, even if he wants to make friends, he should be the person of the aristocratic family great clan. How can he be the kind of poppy? In his mind, Li Shimin's brother at this time could not help being interpreted as something like illegal child. Huiyangzon couldn't help but feel more and more worried. Anxiously said, such behavior His Imperial Majesty should be cut off early. Also, Duke Fang, Duke Wei, as courtiers, you should know how to eat the king's money and worry about the king's worries. You guys. How can? Li Shimin hearing this faintly smiled and said, Mr. Xinban may not know something. Everyone who is doing and that youngster is the brother. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 754. Huiyangzon can't understand it anymore. First, Li Shimin took 3 poems to ask them to give a plaque inscription called Chainan University, and then for the first time heard of Jiang Feng's name seeker. Afterwards, because of Jiang Feng's talents, and Yu Xinan and the others recommended him as Great Confucian. But then later, Jiang Feng's name gradually became louder in the circle. He still thought that His Imperial Majesty had found a good talent, but until Yu Xinan invited him to Chainan several times, saying that he invited himself and the others to teach at Mount Q. This made Huiyangzon slowly face Jiang Feng from the sight of a junior, especially his kind of teaching philosophy, and his generous donation to rescue the people of the world in times of crisis, also restrained Chainan food prices. After that, he returned to Chainan, but he encountered 300,000 pigs going up the mountain, and now Jiang Feng, the youngster. What magic power does it have so many people around him? At this time, it's Huiyangzon. Even Li Shimin doesn't know how to deal with this matter today. This youngster aroused public outrage this time, and also provoked great confusion like Huiyangzon. Not only that, but in this imperial study room today, Huiyangzon said that he was extravagant. Isn't this turning around and scolding him, Li Shimin? His Majesty. At this moment, Huiyangzon said in an aura Although Jiang Feng is the brother of His Majesty and the others, these old men don't care. But since it is His Majesty's brother, this matter must be punished even more severely. Such extravagance and white dear Academy of Classical Learning are your business. Although the old man doesn't know it, I'm afraid there are many people in the imperial court. You all know it, right? Once the incident spreads, then the name of this kind of extravagance will fall on His Imperial Majesty. This matter must be punished severely. Such expensive paper. So expensive. The quality is so good. Send it everywhere. Being so ruined by those who don't know a few big characters. What is this? What is this not extravagance? What is this for literati? This is slap the world literati in the face. That means it means, you see that paper that you think is extremely precious, in Lao Tzu's hands. Besides wiping his face and rubbing his hands, only mud is suitable for him. This is simply grandstanding. See Ouyangzun so excited. Li Shimin also has a headache. I immediately said with a heartache, I must give Mr. Xinban an explanation on this matter. Tomorrow I will follow Mr. Xinban on Mount Q and ask him what the youngster is going to do. How? Ask in person. Ouyangzun is not a fool. This is simply avoiding the weight and lightening it. Okay. Ouyangzun faintly clasped his fists. He can see it. No matter what it says is useless. I don't care about His Imperial Majesty. Don't bother with His Imperial Majesty. The old man will go to Mount Q in person tomorrow and ask in person. If he doesn't give the old man a satisfactory explanation, I think the world's literati really cannot tolerate it. While speaking, Ouyangzun clasped his fists and walked away angrily. After Li Shimin and the others' big eyes staring at small eyes for a while, Hua Zheng asked solemnly, His Imperial Majesty, this. If Mr. Xinban gets on a Mount Q, things will be fine. It's a complete trouble. It's okay. Li Shimin shook his head with a wry smile. You don't know if this guy is not successful. If he doesn't have a little ability, he would dare to do it. This youngster is more concerned about his life than anyone else. A few people hearing this could not help but suddenly, His Imperial Majesty is right. Isn't this youngster trying to get these few people up the mountain before? Why, he didn't make this thing early, but he just wanted to return to Chang'an Ouyangzun today. Wunan, just keep at the gate of Chang'an. This is really what Jiang Feng can do. He just wants to attract the attention of Ouyangzun and the others. And then, the more I think about it, the bitter smile on Li Shimin's face becomes stronger. This youngster is really capable of tossing. As soon as I got down from the mountain on the front foot, this youngster did such a big thing for me on the back foot. I don't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally. Chancellor Y, wait for you to quickly call someone to inform Mr. Boshi. Let them go up the mountain together tomorrow. It is not convenient for me to go up the mountain. The matter is left to Mr. Boshi. This small official save it. But His Imperial Majesty, this paper. Li Shimin glanced at the white paper again, and couldn't help but reveal a touch of sadness in his eyes again. For such a good paper, when he thinks of being so ruined by those people, Li Shimin has the urge to beat someone, and he sighs. Tomorrow you will also go up the mountain. Can't he make paper? Some are not too much, right? Such a good paper, my study, equals need to be kept. How many people are hearing this? Why don't they understand what Li Shimin means? The meaning of this has been said very clearly. That is tomorrow, let a few people go up the mountain to ask for paper. But they want it too. Even if you are reluctant to use it, putting it in the study is a status symbol. Even Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin can't wait to plug in their wings and go forward to grab all the papers for Jiang Feng to be satisfied. But this is just thinking about it. Where is Li Shimin still in the mood to continue the discussion at this time? Waves his hand and said, forget it, all back. Remember tomorrow's things. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 755. A full day. The whole Chang'an city is crazy, especially when someone saw the 4 characters White Deer Academy of Classical Learning printed on the paper. It was even more crazy, and some people were talking about Mr. Great Confucian Yangzun. Encountered this incident on the way back to Chainan and hurriedly entered the imperial city to prepare to sue. After this, everyone was shocked. But on the mountain, everything is business as usual. After Cheng Chumo completed Jiang Feng's account, how could the four great demon king who finally descended the mountain miss such an opportunity? One after another got into the Yanlai building, even Qian Wanli, who was trembling with fear along the way, wanted to go home with excuses and threw Cheng Chumo into the bed of a Hu woman with his collar. He even stared at the Qian family who came for the questioning. On Mount Q, everything is going on as usual. The old village chief of Tongyue Street held a meeting, and everyone agreed that Feng Xi's property belongs to Tongyue Street, and everyone in Jiang Feng's astonishment became Jiang family members. Now it's good. Jiang Feng is completely finished. Don't worry about anything. There is old Yi in the food factory, Zuzi father in the granary of the house, and the old village head of the paper mill Freedom. Who dares to go in? Let's pass the knife in his hand. The farm on the mountain was taken over by Zheng Butcher laughed. But no one cares about the crucial construction site. In the morning, no one came to urge Jiang Feng to get up. Until Jiang Feng was aroused by the scent of meat, Jiang Feng discovered that the sun, which had not been seen for a long time, had long been shining through the window and his face hurt. And Gao Kan is still like a wooden stake, standing next to Jiang Feng's bed. Even if he is taking a nap at this time, he is still pestering. Looking through Gao Kan's sturdy sound and shadow, there was already a pot of steamed broth outside the bedroom. After touching his stomach, Jiang Feng gently circumvented Gao Kan, sat at the dinner table, looked around, and Thief-Fly took out a fist-sized wine jar. Took a sip of wine. Meat is a mixture of pork and muscle. According to Jiang Feng's instructions, the chicken bone soup is cooked, plus the big tonic things Jiang Feng and Sun Simiao found on the mountain, and the weird things that Tongyue Street tinkered with. Although it looks a little dark in color, it tastes pretty good. While Jiang Feng was sipping the broth and gnawing on the braised chicken paws, he inadvertently glanced at the door, only to find that Hao Chujun and the others were looking around outside the door. Jiang Feng is happy. Who is sneaky? Something comes in. This sound made Gao Kan immediately awakened and shouted, "That thief dare to harm the dean of my house." Jiang Feng almost spit out the soup, waved his hand and said, "Go out, eat, and you are not allowed to come in if you are full." Oh. Gao Kan only slipped slowly after confirming the identities of Hao Chujun at the door. Several people are really a little nervous when they are so taken by Gao Kan. Jiang Feng didn't mind. He greeted a few people to eat and drink, but after a few people didn't dare, Jiang Feng asked directly, "I remember I said before, come to me to teach every morning and evening, right?" "Yes, Dean." "What time is it now?" "Sishi." "Why not wake me up?" This. Hao Chujun is speechless. "I came to you to take the conversation and said, Dean, you forgot. Last night I waited on the order of the Dean to observe the veins of nature. I stayed up all night, but I haven't observed the reason, so I dare not. Interfering with the Dean's dormancy, I had to wait at the door. Question mark. Are you really staring at the sky on the mountain and staring all night? Jiang Feng was a little confused. Several people hearing this, their faces flushed. Jiang Feng has an urge to hit the wall. No, what I said for you to observe the veins of nature is for you to realize in your daily life, which keeps you from sleeping. Forget it now. This matter, in the future, let's go back to sleep. Today is your half-day vacation. Feng Tsai, it's not good. Feng Tsai, it's not good. Just when Jiang Feng asked a few people to rest, Mu Shang in Tongyue Street was once a glutinous rice seller, and rushed into Jiang Feng's room breathlessly. He hurried when he saw Jiang Feng eating. Standing in the doorway, remember to scratch your head. After Jiang Feng gave some precautions in a hurry, Hao Chujun and the others left with deep grateful excitement. Liao Mu, why did you drop it? Did you love the dog in the morning? While saying, Jiang Feng greeted Lao Mu to come in. Something happened. I just saw the old guy who went up the mountain before in street market, the one you called Yushinan, and a sedan chair ate a bowl of glutinous rice at my glutinous rice stand. two the old man almost started arguing. After that, the old man from the 4 great demon kings also followed, and he is now running up the mountain. It seems that looking at the posture, he is here to find trouble. I didn't care about cleaning up the stall, so I hurried up before they went up the mountain. Or do you hide? Jiang Feng was also dumbfounded, looking at Gao Kan, who is with keen interest pleasure, who is chewing on a pig's skull. His eyes light up. Gao Kan, I will give you a task, and you, Lamu, since you are here, can you do me a favor? Miaoza Ormo has a bad premonition. Gao Kan doesn't matter, he Nors fiercely nodded. While speaking, Jiang Feng straightened Miao's body, and compared the heights of the two, again and again nodded. Yes, it looks roughly the same. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 756. Although Jiang Feng does not know who the person is, but he made the price of spilling 100 catties of paper as early as yesterday, and the goal of attracting some people was achieved. At this time, he also knew that it was not the time to meet. If we meet at this time, he must be torn alive by those angry old guys. Jiang Feng ran in the direction of the forging workshop that not many people knew. While watching the exclamation of the students from the city gate, he knew that the pretty close was Yu Xinan and the others had gone up the mountain. At this time, when Jiang Feng just turned into a mountain col at the gate of the mountain, there was a sharp eye to see the 4 students of Uyangsu, and they exclaimed frantically on the mountain. Come on, where's the dean? Mr. Bossy and Mr. Xinban, they are up the mountain. Everyone was hearing this, and was taken aback. After that, everyone was in an uproar. What? You said that Chain and 4 of you have all come up the mountain? Really? Really? Look, him going up the mountain soon. Everyone still didn't believe it. But looking around, the big fool Y and the others who were in charge of the patrol were gone, and even if they were close to the outpost, the servants who looked after it were not seen. Everyone has the courage to climb the watchtower. It doesn't matter at first glance. At this look, everyone could not help but exclaimed again, quick, call Lord Dean. It's really Mr. Boshi and them. I know their sedan chair, here it comes. Hurry up, call the Dean soon. How Chujon? Several people stunned. Looking back, there was a strange look in his eyes. I just came out of the Dean's room, but I didn't see the person who just looked for him coming out. And why is this big black guy squatting at the door? Where is that person? Are you gone? Should the Dean not know about such a big movement? Could it be? Several people looked at each other, but stood silently on the side. Although there were countless thoughts in their hearts, they were also excited. It's not easy to see the 4 masters' demeanor with their own eyes. In the past, they didn't even dare to think about it. But since they went to Mount Q, they have seen the courtyard. Long awesome. Not only did the rice-free cooking play to the extreme, it also attracted countless great characters up the mountain. They are envious. If you can learn this for a long time, not to mention all, as long as you can learn a little bit of fur from the Dean, then it will be developed. Especially when the class was taught last night, what the Dean said counts as learning. And what is that? This is something that everyone has never seen before. But the Dean still understands the basics over and over again and starts to tell them. This makes them extremely moved. At this time, amidst the cheers and excitement of everyone, Yu Xinan's sedan chair first appeared in everyone's sight. Why do you know the sedan chair? People in this era pay attention to words and characters. So after becoming famous, their mounts, or the decorations on their clothes, will basically use this literal meaning to engrave decorations, or tattoos. For example, the current Mr. Kortakan Mishan, the decoration on his car curtain is a blue auspicious cloud map on a white background, and above the auspicious cloud map is the word Boshi. The letters embroidered on the upper right corner of the sedan chair behind him are letters. Anyone who knows words will recognize these 2 words. After all, people in this era like to use words to describe many things. Sometimes a word is more effective than a seal. Why? This is the same as the brand of later generations. This sedan chair has the embroidered word edited written on it, which means that this thing belongs to me. Once someone else uses it without authorization, He will be tortured for a minor amount of punishment, but he will lose his head if it is serious. For example, the painting and calligraphy are the same. Do you want to fake it? Okay, let's see if your own head is hard or not. When the 4 sedan chairs appeared at the gate of the mountain and pressed down the sedan chairs, everyone present bowed their fists and gave way to Jiang Feng's room. Even the old village head of Tongyue Street desperately rushed the 2 robust men who were carrying him up the mountain and appeared at the gate of the mountain. As soon as he appeared, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone is coming to the academy. Shino's academy is only convinced. The old man welcomes you up the mountain." For Jiang Feng just walked off the sedan chair among the 4 of them, except Yushinan. The 3 have a beardless white face and a white-haired shawl. They look a bit divine poison sage-like features, but you have to ignore his 10-month-old belly. This person is Chu Siliang, whose word is good. And behind him is an old man with a brandy nose and a bumpy face. He is extremely skinny. The old man who looks around as soon as he goes up the mountain is Xju with the word Sai Tong. Under Ma Zhao's whispered introduction, the old village chief felt a little in his heart. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ma Zha cried when he was wronged. He made pig intestines for Lao Gao in the food factory. He didn't expect to catch the old village chief. If the old village chief had not been pulling him, he would have gone to pay respect. After knowing the identities of several people, the old village chief became more diligent. It's a little old man, I'm confused. I don't know if the 4 of you came here. Sins and sins, please inside. Yushinan got out of the sedan chair and took a look. Jiang Feng, the youngster, was not there, so he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this grandson running away? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 757. It's this time. When Wei Zheng saw something wrong, they hurried forward and said to the 4 people, "Guys, this is not a place to talk. Maybe Feng Tsai is working hard because of paper matters. Let's move into the room. Maybe after a while, Feng Tsai will come." Ouyang Zun. Several people hearing this is nodded. A few people along the way didn't even look at the old village chief. This could not help but make the old village chief jump a bit. But he can't help it. He also knows that people are respectable. These people don't even need to kneel when they meet His Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty has to get up, welcome characters. And what about him? It's just a bad old fogey, that's all. But the old village chief didn't care. He glared at Marzu and the others and said, "What are you doing? Don't do anything." "Why did the dean's food feed you lazy people? No more to do things. No one is allowed to eat today." Everyone is hearing this, as a bird and beast. The old village head kicked fiercely on Ma Zhao's ass. "Don't find Feng Tsai yet. What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, Ma Zhu is like an amnesty, crazy fled away. The old village chief followed a few people to Jiang Feng's hut. Jiang Feng's hut is not far from the mountain gate, only a few hundred steps away. But the closer Wei Zheng and the others feel that something is wrong, it stands to reason that Feng Tsai should be in the house now. Unfortunately, Wei Zheng was a few steps behind everyone, and came to the old village chief and asked, "Sir, Feng Tsai can be in the paper mill. Is nothing to do with him. What are you doing?" "I drove me away yesterday. I don't know where it is now." "Don't worry, I've sent someone to find it. It should be." Until he finishes talking, Wei Zheng has already chased him. Several people on Fang Xuanling. After making eye contact with Fang Xuanling and the others, Cheng Yojin and Qin Kaiyang left with excuses. Yu Xinan also felt more and more wrong. Before looking at the familiar wood house, Gao Kan, who was standing at the door, asked, "This little friend, can Jiang Feng be in the room?" Yu Xinan complexion stiffened. Didn't expect was actually ignored by this big black guy. Yachi Gong exploded. "Hey, you kid! Do you know who is in front of you?" Yu Xinan, contemporary great confusion. Gao Kan muffled. The choking Yachi Gong wants to punch someone. "Then you know, why are you blocking the way?" "The dean is sleeping. No one is allowed to disturb." Ouyang Zun's face is changed. Yachi Gong was furious when he saw this. "Fuck your mother, dare to force me, be careful I beat you." kicked Gao Kan aside with a few feet. Gao Kan was jealous for an instant and wanted to resist, but he was Yachi Gong's opponent, and he was firmly pushed in the corner by Yachi Gong, unable to move even a little bit. Yachi Gong was also surprised. Although he is getting older, he can't suppress this youngster faintly. Where did this youngster find these freaks? But now is not the time to ask this. After seeing a few people have entered the house, Yachi Gong took a good look at Gao Kan. Yes, your youngster is not bad. You are a military commander. How about it? Mix with me? No, the dean said. I will be general with him in the future military. Bastard. Damn it. Grass. Yachi Gong took a few sips fiercely, and then fiercely released Gao Kan. The two of them were stuck at the door with big eyes staring at small eyes, and neither of them accepted. At this time, as soon as he entered the room, Zhang Sanwuji hurriedly opened Jiang Feng's bedroom, but when the probe entered, he was almost closed by a foul smell. I hurriedly glanced at the people who were sleeping on the bed and blocked the people who were about to enter behind him as if they were fleeing. This youngster should be waking up soon. Ouyang's several people sniffed the smell of feet in the air, complexion changed, and hurriedly out of the house. They sat in front of Jiang Feng's small wood house and waited. Old brother, did you say that Feng Tsai gave you the paper mill? After a few people were seated, Wei Zheng asked aloud, wanting to draw a few people away. Attention! Sure enough, several people heard this and looked towards the old village chief. The old village chief became a little unnatural. It seems somewhat guilty, somewhat scared. This was not available before entering the small wood house. The sharp-eyed Yachi Gong couldn't help but his eyelids twitched. Is this youngster not in the house? Well, Feng Tsai is too rough to do things, and it is always thought of, such as the wine you have drunk. Such a good thing. Just give it to someone called Old Li Guy. Ran away the formula for fudge. The old village chief said with a heartbreak. And Ouyang's couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their lips. The wine, they have drunk it. And it was given to them by Yushinan. They know better than anyone else about wine. But what shocks them is that His Imperial Majesty actually used this method to take other people's things. Too shameless. But this little bastard hides such a good thing privately, and it is not a good thing. I couldn't help but, Ouyangzon felt relieved, and asked, you still talk about the paper mill? Do you know if something happened to Chanan yesterday? It's because someone doesn't know where to make trouble. A large number of white papers with the words White Deer Academy of Classical Learning are scattered on the market. Now His Imperial Majesty knows and is furious. The old village chief is hearing this. His face suddenly changed. It's over. It's broken. This youngster got into trouble again. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 758. When Jiang Feng was about to plunge into the forging workshop under construction, he was suddenly yelled by a sudden voice. Yo! Isn't this our Lord Dean? Where is this going? When the voice remembered, the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth can't help being twitched. If you don't see anyone, you just listen to the voice. And you know that this damn thing is Lao Yu who was miserable by him. He. Jiang Feng smiled and turned around to watch Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin Qin Kaiang holding their arms, standing aside, pretending to be surprised asked, oh, three old brother are in great interest. When did you come up the mountain? Why don't I know? When? Just when you were running, Yachi Gong said without a smile, and when he was talking, he squeezed his fists like fried beans. Jiang Feng twitched at the corner of his mouth. This guy is still taking part in Korea, so I hate myself. But does this matter have anything to do with you? Why are you here to join in the fun? Jiang Feng rolled the eyes, but with his head drooping, he walked up to the three of them and arched their hands together. Youngster Jiang Feng met three elder brothers. Yes, old kin, what are you doing up the mountain? While speaking, Jiang Feng looked towards Cheng Yojin and said, could it be that you also came for that blank paper? Do you still know? The three stared at Jiang Feng speechlessly. Cheng Yojin slapped Jiang Feng and said, what bad idea your youngster has. You don't know. Yesterday, when you made a blank paper at the city gate, Ouyang was half dead with anger and directly charged. Enter the imperial palace and file a complaint. If Lord Zhangsun and his imperial majesty hadn't blocked you, you'll have to suffer this time for your youngster. Cheng Yojin. While speaking, I couldn't help laughing. I wanted to shoot Zhang Feng's head, but found that the youngster shivered, avoided. Helplessly said, let's go and meet the four of you. By the way, clean up this mess. You can't hide it. If you don't deal with this matter today, then the mountain will be restless. At this time, Zhang Feng was a little panicked. Why does this have to do with Mr. Ouyang? Hey, don't you just count as Mr. Ouyang back to Chainan yesterday, and then deliberately is Chainan waiting for him at the door? Cheng Yojin glared at Zhang Feng and asked. Zhang Feng is a little flustered. No, I don't know. Chen Sheniu, your son, and Li Qian have some bad ideas. I just let them go to Chainan. City offers free paper to advertise. How come you hit this one? These prodigal gadgets. This has caused trouble. Zhang Feng did think of attracting these people up the mountain, but he didn't expect this way of development. If you know, kill him and will not let these guys do this stupid thing. The ancients treasured paper as much as their wives and children, especially for literati writers. It is a precious treasure. Although he is not in Chainan, it does not mean that Zhang Feng can't think of it. A group of sloppy people rubbed their faces with tissue paper, and then showed them back to great confusion. What is this? This is slap great confusion in the face. This is so special. Don't talk about others, even if you see it yourself. You have to blow up your hair. These prodigal gadgets, damn it! What are you doing? Old Chen, have your son and them come back? Bi Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong Qin Kaiang looked at each other and asked, is it sure you didn't think about it in advance? Zhang Feng was anxious. If I prepared in advance, do you think I will run away now? I wanted to lead the four people up the mountain. This is based on their enthusiasm for the white paper, but I didn't want to fight. Face. Do you think I will do this fucking thing? Now Cheng Yojin also feels that the matter is big. Yachi Gong looked at each other and said, Lao Yu, what do you say now? Yachi Gong was stumped. If this youngster did it, it would be easy to beat him today, but if this is really not done by him, it would be difficult. Suddenly, the four of you look at me and I look at you. No one can think of a way, but Qin Kaiang finally came up with an idea. Youngster, it is no longer a matter of investigating this matter. Do you know what Mr. Ouyang said when he went to the imperial palace? What did you say? Zhang Feng hurriedly asked. He used the previous dynasty Emperor Yang of Su's extravagance to describe what you did yesterday, and even cursed old Li. His imperial majesty and the others also suffered face damage. This is your fault, so you have to stand up and take this matter. Yachi Gong said silently again. Do you know that the previous dynasty was destroyed because of what? Because the extravagance is serious, and your behavior yesterday has made these great Confucian and Anxi students in Chainan angry. So, you come out. You did it. You have to come out. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. So, did he make a mistake? This is what made him wrong? Where is the truth? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 759. Zhang Feng finally recognized it. After all, he can think of the consequences of this matter. Just as these three old brothers said, if Ouyang was not installed yesterday, then everything would be fine. But just remember it. I got hit, so he'll talk about it. No way. Zhang Feng can only admit that he is unlucky. Obediently followed Yachi Gong and the three back to the entrance of the academy. As soon as the four showed up, they saw Yu Xinan and Ouyang and the three commented on the academy's construction. Even the four and Wei Zheng and the one others chatted. Bursts of laughter broke out from time to time. But when they saw Zhang Feng coming, the faces of a few people instantly cooled down, stopped laughing, stopped talking, and walked with their hands behind their backs to the living room of Zhang Feng's woodhouse, occupying. I took a few stools and waited. When Zhang Feng entered the house, he found out that the few teas he collected had already been divided among several people, and even the tea jars were gone. Also, Lao Mu disappeared a long time ago, and it seems that he has already been discovered. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. "Mother, this fucking is just a bandit." But he really can't do anything with these masters. As soon as they entered the door, a few people thought they hadn't seen him, chatting and drinking tea, each minding their own business, talking about the present and the past, while Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin gestured to Jiang Feng with their eyes, and then turn around and slip away. "No way," Jiang Feng had to brace oneself and said, "Youngster Jiang Feng has seen a few teachers. I was busy just now, and I have not personally greeted you, so I ask you to forgive me." "No one cares." Jiang Feng had to raise the volume again. Chu Siliang then held his belly and said, "Who am I?" It turns out to be Jiang Feng. "My friend." "Are you doing this?" Jiang Feng's recent one pump. Wei Zheng and the others also looked at Jiang Feng with weird faces, and did not say anything. On the contrary, Ouyangzon slapped the table with a gloomy face at this time and said, "Jiang Feng youngster, the old man trusts you so much. At first, it was based on the talents of your 3 poems. This is old Li. Under the coax and pester, I recommend that you become a great Confucian. It is really a shame for me to wait for the 4 people in my life. 3 poems? This feeling is okay. Not all of it flows out." Jiang Feng secretly relieved. Ouyangzon couldn't help getting even more angry when he saw Jiang Feng's face still calm. "I wait for you to be so respected. When your Chenan University was first established, do you know how many humanities are instructing you? But we have all helped you carry it down. This place where the birds don't shit has created such an academy. Do you think you have a little ability and you can do anything wrong?" Jiang Feng twitched at the corner of his mouth. What is this going to do? Have a criticism meeting? Ouyangzon's scolding gave Jiang Feng a feeling of being criticized. However, the more Ouyangzon talked about it, the more Jiang Feng felt panicked, and hurriedly said, "Honored teacher, in order to run a school, so that more poor people have books to read, but the family property I took it out. Now, if you are poor, you can see that they live in this kind of wood house. Furthermore, the youngster doesn't even have a home. I just want to open an additional academy to better fulfill his duties as a scholar. Youngster absolutely dare not forget the favors of honored teachers, nor the teachings of the sage Confucius. That's why the academy was established, to cover the world's poorest students. The students are dull. I don't know what the students did wrong made the 4 honored teachers so angry." Ouyangzon stood up coldly, and circled Jiang Feng with his hands behind his back. "It's just maroon nonsense. What has Old Man and the others taught you? Honored teacher, I can't wait. If Old Man had a disciple like you, Old Man would have long been. I can't drag it out and beat me to death. How can I let you be here today and throw it into the face of my waiting? Otherwise, I will be burdened with the fallacy of extravagance. Little if you don't learn well at a young age. Old Man sees that you have the money to burn and there is nowhere to spend it. If you don't learn well at a young age, you still learn such extravagant style. If things go on like this, it will be fine. Today you have to wait for me to say something. Or if I get off the mountain today, I will join the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments to abolish your great Confucian name. Has it been? What is this going to do? Jiang Feng almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. To the great Confucian who deserves to be the name shakes the whole world. This tongue is awesome. Why don't I want to lose face? Jiang Feng felt unfathomable mystery, and immediately asked, "Honored teacher, I don't know what the students have committed that made honored teacher and the others so angry." HMPH. Youngster, you really don't remember those bastard things you did? Before Ouyangzon could speak, Chu Siliang got angry first. Up to now, you still don't know whether you are repenting or not? You don't know what the youngster committed? Please let the honored teacher inform. Jiang Feng is neither humble nor overbearing, asked. Chu Siliang got up, and Jiang Feng felt moving on the muddy ground. Youngster, you did something about the 300,000 pigs in the last few days, right? Yes. Jiang Feng couldn't excuse him, so he had to admit it. Anyway, Everything he said was wrong. He wanted to see what these great gods wanted to do. See Jiang Feng's admission that Ouyang cannot be coldly snorted. Wei Zheng and the others also treated it as if they hadn't seen it or heard it. Several people gathered around and seemed to be arguing about something. Jiang Feng saw a few people not talking, so he asked, "I wonder what Mr. Boshi thinks. How does the stewed pork taste in the past few days?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 760. Yu Xinan, who was talking happily with Fang Xuanling, was suddenly pulled out by Jiang Feng, and he couldn't help but feel a little speechless, but still nodded. The braised pork you eat is made by this youngster, and the food factory under the mountain is the place of manufacturer. Although some people of Ouyang know this meat, but I really don't know that this youngster made this meat. After all, when Yu Xinan gave them the meat, he didn't say where it came from. They thought Yu Xinan had newly researched something. When Yu Xinan's voice fell, Jiang Feng clasped his fists in gratitude, and hurriedly said, "Honored teachers, you also know the current situation of Great Tang, and also know that in order to control the locust plague, Old Li bought a large number of pigs, chickens and ducks. It's just to kill the locusts. But now, look at the locusts. The locusts are gone, but the food is gone. People don't have enough to eat. Where can there be food to feed them?" So the youngster courage, instead of letting them starve to death, it is better to make them into delicacies and turn them into delicious delicacies on the table. What's wrong with allowing the poor people to eat more food? Ouyang anger had calmed down a bit. Although you do this, you have lost to literati great Confucian style, and have been criticized by the world literati, but your approach is correct. I will help you clarify this matter tomorrow. However, this absolutely cannot be done in the future. Jiang Feng hearing this hurriedly. Students understand. Let's give up this matter first, but for what happened in Chainan yesterday, do you have to give me an explanation? Don't you know the price of the rice paper? Or do you think that you are great when you have money? Even if you put your name on White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, don't you think it's so glorious? Jiang Feng hearing this said, "Students don't know what they did wrong and what they read." On the one hand, the students' move is to promote the new paper that students have just invented. On the other hand, they want to better learn from diversified paper to promote the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, so that more unfamiliar students who are waiting to see a hope. However, the students still have a little bit of concealment. Jiang Feng after speaking, he hurriedly scanned the crowd, and then said, "Honored teacher should know that youngster has exhausted everything for this academy, but the construction of this academy will never be possible without money and food. So many people, so many mouths. Youngster is also very helpless. So I came up with this method. Although it is said that this promotion, do it's a little bigger, and it ran into honored teacher, but this was absolutely not what the students intended. It was Li Qian and the others. The students didn't know that honored teacher returned to Chainan yesterday. I don't know. You can do this. You know, if you meet someone else, youngster, it's not us who are going up the mountain today, but that Chang'an City includes the Institute of Great Culture and the Imperial College of Everyone at Supreme Learning. Are you still not sure? Are you still imposing maroon on others? Without your instruction, they would not know the seriousness of the matter." Ouyang gets more and more angry, waiting to reach out and beat someone. Busy was blocked by Chu Siliang. "Youngster, you know the price of this paper, and you also know how important it is to the world's literati. What you did yesterday is indeed over. This waiting is to tell the people of the world. What do you think incomparably precious things are worthless to you? Do you know the consequences?" Jiang Feng hearing this, he froze for a moment. "But this thing is not worth the money." Several people who are drinking tea are hearing this. Forbearance, I kept squirting out the tea in my mouth. I have seen someone who lifts a bar, and I have never seen anyone who lifts a bar like this. Not worth a lot of money? Then you mean, we old guy in the world literati, can't even use paper. Such a precious thing, but you baby don't take it in your eyes? What does this mean? The Emperor Yang of Sui ordered people to wrap the tree with silk to pave the road, It must be exactly similar to your idea, right? Not worth the money. Yang trembled with anger. Well, it's not worth a lot of money. Yes, you are right. Your youngster is now a big business, and the industry is all over the world. Even if you have no money, take out the liquor and sell the formula. If you can be rich than an enemy country, the old man's poor family is naturally far inferior to you. These words are a bit too ironic. It's also obvious. Anyone who knows these guys knows that these guys are all from the rich side, not to mention Yang Zun. It's the Yushinan who Jiang Feng knew before. During the Han Dynasty, they were all first-class great clan. Who does not know your family in the Jiangnan area? Basically half of Jiangnan has a surname, right? That's it. Are you still embarrassed to shout poor? If you are poor, if you sell a picture, it's all worth tens of thousands of dollars. Is this poor? Zhang Sun Wuji and the others aside, seeing Yang Zun and the others was so angry that he couldn't sit still, so he hurriedly got up. Zhang Sun Wuji coughed. Feng Tsai, stop making trouble. Let Mr. Xinban and the others admit a mistake first. Zhang Sun Wuji really deserves it. Great Tang is first and old. He basically doesn't participate in any quarrels, but when it comes to getting good with the mud, this guy will definitely be the first to stand up. Jiang Feng realized that when he saw his grandson stand up. What am I doing? This is dying. If you provoke these old guys, you will be dead. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 761. The so-called harmony is the truth. What are you talking about with a group of old guys here? What's the point? In case they irritate them, does this academy still have to teach? Jiang Feng immediately bowed his hands and bowed to Yang Zun and said, if there is any verbal offense on the youngster, I also implore the four honored teachers not to blame. If the honored teacher thinks the white paper is good, this is the blessing of the youngster. Otherwise, when you go down the mountain, the youngster personally takes 20 kilograms of paper and personally sends it to the houses of several people as a plea for it. Yang Zun was taken aback. Chu Siliang, who was about to sit down, almost squatted and crushed the stool. In an instant, this little wood house was quietly terrifying. And everyone looked at Jiang Feng dumbfounded. 20 catties? Mother, this kind of paper, it is dozens of times better than that of rice paper. Don't say it's Yang Zun. Even Zhang Sun Wuji and the others want to beat people at this time. Two deserves a beating. This is simply impossible. First, let them be dubbed the name of luxury in the imperial court. Secondly, it is simply too unrespectful. Prodigal gadgets, this kind of white paper, not to mention more expensive than rice paper, even if it is the same price as rice paper, it's not an exaggeration. Jin, we are brother, why are you not immediately, even if you are here for a breather? The result, I don't know anything. Just unfathomable mystery suffered a lot of scolding. When I think of the smooth, white paper, the hearts of everyone, it is as if 10,000 horses are whizzing and rushing. How can this kind of paper be measured by catties? What is this? This is humiliating people. Furthermore, in front of so many people, I humiliated the four great Confucian in public. At this time, Jiang Feng was even more surprised when everyone was silent. Is it going to be missing? Thinking of this, Jiang Feng snapped his head back. Yes, as a four great Confucian, these 20 catties are indeed a little less. Jiang Feng could not help but blush. It seems that my vision is still a bit narrow. After measuring the output, Jiang Feng said cautiously, well, 50 no, 100 catties, 100 catties. What do you think? When Jiang Feng said another 100 catties, he was still feeling guilty in his heart. After all, this pound of paper is less than 10 cents if it is made according to the cost. This is still added to the workers' wages and so on. However, although paper is not valuable now, this paper mill has just started. The 400 jins of people have already produced a day's output. In the second production, Jiang Feng still doesn't know if he can produce 400 catties. In case it still produces 300 catties, it would be really troublesome. The most important thing is, now his textbooks and other things have not been written, and seeing that the academy will be officially opened for more than a month, he is also anxious. If it weren't for this, Jiang Feng would really be reluctant to bring a few heavyweights to the academy, the town, and also free him to become a teacher of shopkeeper. After all, although this thing is nothing to him, it is really a rare thing to put it outside. Ouyang Zun and the others are surprisingly silent at this time. I wanted to say something, but in the end I opened my mouth and couldn't say anything. They know the purpose of coming here today. Obviously they already know why Jiang Feng did this, but with this breath, one person is sending 100 catties of such a good paper, so Ouyang Zun still doesn't know what to say. At this time, Chu Siliang's hands are constantly entangled with each other, and his brain is also rapidly computing. 100 catties of white paper. What is this concept? Even if one catty of paper costs $1,000, how much is this 100 catties? Suddenly he felt that his brain was not enough. But if you use an abacus now, isn't that a bit too much? When Jiang Feng saw this, he was even more anxious. Honored teacher, old son, you guys are saying something. They are already so generous. Are they still not satisfied? Long time. After a long time. After Ouyang Zun's eyes met for a while, everyone finally stared at Jiang Feng. Ouyang Zun calmed down surprisingly and asked, youngster, are you humiliating the old man and the others? Jiang Feng is a little confused, but the complexion was greatly changed in an instant. It is said that Tang dynasty people are upright. I uphold his uncle. It's so unkind, right? Do you feel that 100 pounds of paper is not enough? Even if you are the great Confucian, even if you are Ouyang aristocratic family, you are the imperial emperor. The richest person in the dynasty may not have such a big tone, giving out so many papers at once, right? Not enough people. When Jiang Feng saw this, he had to clench the teeth, stomped his foot, and stretched out 2 fingers with difficulty. 200 catties. 200 catties shouldn't be considered as humiliation. Can't be more. My output this day is less than 500 catties. If you can wait for more than a month, let alone 200 catties, even if it is 2,000 catties, as long as you can afford it. I can afford it. When the 3 words 200 jin popped out of Jiang Feng's mouth, in an instant, the living room was dead silent again, with only a sound. I don't know the sound of who crushed the cup. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 762. Ouyang Zun only felt uncomfortable in his heart. It is as if Jiang Feng is sitting on a pile of paper hills, waving at him. Have you seen it? You regard it as a treasure, as a thing of life. In my case it is white paper. I say giving it away, it's a matter of catastrophe. And it's still 200 catties. Ouyang Zun has an impulse to kill Jiang Feng, although the purpose of coming today is to confirm whether this thing was created by Jiang Feng, and second, it is indeed for paper, but 200 catties. All Ouyang Zun has the illusion of seeing upstarts. Not only him, even anyone present could not bear the clamor of Jiang Feng, whether it was Ouyang Zun or Chu Siliang. Even Yu Xinan, who had been prepared for a long time, trembled with anger and stared at Wei Zheng. That means it has already been said. Look, this is your brother? Are you imperial court people so extravagant? So at this time, Wei Zheng and the others could not sit still. A few hundred catties, 1 or 200 catties, 4 people get 800 catties, which is already an astronomical figure. And it seems that this guy hasn't touched the bottom line yet. But they also know that they cannot continue. This is going on like this, let alone Yu Xinan and the others, even they will be irritated and crazy. Wei Zheng coughed, but when he saw no one was paying attention, he could only touch his beard and said, Feng Tsai, you are simply a prodigal thing. What are you doing? This is an insult to Mr. Bossy and the others. Why don't you give Mr. Bossy and the others and apologize soon? 200 kilograms of blank paper. Do you know that even for His Imperial Majesty, the monthly offering of rice paper is only a catty? And even if it is Mr. Bossy and the others a catty of white paper, unless necessary, a catty of rice paper can generally be used for half a year for a long time. This is not to say that they can't bear it, but they can't buy it. But you are good, and when you open your mouth, It is 200 catties. It's almost. Jiang Feng scratched his head and looked at Wei Zheng and the others with a slightly angry expression. He immediately arrived. Old Wei, 200 catties per person is already my current limit. Counting the total, I don't know if there will be loss when the time comes. If there is loss, it will take 4 more days. After all, there are impurities on the white paper, which has just been improved today. But even if it is full production, it can only produce 1,000 catties of production in a full day. Don't worry, if you honored teachers feel that there is less, in the future, the paper you use, youngster, will be fully contracted. This is the limit I can bear right now. After all, you also know that Youngsters Academy needs paper everywhere, and the youngster also needs to eat. Doing so much, on the one hand, is for the convenience of the academy. Of course, if it can help you honored teachers, it would be best for the youngster to earn a little bit. After all, you have also seen that the youngster now has a family to support. Hear, hear. In an instant, in the living room, once again fell into a dead silence. The needle drop can be heard. 1,000 catties per day? This kind of paper. Ouyang's son, who just felt that he had received the humiliation, felt even more troubled at this time. If he had just been stimulated, as if he had carried 100 kilograms of weight on his back, then now, it is almost like a mountain on his back, but he can't breathe. Wei Zheng can't sit still. Seeing Ouyang's son, the faces of several people were shaking, and they hurriedly asked, Feng Tsai, how much do you say about the daily production capacity? 1,000 catties? But this it has to be in the case of full production. Now within at least 1 month, on average, it can only reach 500 catties a day. Jiang Feng said it very sincerely. Seeing Ouyang's son, the faces of several people still did not improve, and then they said again, the situation of Nissan Chigen is that materials must be prepared 1 day in advance, and people in the paper mill are all familiar with the manufacturing process. It takes more than a month to reach the output of 1,000 catties per day. Thinking about it, Jiang Feng clasped his fists and said, honored teachers, this paper-making technology and manpower are readily available. It doesn't cost much. When everyone's technology matures in the future, that is, when the daily output can reach 1,000 jin, the students plan to set the price of each piece of paper at 1 penny and 1 jin. Of course, this is only for students. It's just that there are some difficulties at the moment. Youngster still needs to work hard so that all the students of the academy can eat to the extent that they can still have a little surplus. A piece of paper. At this time, everyone in the room felt that the blood pressure was soaring. What does this mean? If the cost of this white paper is not to mention more expensive than rice paper, even if it is only the cost of rice paper, it will definitely make a lot of money. The worst is in their hearts. This thing is cheaper. That would cost 100 yuan a catty, right? But they absolutely didn't expect. This bastard actually set the price of paper to 1 penny and a catty. This means that paper will never become a luxury in the future. Even ordinary people can use it. Every aristocratic family great clan uses library to show off his lintel and wealth. But if Jiang Feng does this, wouldn't these great clans' methods of showing off their wealth become the world's people's laughing stock? What a nice piece of paper. Moreover, the output is still so high, and the future price is also lower and cheaper than the cheapest hard yellow paper on the market. What does this mean? The price of yellow paper now costs 20 cents, but in this era when paper, pen and silk are expensive, what does this mean? Zhang Sun Wuji and Yu Xinan asked almost at the same time. Feng Tsai, is there a quick method for your paper? Let's hear it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 763. Then Yu Xinan hurriedly asked, little friend Jiang Feng, tell me, is there something mysterious about your paper-making skills? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but raise their ears and held their breath. Jiang Feng smiled. Paper, the hardest part is to make puree from birch bark, grass ash, and bamboo. This requires a lot of bamboo charcoal, and manpower, and the process is cumbersome. But I have been reprimanded by you for so long like your grandson. Why should I tell you? I, Jiang Feng, Don't eat. Thousands of people from White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, Lao Tzu. Don't eat. If I tell you this thing so easily, and then all those aristocratic family great clan routines go, wouldn't I want to drink Northwest Wind? I am afraid that when the time comes, it would be difficult to have a sip of soup in the paper market. He is not that stupid yet. After all, he has to think about the future of Academy. Once 3 years later, if there is a geek who really cannot learn and wants to go into business, doesn't this mean that Jiang Feng has brought him a free long-term labor? But Jiang Feng also knows that he has to say at this time. He also hopes that if he can take down Wu Yangzhen and enter his command. Oh, Jiang Feng sighed, and then he used trump card. When Jiang Feng sighed, Yachi Gong outside the door instantly stood up. This grandson is going to fool people again. Yachi Gong couldn't help but look forward to it. Hi Z, let's make a bet. I guess, these 4 masters, this youngster will surely be pitted by this youngster for you believing or not. Cheng Yojin rolled his eyelids, said nothing, only raised 3 fingers. I bet 3,000 shots. At this time, in the living room, Jiang Feng slowly said, I still have a good brother who hasn't come today, but you should have all heard of Old Li. The entire academy was basically a partnership between me and Old Li. This paper making, although Fang is my property, Old Li and Old Y and the others have all helped me a lot. Wai Zheng and the others blushed. Some are sorry. Jiang Feng said upon seeing this, of course, although you are busy, but if your son can work hard here to help me, I can't say that I am now an academy, even if it is Chainan. The university dare not engage in it. So I plan to divide this paper mill into 6 parts, and we will share 1 for each of us. This can be regarded as Li Qian. They have a status, otherwise I know that if you hadn't secretly told them to make an all-out effort, there would be no White Deer Academy of Classical Learning today. Everyone is hearing this, can't help being shocked. This kind of paper, regardless of the cost, but this youngster dared to sell it for a penny. It is obvious that the cost must be cheap, but even if it is a penny and a catty, a few people can imagine it. Once this paper is put on the market, what kind of reaction it will be. I'm afraid when the time comes, the benefits of this thing are no less than fine salt. Right? This is only known to people who know that Jiang Feng has tinkered with table salt. At this time, Jiang Feng pretended to be disheartened and said, of course, if a few honored teachers want to know, then the youngster will tell you the paper-making process now. Enough. Shut up. Du Yui hurriedly shouted loudly. Yu Shinan and the 2 hurriedly called to stop. Fool. It's utterly stupid. How can such an important thing be read out in the public? Are you not afraid that others will listen? Yu Shinan saw that things were almost done, and sighed, you made this thing. I won't wait to covet it. I just want to determine your character and whether it's so extravagant. Enough. I just asked casually just now. Your youngster was silent, even the family property was exposed. And you gave away hundreds of kilograms of paper for nothing. It can be seen that you are a fellow, the mind is still inadequate. These things are things that you settled down after Jiang Feng, and the children of Fuyin. How can you show them so easily? It can be seen that although your youngster has a little bit more ghost ideas, if no one guides you, sooner or later you will have a big loss. Jiang Feng hearing this, his eyes turned. Honored teacher makes students like enlightenment. It can be seen that youngster is really good for these. I hope that honored teacher can stay here for the sake of youngster's sincerity, otherwise youngster will not either. I know when I can do something stupid. For such a good downhill, Jiang Feng is not going to roll. He is a fool, big fool. Sure enough, Yu Shinan hearing this, smiled and sighed. Yes, ruts can teach. But do you know, how much does it cost to hire a great Confucian to teach? Even if it is a daughter, youngster can get it. Ha ha ha. Yu Shinan scolded with a smile. What if the old man wants the stars that day? If honored teacher really wants it, 10 years, no. Within 5 years, youngster will definitely make a gadget that can fly to the sky and give you one. Isn't it just a meteorite? Although the hope of going to the moon is very slim, he doesn't believe it. After 5 years, the dam system has not been activated. Even if it is not activated, What does it matter? I made it myself. If it still doesn't work, can you do a show? You can still find a meteorite. When the time comes, I was getting a hot air balloon. Isn't it all great? Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 764. Yu Shinan is a little annoyed. The steps that so old man found for you. You didn't even know that you went down the donkey, but you got your nose and eyes up instead. Okay, old man, just look at this mount. Cue it. 5 years later, can you pick the stars for the old man? If you can't, the old man will definitely cure you of deception sin. Students save it. Of course, this can't be done in vain. You stinky youngster. When can you get that wine out? Yu Shinan and Yang Zon and the others looked at each other and smiled and asked. Zhang Feng broke his fingers, but didn't find it. Said, it is reasonable to say that there are still 10 days, but there is still some wine in my little tavern next door. What? You still have it? Yu Shinan is speechless. Last time the old man went up the mountain, didn't you say that it was gone? Ahem. Yachi Gong didn't know when he got in, coughed and said, last time old Li came, this bastard also said that it was no good. In the end, a bottle was created under the punch. It seems that there is still a lot of stock at this time. Zhang Feng was impatient. He swears, heaven and earth conscience, this time is really worthless. You know the brewery next to this little tavern, although it is brewing beer, when the youngster is going up the mountain, see the food can't be eaten. So it's good to get it to brew a furnace and let people take care of it. Hearing this, everyone groaned a few times. Obviously, I don't believe it. Okay, all drunks can't make it. Yu Shinan interrupted everyone funny. Said, since you told me to wait for the honored teacher, a few of us have submitted it. However, we must have nothing less than anything we promised. We have to serve with wine and meat every day. After a meal, I will go down the mountain when I wait. This is a matter of principle, not to be negotiated. As for the money, your youngster can be converted into fine wine. Your little money, I will still look down on it! Exclamation mark. Go. Zhang Feng hearing this is overjoyed. Yu Shinan looked at Yang Zun and said, 3. How about this youngster's character, right? Do you want to stay? While speaking Yu Shinan patted his forehead and said, by the way, youngster, I remember, I will make something good in the future, and submit it together. If you find that you are hiding in private, the old man will not forgive you. Zhang Feng has an illusion of being squeezed, but still nodded, admit defeat. Seeing this, Yu Shinan is nodded with satisfaction. Let me introduce to you. While speaking, Yu Shinan pointed to Yang Zun and said, this old guy let a book. Zhang Feng hearing this heart shivered with cold. Student Zhang Feng meets Mr. Xinban. Come on, remember good wine and good food, a blank paper every day, and send it to me on time. Students save. This fatty, the word is good. Zhang Feng hearing this was surprised. Heavens, isn't Chu Siliang a thin man in history? This special lady is so fat. But he dared not say anything. So he hurriedly saluted. This is Sai Tong. Students have seen Mr. Sai Tong. Well, don't be frustrated. As for coming to academy, I'm still observing that your youngster is not good at character, so you don't want to teach and educate people. You actually came to this unorthodox way. While speaking, Sai Tong added again, but, for your 200 catties of paper, if you do this every month from now on, the old man will shed. Zhang Feng twitched. But in an instant, his mouth grinned behind his ears. Students, many thanks, honored teacher. Are you sure you want to thank? Yang Zun and Chu Siliang looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. In an instant, Zhang Feng felt like he was being plotted against. But it's all like this now. Zhang Feng knows that there is a pit, but he can't help but jump in. Hold a fist and said, where is the honored teacher? The student is naturally the honored teacher. You can take as much as you need. Okay, old man. See you. The white paper is happy. So how about 1,000 catties of white paper per person per month, plus a car of white wine? Master, are you going to eat paper? 1,000 catties? Can you stop being so snob? You really treat me as a shantang. As long as the husband likes it, even if the honored teacher needs to wipe his butt with paper, youngster is willing to offer it. Chu Siliang was taken aback, but he shook his head and said, "Look, I've gotten anxious at this time, so let's just leave it. For you have done so much for the students in the world, the old man will not embarrass you. Now, 3, what do you think?" While speaking Chu Siliang, several people laughed like a rooster in a battle. Yu Xinan said with a laugh, "It seems that Brother Fang has something to say with this youngster. Let's go. I will take 3 people around Mount Q. Where to go to elder son to sit?" Several people hearing this asked surprisingly, "You are talking about the medicine god elder son? Is he really here in White Deer Academy of Classical Learning?" Yu Xinan nodded. "Also, I don't know what magic this youngster has that allows elder son to come to the mountain. Don't you want to drink? Where should he have some stock?" "Youngster, wait for someone to send some food, a little bit. There is no etiquette. Where are the guests coming, sitting on this bench for more than a few hours?" Zhang Feng cried for aggrieved people. "Master, I kiss the second uncle. As soon as you come here, you give me a smashing lesson. But you had given me time." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 765. During Zhang Feng's aggrieved watch, the 4 Yu Xinan ha laughed and left the small wood house, pacing with their hands behind their backs, as if inspecting their own property. "Just left like this." Of course, in the end, I don't know if it is paper, wine, or braised pork. Even Zhang Feng's impostor is forgotten. Maybe they also acquiesced to Zhang Feng. After all, they recommended Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng is also their student. Otherwise, who would dare to call them that? They have to give him a break from beginning to end, and then twist it to the government for justice. Obviously, for this matter, they can be regarded as default. In fact, Zhang Feng had already thought of this when he was caught by Yachi Gong. Once he came up to give you a kiss. If he agreed, everything would be easy. But Zhang Feng is also a little annoyed. This old guy really has a set. At first, he was completely confused. This matter, according to Great Tang's situation, would indeed cause public outrage. But in the end, what he didn't expect was that this matter actually ended in this way. However, Zhang Feng also knows that these 4 masters will certainly not just eat good things and do nothing. They should go out now to find a way. Think of this, Zhang Feng is still a little grateful. Without these few, he would really have to think about how to face the public outrage of the world's literati and the revenge of those aristocratic family great clan. After all, it was the appearance of his blank paper that made what they were proud of became worthless. Feng Tsai. Since their business has been settled, let's talk about our business now. The 3 of Yachi Gong sat in a thorny way. Just now Yu Xinan's position of the 4 people was allowed, and Zhang Feng was lifted from the chair by the way. Zhang Feng was shocked instantly. "Lao Yu, are we okay?" "It's okay." "You made me miserable." Yachi Gong fiercely stared. Cheng Yojin was drinking tea with a smile. This makes Zhang Feng even more unfathomable mystery. "Ahem, Feng Tsai, it's business." Yachi Gong coughed. "We also saw your paper. Your youngster is so good things. Don't you take them out." "Some of us were scolded by Mr. Xinban yesterday." "You are too interesting," you said. "How do you youngster compensate me for waiting? Isn't there no time? And didn't I ask Li Qian to send you the letter yesterday?" Zhang Feng seemed to think of something in an instant, and asked, "By the way, Li Qian and their little bastard are back." "Yesterday. Did you buy it for you?" A few people are hearing this for a moment. Look at me, and I will look at you again. When Zhang Feng saw this, his eyes went dark. "Livestock. Beast. It's just a beast. Let you go out and do something? What do your special mothers do? If they followed their orders yesterday, where would it be?" According to yesterday's arrangement, after they finished distributing the flyers, they would immediately bring a blank paper to show off. But the result? This special mother until now, old Li, they don't even know. Could it be that none of these people helped him just now? So that's how it is. Mother, look at your return. How can I clean up you and prevent you from digging out the dung? You must go to the kiln to move bricks. Oh, it's not nice to meet people. I was still thinking about whether to give them 10% of the paper mill. Now it seems that it's his mother. Cough. Several people are hearing this, coughing again and again. Sigh. You are not kind. We all heard it. What is said, such as splashed water, is there any reason to take it back? No, no discussion on this matter. Just kidding. That salt filled the pots of plutonium earned by a few people, and now they finally see a good thing. Where will they watch it slip away? Sigh. This incident has already disturbed His Imperial Majesty. As you know, after Mr. Xinban made a fuss in the Imperial study room yesterday, Lord Zhangsun found a few of us. We handled this matter well. His Imperial Majesty was very angry. You can handle it yourself. Zhang Feng, hearing this, was also a little surprised, although he didn't know that he would be so alarmed by Shengjia. But he has watched TV. These great Confucian identities, that even His Imperial Majesty needs to be polite, and they really do what they are angry with His Imperial Majesty involved. Zhang Feng was a little panicked. Then what do you guys say about this? You are here today? You must have already figured out a solution. Ahem. Why? Zhang coughed, and some sorry said that he had to bump his elbow against Zhang Sun Wuji, who was sitting on the side. Zhang Feng Wuji watched his nose and his heart. At this moment, he saw Wei Zheng hit himself and shook speechlessly, shook his head, extended a scissor hand and slowly said, each of us 200 kilograms of white paper, we will help you handle it. And Li Qian and the others. What? 200 catties per person? You really value Zhang Feng? 200 catties per person. Zhang Feng instantly. I turned my head and found that after a month of this workshop, I didn't say I used it, but it was sent out as a damn thing. Also make some money. In an instant, Zhang Feng got up and ran out. Stop talking, get out, don't give it away. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 766. Zhang Feng is completely blown up. So, this was pitted by Yu Xinan and the others. Zhang Feng can still bear it. After all, if you ask a great character to sit down and watch the scene, he can still afford the money even as a free teacher. But where can Zhang Feng do this profiting from somebody's misfortune? This person is 200 catties, although he didn't say anything later. He knows it. It must be 200 catties a month, plus, it is not divided from their own share. That is to say, although Zhang Feng has an exclusive 50%, but in this way, all things, including the expenses on the mountain, and the bong for Yu Xinan and the others, he has nothing left. Here is a ball. A few people saw it. I was also anxious. Yachi Gong flashed around and hurriedly picked up Zhang Feng, who had just walked out of the room. Sigh. Let's have something to say. We are the brother, aren't we? The 200 kilograms of paper, you have to finish listening. Zhang Feng was pressed onto the chair. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and said, I don't listen. Do you think I opened a bank? I have thousands of people on the mountain, and they all need to be supported. You do this, I'm not become free labor. Don't do it. You can't say that. Look. Don't we also want to plug the mouths of those in the imperial court? And look at what happened yesterday. That has already made many people in the imperial court and those chain and literati dissatisfied. It all needs to be managed. 50 catties. Zhang Feng stretches. Give a slap. It's only 50 catties. I don't have to talk about it. Where does he know what these people think? 50 catties. This is all for the brother's face. If it was someone else, Zhang Feng would have taken a big blade to kill someone. Isn't this obviously cheating? 200 catties. This is simply killing pigs. Sigh. Can you see what we are all related to? You are ashamed to get 50 catties? Are you? Yachi Gong is about to bargain. Suddenly interrupted by Zhang Feng. You don't write and draw every day. What do you want paper for? Don't think I don't know. You want to sell it? Zhang Feng is anxious. Yachi Gong was not angry, but took advantage of Zhang Feng's attention and patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Zhang Feng almost fainted in an instant. Sigh. Look, these old guys are all in your paper mill, but the old man does not. And last time you pitied me that much money, now I don't dare to go back to my home. Elder brother is the old man today. Isn't there nothing I can do? If you don't give me some benefits, I won't be able to explain it when I go home. Jiang Feng was impatient. Why do you still rely on yourself? What happened last time was originally your fault, right? I got you out. It's because you were wrong. Okay, because you don't have the ability to look down on the wife, you blame me? Would you like to be a bit shameless? But Jiang Feng thought about it for a moment. Yes, in that case, Liu, for the sake of old Li's face, I will give you 100 catties of paper. I want to have it every month. You have to give me some money for drinking, right? The shrews in the family are fierce. You last time. Everything. 100 catties. 100 per month Jin. This is always okay, right? Jiang Feng is bored. The key is to be caught by Sumion's neck. No one dare to be careless. In case of a cold slap, who can hold it? See Jiang Feng's compromise. Yachi Gong only released Jiang Feng. When I saw it, Qin Kaiang wanted it, but couldn't let go of his face. In the end, Yachi Gong said, "Aya, look at how my brother became." It's all said, it's the brother. I have to share the same adversity. This is good, but old why? If the Jiang Feng brother looks down on you, then elder brother will give you a point every month. Qin Kaiang, Jiang Feng, Wai Zheng and the others. Shameless. Too shameless. He is no longer human. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't speak, Yachi Gong continued to hold Jiang Feng's hand, rubbing it in the palm of his hand, and the calluses on his hand nearly pulled the back of Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng was trembling all over. Oh, look at the soft skin and tender meat of the Jiang Feng brother. This is not as rough as it is. While speaking, Yachi Gong patted his forehead. By the way, I remember, there is a distant cousin in my family who has not yet come out of the cabinet. I seem to have heard that Feng Tsai hasn't married you recently. Jiang Feng hearing this, his face was abrupt a change. Looking at Yachi Gong's round face like a plate with horror, looking at the fleas running around on his full beard, his mentality was completely exploded. Quickly asked, I am already engaged. I love my fiancé very much. Don't make any trouble with me. Isn't the door open yet? Let's talk about it, you youngster. Who the hell doesn't know you got the courtesan lady of Yanlai building? Are you still here to pretend to me? He'll let my distant cousin come to Chainan. Stop, stop, look at my memory. So why don't you forget old Qin? Don't worry, I will give it away for 100 catties tomorrow. Go to your house. Now, you should be able to let me go, right? After speaking in one breath, Jiang Feng looked at Yachi Gong angrily. Yachi Gong haha laughed heartily. Jiang Feng was released. As soon as Jiang Feng is released, Jiang Feng seizes the road and flees. When Yachi Gong saw this, he still shouted behind him, my cousin far away will come to Chainan in a few days. When the time comes, I will let her come directly to the academy. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 767. Jiang Feng is impatient. Hurry up and run away. Does this really make him a Shantang? When Jiang Feng left, his grandson and the others were dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you. So, are we going to have more? Yachi Gong asked somewhat errantly. Wai Zheng sighed silently. You quickly chase him. What are you doing? Reaction came over and hurriedly chased it out. Today, they still want to take advantage of Jiang Feng. This youngster normally is so stubborn. It's rare and generous now. Why don't they want to do more? But now it seems that, let alone them, even if it was the matter explained by His Imperial Majesty, they could not complete it. As soon as Jiang Feng left the small wood house, he ran wildly all the way, and he still ran to places with a lot of people. Where are the many people now? There are the most people not far from the wood house, and they are all from Tongyue Street. The appearance of Jiang Feng fleeing all the way also instantly turned the women and children of Tongyue Street pale with fright. Feng Tsai, what are you doing? Quickly, help me block them. ? Everyone was dumbfounded, watching Jiang Feng pass through the building in a daze, and then drilled out of the back door of the firewood room. and went all the way to Zudril in the direction of the mountain on the right. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's wrong? But when everyone looked back at Yuchigong and the others who were chasing after him, they instantly understood. These live Hades must have bullied Feng Tsai again. Mother, how did this bullying Feng Tsai look like? The people on Tongyue Street couldn't help getting angry. Old young masters, guys, copy guys, block them for me. Go to the old village head, and today we will send these people off to court. Roar. In an instant, everyone on Tongyue Street in the room was jealous. From the moment this group of people went up the mountain with the big thorns, everyone could see that something was wrong. Finally, Feng Tsai slipped away and was picked up by the big black man. Feng Tsai is so bully. Do you really think everyone on Tongyue Street is so bully? For an instant, from the beginning of the building, all the people on Tongyue Street, seeing this scene, looked at Jiang Feng who was running wild, and Yuchigong and the others who were chasing after him, jealous. They also picked up the guy's thing one after another, blocking the way of Yuchigong and the others. And those Peace Street veterans are very comfortable at this time. Who treats them as humans on Peace Street? Don't say you're full, as long as you're not hungry normally. You're grateful. Most people dare not take in old, weak and remnants like them to do things, so that Peace Street is jokingly called a place to die by the people of Chainan. But Jiang Feng, the youngster, is interesting enough. Not only has it sent them a profitable business. In this food shortage, everyone will be desperate to starve to death. But what? In the end, Feng Tsai directly recruited them. Instead of doing hard work, he just made up frames and sat in woodworking all day long. Wait for some miscellaneous things. Not only do you have to eat and live, but you also have to earn. You can go to the street market under the mountain to drink a pot every day. This is simply better than Taoist immortals' days. But as a veteran, although he can't observe his words, but the situation on the mountain today, as long as it is not the person whose head is caught by the door, everyone knows that this is especially troublesome for Feng Tsai. Can they sit still? One after another, they picked up the guy's thing and rushed up. Ganzhuan, sitting in a red brick house on the construction site, was making a pot of tea and discussing the division of labor and cleaning the wall with several foremen. But the noise outside the door interrupted several people. Several people were surprised and thought there was a major event. I hurriedly went out to take a look, instantly dumbfounded. I saw the people on the construction site where there were thousands of people, whether they were their subordinates, the laborers, or the students. At this time, they were all half of their epilepsy, screaming and holding up. He rushed to the gate of the mountain because of his work. What the hell is this? Ganzhuan was stunned. Quickly grabbed a red-eyed thin monkey and asked. The thin monkey struggled for a while. When he turned his head, he would call the bricks in his hand on the face of the person behind him. But when he saw Ganzhuan's face, he was shocked and his life stopped. The brick that fell on Ganz's head asked, Boss Gan, what are you doing? I ask you, are you epilepsy or hysteria? What are you doing? Don't you know? The thin monkey asked with his eyes wide open. Ganzhuan is impatient. I just learned that the group of people who pitted our dean is here again, and this time it was even more excessive. I just wanted to pit all our dean's things, and now the dean has run away! Exclamation mark. What? Ganzhuan twitched his head. Ask. Tell me carefully, what's the matter? It's this. The thin monkey is detailed and hastily after the matter was said again, Ganzhuan couldn't help but complexion greatly changed. Others may not know the identity of these people, but he knows. If you can be with Crown Prince and the others, can your status be low? And those lords, he also saw this morning. Who is that? The fucking one is National Duke from the Imperial Court. If this is beaten by these mud legs, it will be deadly. Ganzhuan couldn't help but blushed and ran to the mountain gate desperately. Wrong, wrong, you are wrong. Can't fight. It's all fucking back to Lozi. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 768. Ganzu is crazy. These people, What do you do when you go up the mountain? The National Duke Mansion can't let you go. You have to come up to the mountain. What are you kidding about with our mud legs? Is this fucking killing us? I knew I shouldn't have come to Mount Q in the first place. Grass. Hastily, Ganza ran forward like crazy, but the people behind him were dumbfounded, and did not pay attention to what he said, and rushed forward even more crazy, wanting to avenge the Dean. The thinking of the ancients is so simple. You feed me full, then wait until I am my food and clothe in parent. Anyone dares to move their food and clothe in parent? That is simply killing them, and still in this kind of famine, this is simply more deadly than killing parents. At this time, Yachi Gong and the others are dumbfounded, looking at them with red eyes, staring at them holding agricultural tools high in their hands, and even children, holding up a lump of donkey dung. They were not calm at all. What are you going to do? Let down everything in your hands. If there is something, let's talk about it, okay? Why use the knife? The gunman. Hey, who throws me with donkey dung? I don't know who is in the crowd. Before Yachi Gong is finished, according to his face, a lump of donkey dung was thrown. If he hadn't been hiding fast, his face would have been kill. At this moment, the veterans of Peace Street came far away. They are much simpler and rude. Dare to get Jiang Feng. That's what they are doing with their brother, so what else can you do? First start from the imposing manner, overwhelming. More on that. And Yachi Gong and the others hearing this, his face changed in a hurry. When I saw about hundreds of untidy soldiers in the killing formation in the distance, I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Old Black, is this your person? Yachi Gong hurriedly asked. Where did Cheng Yojin know? He was also taken aback at this time. It's not my people. Where do I fucking know where this came from? Peace Street. They are Peace Street veterans. This famine they almost starved to death. So Feng Tsai took them in. Wai Zheng looked at the group of veterans solemnly and said, these people are all scared of starvation. I guess they think we are going to treat Feng Tsai. So, Zhang Sun Wuji was also anxious. Old Wai, just say, what should I do? Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin's eyes both reddened. They should be at the forefront, and they will be unstoppable. The most important thing is that they don't even have a weapon. Qin Kaiang said, why don't we return to the room and make plans? Since we are soldiers, there should be people who know us there. As long as they see us, as long as they are not fools, they will withdraw. Next, how? Everyone hearing this, their eyes lit up. Run back in a hurry. And on the other side, Li Chenqi and several people humming a little song slowly, sitting on 5 sedan chairs drunk, and running slowly up the mountain. And when they entered the street market at the foot of the mountain, Li Chenqian's guards who had already guarded here hurried forward and reported something that made Li Chenqian's soul outrageous. Li noble son, the 4 of you went up the mountain just now, and then Duke Kwai and the others also went up the mountain. Afterwards, the Dean seemed to have an accident. The mountain was chaotic. Everyone was besieging Duke Kwai and the others. I don't know what to do, so I can only wait for you here. When a few people heard it, their feet were almost soft. Cheng Chumo got out of the sedan chair in horror and looked at the mountain. Hearing the faintly discernible noise, he couldn't help but ask with a guilty heart, Li Qian, we seem to have forgotten a major event yesterday. Li Chenqian hearing this, complexion greatly changed, and Duga looked at each other and asked, what's the matter? It seems like. Wai Shuan glanced at the mountain, and sweat oozes out on his forehead. It seems that we forgot to go home and tell the family about this matter. In an instant, there was a thunder in the heads of several people. Fuck. It's dead now. Let me ask you, was there anything at home yesterday? Li Chenqian hurriedly asked the guard. The guard hearing this, watching the sweat on the foreheads of Li Chenqian, with pale faces, said, something is coming. I heard that Ouyang Great Confucian is making a fuss in the Imperial Study Room. What happened to the city gate? Grass. It's dead now. Li Chenqian wants to cry without tears. Yesterday, I was thinking about going back to the palace, but I learned halfway through that a group of women had come from Goguryeo, And then a few people went to Yanlai building until now. Toughly forget this important thing. Here, Li Chengqian thought of everything in an instant. The more you think about it, the more ugly Li Chengqian's face becomes. He waved his hand quickly, but he didn't care about swearing. He hurriedly got on the sedan chair and rushed to the mountain. Go, speed up the mountain. If it's late, we can't fly to death. Li Chengqian cried out in surprise, and Cheng Chumo and the others also reacted in an instant. A handful of copper coins were thrown out and roared, "It's all fucking to give the uncle a little speed. There is a big reward." The bearers of the 5 sedan chairs are hearing this, and their spirits come in an instant. Even the money on the ground, I didn't even care about picking it up, furiously shouted and rushed to Mount Q. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 769 Report. In the Lake Pavilion of Royal Gardens, Li Shiman and Empress Zhang San are talking about something. Suddenly a report made them stop talking. Li Shimin waved his hand and surrounded Jin Wu in the lake pavilion. Guards then put a person in civilian clothes into the lake pavilion. As soon as the person came in, he reported back to His Imperial Majesty, something happened on the mountain. After Yu Xinan and the others reached an agreement with Jiang Feng, I don't know what happened. Jiang Feng and Chancellor Wei and the others had a quarrel, and then Jiang Feng fled all the way, following the people of Tongyue Street on the mountainside, and the veterans of Peace Street, etc. All riots broke out, so that the chaos on the mountain has become a pot of porridge at this time. Li Shimin was taken aback, and hurriedly asked, what happened in the end? Why did the riots happen? The youngster doesn't know the specific youngster, but it seems that it was because of the previous Jiang Feng noble son Jiang made several fuss, so everyone felt that this seemed to be because His Imperial Majesty and several national duke pit Jiang Feng. And this time ... the same is still true. Li Shimin hearing this, frowned and asked, what about Crown Prince and the others? Yesterday I heard about going down the mountain, where is it now? What did he say? The mountain has long been covered with Li Shimin's the eyeliner, on the one hand, is to protect Jiang Feng's thoroughness to prevent those who are uneasy and kind. The most important thing is because of the last time Jiang Feng's fuss, Li Shimin was not prepared at all, so Li Shimin was there. A lot of eyeliners are arranged on the mountain to immediately know what happened on the mountain. As for what Jiang Feng wants to do, Li Shimin doesn't care. At worst, this academy is abolished. He can afford this little place, this little money, Li Shimin. But, can Jiang Feng mess around? Obviously not. From all the things Jiang Feng has done before, Jiang Feng is not a fool. The spy hearing this hesitated for a long time. When Li Shimin was impatient, he said, when the little one just went down the mountain, I saw the Crown Prince and the others back to their mountain. Li Shimin hearing this, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Crown Prince did not return to the mountain last night? No. HMPH. Vietnam, it's getting worse. Tell Crown Prince, I know about this. Let him take care of it. Yes. The spy is hearing this surprised. Li Shimin glanced at Zhang Sanwagu, who was a little unhappy, and then said, this matter is handed over to the Crown Prince. If it is not handled well, let him go to the Ministry of Justice to pick up the penalty. P.S. After finishing speaking, the spies hurriedly left like a pardon. When the spies left, Zhang Sanwagu was a little unhappy and said, second brother, after all, Chen Qian is still young, and he is still a crown prince. You are like this. HMPH. It is precisely because he is the crown prince that I decided to punish him. Look at how many people are staring at Mount Q's every move. There is no imperial palace yet, that's all. But this one is imperial. How many eyes of palace are staring at him? All day long. I know that a few bastards with Cheng Chumo are going to Yanlai building. They will not be punished this time. If they are taken to the palace by courtiers in the future, it will not be so easy to solve. Why did I let him go? Guanyin should know. Zhang Sanwaga nodded. I do know, but these always require a process of growth. As Great Tang's crown prince, he did have some. Not going to the Yanlai building, maybe because of Jiang Feng's arrangement. Do you think Feng Tsai will at this time arrange them to go? What does Yan Lai building do? Li Shimin stared at Zhang Sanwaga speechlessly and sighed. You always favor them so much. Zhang Sanwaga hides mouth chuckles. After all, he is crown prince. At home, concubine can educate him, but in the mountains, only Jiang Feng will teach him. We don't have to be self-reflexive, it's better. Li Shimin thought for a while, but in the end it was just nodded. Finally, let's see how they close this field. After all, according to Jiang Feng's temper, he would definitely not do such a stupid thing, and if it were Jiang Feng, these youngsters could not get out of the mountain yesterday. 1 hour. I should have a blank paper here. This is Jiang Feng's temper. I like to let me know what he does. Zhang Sanwagu was surprised. Didn't the second brother say that noble son Jiang is someone who loves to show off? It's like this with others. But here I am. Li Shimin shook his head amusingly. This youngster just wants me to eat him to be happy. Zhang Sanwaga smiled. This is not the second brother. He went to open the academy before, and he went to pit his wine secret recipe. If it was someone else, I would have been impatient with you. Ha ha ha. When there was a burst of laughter in the imperial palace, on the stone steps at the entrance of the small tavern on Tongyue Street in Chainan, Shiva looked at the white paper in his hand and whispered back and forth over the words White Deer Academy of Classical Learning for a long time. Then he glanced at Little Tavern's signboard absolutely, and hurriedly walked out of the city. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 770. White paper. Although it only appeared for one afternoon. But this white paper, like a blockbuster, in Chainan City, forcibly threw an earthquake-like wave. When everyone wandered around after dinner, they were talking about this, but the restaurant tea house was still talking about this. Basically, on the black market, the price of a piece of white paper, a big piece of slap, has been fired to the level of horror of a silvertle. 5 silvertle. That's 5,000 pennies. But even so, there is still a price but no market. After all, the people who got the paper yesterday afternoon basically regarded it as precious. At this time, the people who are eager to buy this paper are basically those from the aristocratic family Great Clan, and aristocrats and nobles, or the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the Institute of Great Culture. After seeing the words White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, more people were once again confused by White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, what's wrong? How can some moths come out every few hours? Everyone's eyes were straightened. What they didn't notice was that under their noses, Shiva was silently collecting this little bit of information at this time. Shiva has been in Chainan for 3 days. In the past 3 days, he spent most of the time squatting at the gate of Little Tavern. Although the kind people on Tongyue Street have already told him, Jiang Feng has already gone to Mount Q as the dean. It's been a long time, but it's been a long time since Chainan, but there are so many weird things in Chainan, which makes Shiva even more curious, whether it is the cooperative or the beer barbecue, which is novel to him, as a gift from God. After careful inquiries, Shiva was even more horrified to know that these things were actually made by Jiang Feng. This little bit no longer stimulates Shiva's nerves. What is this? This is great wisdom, and it's something they urgently need in Cambodia. When he was in Cambodia, he was eager to deal with Jiang Feng. When a great tank caravan entered Cambodia, Shiva accidentally learned that Jiang Feng had opened a magical academy in Chainan, and he couldn't sit still. That's why I came to Chainan desperately. But on the first day, his eager desire to see Jiang Feng was much less. Instead, it was something that Jiang Feng made, and in Chainan City, the circulated items related to Jiang Feng made Shiva feel excited. What is this? This is the foundation of governance. Xiua, this is today's food. While Shiva was tasting a table of pig banquets carefully, he finally waited for the person he wanted to wait. In these 3 days, Shiva had to go to Jiang Feng's little tavern every day to wait, and this was the dozens of stewed meat shops in Chainan. He is waiting, waiting for someone. A person who everyone calls Uncle Y. He learned from the public that this man named Uncle is the closest person to Jiang Feng. If you want to go to Mount Q safely, you must follow him, otherwise many people want to go to Mount Q every day, but the first test is to pass the Peace Street group people. However, in the past few days, as the relationship with the people who deliver fresh stewed meat on Peace Street has continued to improve, Shiva finally waited until today. After Shiva hurriedly used a bag of grain to pay the bill, he drove the little book boy back to the post house to report, and then hurriedly followed the old he and the others' convoy. Yo, isn't this the prince? Why, you really want to find Feng Tsai? Old he knew this guy for a long time, but it keeps dragging. But this youngster is inquiring about Feng Tsai every day, and there is nothing bad about it, so old he couldn't help but feel moved. However, he was a little bit resistant. Such a good thing, just passed it to him in that vulgar place. He always feels a little bit confused, but this is Feng Tsi's business, and the last time Feng Tsi cheated him, he still knows. So when he first came to Chainan, old he already knew Shiva's plan. Without his approval, these guys on Tongyue Street, who would dare to accept random people? Don't talk about Feng Tsi, just the old village chief's temper. If you don't break your leg, that's all weird. When Shiva saw old he proactively greeted him, he let go of his worries, clasped his fists and said, Shiva has seen Uncle He. Ha ha ha. Old he laughed freely, and everyone in the team laughed. Before they were worthless slaves, but after following Jiang Feng, not to mention the noble officials, now even the prince of this country, they are nodded to them. What is this? This is all brought by Jiang Feng. What they were afraid to do before, unexpectedly, today, on the street of Chainan City. They all saw it. Old he laughed a few times, beckons with the hand, stopped the car full of goods, and let Shiva get on the bullock cart, and then the entire group staggered out of Chainan the city gate of the city. But when they were about to walk out of the city gate, they saw Zuzi his father hurriedly entering the city. When I saw old he, Zuzi his father grabbed the reins of old he's cow and said, something happened on the mountain. Feng Tsi was out of anger. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 771, On the Mountain. The situation at this time is very subtle, with tension. Although the three of Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin Qin Shubao blocked the crowd, they could only keep the angry crowd out of the wood house. And the old village chief seems to be determined. I moved a chair and sat in the doorway of Jiang Feng's small wood house, drinking tea slowly and chatting with the people around me. What should I do? Is this a rebellion? Wai Zheng looked at everyone with an ugly expression and asked again, we are here today with a mission. I also know how powerful this thing is. If people know that this thing doesn't even have Lord Li, wouldn't it be a shame for Lord Li? Everyone is hearing this, and their faces are even more ugly. Zhang Sun Wuji glared at Yachi Gong. It's all you. I went up the mountain today. I have already told you that this youngster is amenable to coaxing but not coercion. You must not listen. Are you okay now? Yachi Gong is also anxious. Where did I know that this youngster is so excited? Just like the grandson, I was just trained by Ouyang Zun, and they didn't dare to talk, so when I get here, let's just do it. Zhang Sun Wuji rolled the eyes. Do you think this youngster is annoying? That's all. Today, let's wait to go back and get scolded. I guess what happened here has been Master Li knows. Look at the good things you have done. A few people listened. I couldn't help but also instantly remembered Li Shiman's words. I am also anxious. What should I do? You guys are really... Yachi Gong grabbed his hair and turned around anxiously, taking a look outside from the crack of the door, thinking what His Imperial Majesty explained. Couldn't help but be impatient, anxiously scratching his head and ears. Suddenly, Yachi Gong seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly slapped his thigh and said, I remember, these are all those kings. Li Qian, they were delayed yesterday, otherwise... Let's not be like this. I'm going to get the bastard from Chen Sheniu back. Damn, What time is this? They should have also heard about Mount Q. They're not coming back. While speaking, Yachi Gong is about to run. But when he opened the door, in an instant, the people around the door circled up again. He also froze, closed the door in a hurry. If it's an enemy, he really doesn't persuade him. But this is the people of Great Tang, and it's the youngster. He doesn't dare. And outside the door, Gan Ziyuan, who hurriedly circled around the old village chief, almost knelt when he saw Yachi Gong opening the door. Old village chief, uncle, just say, what on earth do you have to let them out? Tell me, they are all friends of the dean. Are you like this? PS4. The old village chief's eyes flickered. What did these guys do before you didn't see it? I ask you, you also drank the white wine. What do you think? It is Fengtsis family, bit by bit, and Fengtsis parents are still watching on the barren hills of Phoenix Ridge. You look at it again, it's just that they were digging out. You compare your heart to heart. You say, if your heirloom is scammed, what will you do? Old village chief. The cold sweat on Gan Ziyuan's face has never been done at all. I looked at the veterans, but they became even more angry. These veterans are certainly not known to others, but should they know the three Yachi Gong? But these guys didn't say anything, didn't leave, and just hung behind everyone. An angry Ganza secretly vowed that he would never deal with Peace Street people again in the future. But now, he has to be nervous. After all, the people in this room are Lord Duke. If they really irritate them, the consequences will be very serious. Old village chief, you also know that although the chief possesses great magical power, but two fists are hard to beat four hands, isn't it? So you have also seen it. It's like that stewed meat shop. If there are not too many noble son for help, do you think we can now turn that uninterested pig into something everyone likes? They said in this matter, it does have a little effect, but it can be compared with Beijiu. This pork is finally finished. How can it be compared with Beijiu? The old village head stamped the cane a few times, pointing to the room with a heartache, said, besides these porridge, if there is no Feng Tsai, now you fucking have to drink the northwest wind. If you didn't have him, find salt. You are still chewing on the vinegar cloth now. Hearing this, Gan Ziyuan can't talk about it anymore. Although these all are handled by the dean with one hand, without them, even if the dean has 1,000 hands, he can't be too busy. Seeing it doesn't make sense with the old village chief, Gan Ziyuan clasped his fists and said, my neighbors, Lao Gan, I don't know what happened, but now it's definitely going to be a big deal. If old Li gets angry, it's the same. All the money-making avenues that the dean has won for the academy are completely lost. When the time comes, you will feel that today's matter, you are harming the dean. It is said that the biological brothers often fight, let alone them. So, I still want to say something fair. This is a joke between the brothers. It's unnecessary. Really unnecessary. Unless you are trying to kill the dean. You guys. But at this moment, sounds of quarrel broke out at the gate of the mountain. Here is coming. Old village chief. Coming. The culprit is coming. The old village chief hearing this hurriedly got up and wrinkled with his dim eyes. He stared into the distance and asked, what's coming? It's those bastards youngster, Chen Sheniu and them. The old village chief is hearing this, instantly furious. It's all you bastard. If it weren't for you, Feng Tsai would be like this today. Come here, get me tied up and get the official to deal with it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 772. I hear outside sounds. Cheng Yojin and the others' eyes lit up, regardless of whether they will treat his son or not. They just lie in the crack of the door and look outside. At this time, Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. As soon as he walked up the mountain gate, he was frightened back by those angry people. Cheng Chumo several people, although afraid, they still guarded in front of Li Chengqian at a critical moment. One person picked up a pebble and pointed at everyone, shouted, what do you want to do? Stand back. Give Lao Tzu back. Don't go back, Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu. Oh, shit, who throws my donkey shit? Give. Hey, you bastard. Bah! I don't know who it is. Before I finish talking, there is a tuft of donkey dung, Chengchumo and the others wailing again and again when you smash the stones one after another. Bad guys, you are bad guys. Momo didn't know when he squeezed to the front of the crowd, pouting, panting with rage was really cute. Chengchumo hurriedly picked up Momo against the rain of bullets and asked, Momo, you told elder brother what the hell is going on? You said, elder brother will give you this. While speaking, Chengchumo hurriedly grabbed a golden leaf from his arms. Little child likes this weird thing. After seeing the golden leaf in Chengchumo's hand, the anger on Momo's face disappeared instantly. He looked at the golden leaf in Chengchumo's hand blankly, around his neck. Take it, give it to you, tell me, you Feng Tsai elder brother, what's the matter? Oh, Momo took a guilty look at mother and the others who were glaring at him, surreptitiously grabbed the golden leaf in his hand, and said, Feng Tsai elder brother was run away by the bad guys inside. When we go, let us block these bad guys. Well, there are you guys. Chengchumo and the others hearing this, couldn't help but stare out. How do they not know why they went up the mountain today? It may be a matter of white paper, to pit Jiang Feng. How good is Feng Tsai? Li Chengqian hurriedly asked, where did Feng Tsai go? Momo, do you want to be beaten? The old village chief angry. But it was too late at this time. Momo had already pointed to the mountain col on the right. Li Chengqian and the others didn't know where they were. That is the location of the forge. Chengchumo glanced at each other, and they were too busy to leave Momo, and ran away holding her. This matter, Jiang Feng must come out, otherwise today will have to be a big mess. As for Gan Ziyuan and the others, it was deeply sighed in relief after seeing Chengchumo hurried away. This matter can finally be resolved. And in the distance, Yu Shinan and the others have been smiling and looking here. Seeing Chengchumo, several people rushed elsewhere. They couldn't help being nodded. Brother Boshi, do you think that this time can have such a big appeal? Ouyangzon asked, a little surprised. Yu Shinan squinted, looked at the house, and then at the distance said with a smile, don't tell me. This youngster has a charm that I can't speak for, which not only makes his Imperial Majesty, Crown Prince and the others, with this, it is more able to be with ordinary people, and so is it. This is just as the old man once said that it is very appropriate. Of course everyone knows Yushin and what is said. However, this also made everyone even more shocked. At this moment, Yushinan, with his hands on his back, watched as he fled all the way, and the crowd chasing him behind him, as well as Wei Zheng and the others, who hurriedly ran over here with their heads, lightly saying, I have said one sentence, I don't know if you have heard of it. It is because of this sentence that the old man decided to go up the mountain. Chu Siliang stared at him and asked, what shocking things did he say? Heng eyebrows coldly pointed at Gian Fu, bowing his head willingly as a bull. When Yu Shinan's voice fell, everyone was shocked. Although they racked their brains and couldn't think of what this was, a famous sentence in the ancient book, the meaning of this sentence still shocked everyone like a drum and hammer. Brother Boshi, you said this is what Jiang Feng's youngster said. Can he say something like this? This is definitely a great Confucian who has seen through the world. No, it's an outdoor expert who can speak it. Right? Rely on him? Chu Siliang's and the others are blown up. Where is this something a 20-year-old youngster can tell? This is really going to scare people to death. Okay. But Yu Shinan was nodded and said, yes, that's what the youngster said, and this sentence was personally said by His Imperial Majesty to the old man. Do you think that His Imperial Majesty is for this youngster? Put gold on your face. His Imperial Majesty. Can you say such a thing? No. They know His Imperial Majesty. So, looking at Chengchumo and the others who were about to disappear from sight at this time, I couldn't help but look at the essence. It seems that they want to see through these layers of barriers, to see how evil the youngster is. Ouyangzun swallowed hard and said, Brother Boshi, who is the teacher of this youngster? Is he the expert's disciple? Is it Mr. Yashan? Or? Yu Shinan gave a wry smile. I don't know. I heard that this youngster is quite mysterious, but it's not the disciple of people we know. You know, I once heard you Aunt Angang say that there are so many strange people in this world, But there is no I for that's all. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 773. The Other Side. In the deep mountain cols of Mount Q, that is, beside the rapids where students' and teachers' dormitories are built. This is where the forge is located. At this time, the forging workshop just chiseled the side of the steep mountain wall slightly, and then leveled out a flat ground with brick cement, and on the flat ground, there was a mess of forging tools are everywhere. However, none of the forging craftsmen have been seen. Zhang Feng is the only one who burns a small smelting furnace and throws pieces of scrap iron into the crucible. Looking at the red iron block, Zhang Feng couldn't help but listen. Then he looked at the direction of the mountain gate, whispered, "It's weird, according to the urine of these people, it should be here by now. It's all 1 hour. Why haven't I seen them? It's not their style." Zhang Feng sighed and continued to look at Luo to think about the future. Now, basically the academy has 1 month left before it can officially start. That is the beginning of September after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Exactly similar to the beginning of the school in September. But the problem is that it is Great Tang at this time, and the most important thing is the textbooks. Although it is not a price to pay at this time, Yushinan and the others remain in the mountain, but this textbook, how to get it is still a problem. Furthermore, the trouble this time was a little bit beyond his expectation. He originally thought that when this paper came out, all the students would be happy and even deeply grateful. But the reality seems a bit different from what he thought, especially the price issue. Although the cost is very low, once this low-cost paper comes out, extraordinary will not make him profitable, but it will become a thing that will kill him. At this time, how can he not see the behavior of Yushinan and the others? It looks like it is really taking advantage. In fact, he wants to take unknown risks for him. He who has been a human for 2 lifetimes, doesn't he know these things? As for old Li, Zhang Feng really doesn't want them to get ahead. How good is it for Great Confucian to stand up? Why drag them into the water? Feng Tsai, you hurry to the gate of the mountain. Something has happened. At this time, Zhang Sanchong burst out of his potential, rushed ahead of everyone, and came to the forge where Zhang Feng was located. Immediately interrupted Zhang Feng's thinking. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, took a look at Zhang Sanchong, shook his head and said, "I thought about it, but I won't go anymore." Feng Tsai, you special, isn't it just a bit of paper? Now old why? They are all stuck in the door. What does it look like if it goes on like this? It's not that I didn't give it to them. You told me that I didn't give it. Do you have something? If you have something good, I will give it to you immediately. Okay? Zhang Sanchong twitched his lips. Your sunglasses, why don't you say you get one for the brothers? Zhang Feng's head is as big as a fight. Well, after the forge is finished, I will make it for you. Will it work? But this matter has nothing to do with sunglasses. Think about it. What are the consequences of my paper? The consequences? Zhang Sanchong scratched the back of his head, looking at Zhang Feng with a bewildered expression. And just now, Li Chengqian came out of breath. As soon as he came, Cheng Chumo sat on the ground and breathed. Feng Tsai, you have to give us the shot. Look at brother's face. This is a human, do it. It was all beaten by those stubborn people. Young Grandpa, got it. Zhang Feng quickly interrupted. Looking at Tongyue Street behind them, the angrily crowd clasped their fists and said, "It's all gone, this is a misunderstanding." Feng Tsai, you have to say something. Did these youngsters force you? It's okay if you are inconvenient to say, you can do it in a blink of an eye, and we will throw him down the mountain. Cheng Chumo, several people hearing this, subconsciously watching, glancing at the cliff below the forge, some guilty hurriedly drilled into it. Zhang Feng hurriedly blocked the crowd. Where is this being forced? This is really a misunderstanding. I just asked you to block them. It was a joke. We are kidding. Zuzi, his father, and Zheng Chufu waved the weapon in their hands and stared at several people. Feng Tsai, don't be afraid. What's the matter? My uncle is up to you. Even if it's a lawsuit, you have to let these chain and stubbornly know that we Tongyue. Zuzi, his father, old Zheng, can you all stop for a while? This is really a joke. You all should do it. What are you going to do? I'm still busy here. Zhang Feng said, or not. everyone just dispersed step by step. It seems that one is not good, and he can rush over at any time. After a long time, seeing that Zhang Feng and several people are not abnormal, everyone slowly left. And the others go. Li Chengqian continued Zhang Sanchong's question and said, Feng Tsai, what are you going to do about this matter? It's too much trouble. Zhang Feng nodded. Do you really understand this? Okay, you don't understand. I will tell you that this is actually an academic course, a psychology course. I let you see today. How about my Zhang Feng's housekeeping ability? And, you guys think about it, why do I only give you Shinan papers to them for everything today, not to your father? Question mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 774. Li Chengqian hearing this frowned instantly. He knows this. It's just that, in his opinion, the emergence of white paper is bound to become a trend, and for Great Tang's current atmosphere of heavy martial arts and light literature, it will instantly dissipate. Isn't it true that many people in imperial court say that Father Emperor emphasizes martial arts and neglects literature? At this time, everyone in the imperial court knows that on the surface, this White Deer Academy of Classical Learning by Mount Qi belongs to me, which means that this is instructed by the Father Emperor. Once the white paper appears, then, Feng Tsai, do you mean that once this thing appears, it will directly cause the hatred of the aristocratic family Great Clan? Dugu asked after thinking for a long time. Zhang Feng nodded, but shook his head again. Go, let's go down the mountain, have a couple of drinks, and call a few of them by the way. Let's open up this matter today. While speaking, Zhang Feng glanced at the scrapped smelting furnace, and could only sigh. It seems that this thing really is that everyone has their own field of specialization. I want to get a piece of steel out by myself. It's really hard. On the way down the mountain, Zhang Feng did not mention everything about papermaking in a single sentence, even the smelting workshop, with aptitude as the topic. Zhang Sanchong also hurried up the mountain and saw Ouyang Zun and the others asking. Only then did the 3 words of psychology come out. In an instant, the 4 great Confucians were completely lost in thought. And also taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Sanchong also told Zhang Sanwuji what Zhang Feng meant. What can a few people say? After learning that Zhang Feng was not deliberate, I was overjoyed and hurriedly followed Zhang Sanchong down the mountain. After 1 hour, Mo Jiaoliao's thatched stall is already full, and I want to pay tribute to the men and women who are really handsome in Zhang Feng, especially those women with chain and hair. After they learned that Zhang Feng was not married yet, it was even more fatal. They would come to the street market under Mount Q every day to see if they could get lucky, see above see Zhang Feng. And those young people want to squat here even more strangely, hoping to get Zhang Feng's affirmation, or favor, and invite them to go up the mountain. Now, the reputation of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is outside. Everyday people who want to go to the mountains to study can basically line up from the gate of Chainan City to Mount Q 10 miles back and forth. However, the admission requirements of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning have also increased at this time. Under the instruction of Zhang Feng, and the conspiracy of Li Chengqian and Dugu, they also set up a new street market, which is the mountain gate of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, an admissions office. All those who want to go up the mountain are reported here, and those students are even simpler. Here is a list for you, filled out long ago, or painted some patterns that can be clearly recognized by everyone. As long as you are literate or skilled in craftsmanship, you can basically enter. But there are some more. For example, those with a slightly better family background, second-generation ancestors, mixed eating and waiting to die. It is difficult. After all, the people who can wait in this admissions office are basically Chainan people, or people who can do things in various states, which can be smaller. Want to be fooled? Then save it. At this time, the only chance is to wait for Dean Zhang Feng to go down the mountain. and then show his unique skills in front of him. This is what the admissions office person said. And now, the reason why everyone is surrounding this mess is because Zhang Feng has really come. Amidst waves of women's exclamations, Zhang Feng led a group of Cheng'an City second-generation ancestors, sitting in front of the glutinous stall. Zhang Feng also waved to the crowd in an incomparable way. In an instant, all the women committed nympho. Wow! Noble Lord Zhang, he is really handsome. I heard that Noble Lord Zhang is still a Xiao. Sisters, don't grab him, he is mine. Go away. Don't you look in the mirror. Can you see if you can compare to Miss Zhang Mansion? P. Can you compare to the young lady Jingxiu of Yanlai Building? You are worthy too. Among the crowd, one is as stout as Gao Can. The woman, staring at Zhang Feng, glared at Zhang Feng and roared. In an instant, the souls of a group of women asked 3 times. And Zhang Feng didn't see it, he didn't hear it. He clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, I will entertain friends again today to discuss matters. Later, if you have something to do, you can find this noble son, and he will act as an agent." While speaking, Zhang Feng pointed to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian looked at the boiling crowd, and his head exploded in an instant. "Master, we are all people from Cheng'an City. We have long heard that noble Lord Zhang is kind and righteous. Although I did waste the light and shadow before waiting, but with your insight, when I want to join the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, I still look forward to the teacher." "Yes, teacher, I said in the book that education for everyone, irrespective of background, also troubles the teacher people. You can understand the pain of studying for me." "Your lordship." "Teacher." Zhang Feng is speechless. "Your lordship." "Master." Zhang Feng is speechless. "As long as you have a little real ability, can you be blocked?" "You guys, I must have failed to meet the requirements of the academy, but it's okay. Next year, the academy will still enroll students as usual. If you really want to study, why not learn your skills at home? When the time comes, you may enter the school. I can still get a good score, maybe even if I'm excellent, I can get my true biography." "Okay." "Really? Is this true?" "Teacher cares." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 775. Finally, under the flicker of Zhang Feng, these people ran away dazedly. As for those women, Zhang Feng just responded with a fascinating smile, and amidst bursts of exclamation, everyone was stunned. Just when Zhang Feng mistakenly thought that his charm was so great, he turned around and saw the beautiful Yachi Gong staring at copper bell-sized eyes, and Cheng Yojin, Masaki, is behind him, doing weird behavior. Zhang Feng laughed. "Lao Liao, go to the food factory, just say what I said, serve me good food and wine." Lao Liao, who is hiding this, is in a hurry. Wiping the cold sweat from his face, he ran away in a hurry. Zhang Feng just pointed at the table. Cheng Chuma Whitley put the 3 tables together, and only a few people sat down. As soon as he sat down, Wai Zheng couldn't wait to ask, "Feng Tsai, why don't you just give me a blank paper? Even if you don't give it to us, you can give old Li somehow some." After all, Zhang Feng waved his hand, stopped Wai Zheng, and sighed, "Old Wai, the more I have troubles one." "What are the difficulties?" Wai Zheng asked. Fang Xuanling and the others, also touching their beards at this time, looking at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at Street Market and said, "You have also seen this, Mount Q. Since I came, the heaven and earth turning upside down has completely changed. But this also requires money." "What is the management?" "There are now about 5,000 large and small people on this mountain. This is more than 5,000 mouths to eat. I am alone. Where?" "Talk about the main point." Wai Zheng coughed and said. Zhang Feng smacked his lips. "On the contrary, I don't say anything." Anxious Wai Zheng wants to punch someone. "But when I turned around, I found that old he, carrying a large steamer, carrying large and small food boxes, came. Only then sat down again." After old he put the food on the table, Zhang Feng said, "Old he, we still have some business to discuss. Look at it and don't let people come close. This is a matter of life and death. It's a major event." Old he naturally knows things on the mountain. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng saying this, He glanced at Wei Zheng and the others solemnly, and nodded hurriedly left. After a while, a large group of people holding the pig slaughtering blade rushed out of the food factory, seemingly surrounding the glutinous spies. Zhang Feng said, "If you want to know the reason, you should go back and ask Old Li first. What did he promise me at the beginning? If it weren't for his words, I wouldn't be too lazy to go to the forge so quickly, but it's been a few days since I had promised me something, and there was no news, and I really had to ask someone to ask what he said to take things at all no longer in Gush City. I also checked, if it weren't for my dexterity, he would have really fooled him." Zhang Feng was immediately fooled by Li Shimin with the sword of Emperor Yang of Sui. "After that, I almost didn't sleep for the whole night. I thought carefully and thought about it. From the novels, TV, movies, and historical records of the past life, the history of the Tang dynasty, etc., I have never heard of the whereabouts of the Emperor Yang of Su's sword. Even if it exists, it won't appear as far away as Gush City, right?" In his memory, Tang Shi once said that Emperor Yang of Sui was enclosed in the Earth Palace by Li Shimin, and Emperor Yang of Sui killed himself. In other words, his personal saber, either in public in the imperial family treasure room, was kept as a show-off capital, or it was awarded to the hero. Where will the people live? Zhang Feng suddenly realized that he was fooled. But Wei Zheng, did they know what his Imperial Majesty promised Zhang Feng? After thinking about it again, Wei Zheng and Fang Xuanling and the others said together, "Feng Tsai, this is not a time for emotional disturbance. Do you know that this blank paper is good, but it's not something you can bear alone. Once your blank paper comes out, it's like the library that aristocratic family great clan is proud of. It's not as good as a shit that instantly changes. Do you think that if someone makes you a treasure in an instant, if something becomes worthless, then would you do it?" The more Wei Zheng said, the more solemn his face became. It seems that this matter has become so big that someone will hack Zhang Feng at any time. Zhang Feng is very indifferent. Seeing this, Wei Zheng glanced at Zhang Sun Wuji. Zhang Sun Wuji sighed, "Feng Tsai, let's not talk about anything else. Just now you said in front of the four great Confucian on the mountain, a penny and a pound of white paper. Can you really? Really? It's just that this is the next thing." Zhang Sun Wuji, hearing this, and glanced at Wei Zheng and the others. Yachi Gong knocked on the table and said, "Youngster, you are courting death. You also know the value of rice paper." "I know, but I didn't say that the paper now sells so cheaply. This is a strategy. Do you understand the strategy?" Zhang Feng knocked on the table. Li Chengqian instantly pricked his ears. "Hope to hear the details." "The so-called plan and move later. This is not only used in military books, this thing. There are so many places that can be used. For example, now, how can Zhang Feng not know that if it is sold too cheaply, there will be a middleman to make the difference?" Wei Zheng, hearing this, nodded. "Since you have thought of it, then why are you?" "I said, this is a strategy." "What is this?" "This is the charm of my brother. You and Zhang Feng also know this. It's been a long time. Have you seen me, Zhang Feng, who can do that non-capital trade?" "Nothing." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 776. The so-called planning and acting later is actually psychology. I came to you today to tell you about this. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Wei Zheng and Yachi Gong Cheng Yojin asked almost in unison, "What are you talking about? Psychological warfare?" "No, Wei Zheng," he added, "it's psychology." "Is this another new academic course of your academy?" Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead and said, "It's a new academic course of my academy, but let's not talk about this today. Let's talk about the white paper first. How much do you think this white paper sells?" 1,000. "If you don't drop it, it can't be lower than the price of rice paper." The old man agrees too. The old man thinks that if this white paper is sold for 1,000 times, it is appropriate. But do you think someone will buy it? A few people say yours, I say mine. Li Chengqian and the others are a group of nodded and contemplative, frowning for a while. On the contrary, Zhang Feng smiled while eating and drinking. After a long time, Jiang Feng said, actually, this paper, at first, I think it will sell for 1,000 times, but after thinking about it, Li Qian, you also know this stuff. So I think 100 liters should be the most suitable, but I also think that if I really do this, it will definitely be cheaper than other profiteers. That's why I divided the shares of the paper mill into 6 shares. You 1 serving. What about me? Also, where is old Y? Yachi Gong quit, and hurriedly stood up. He is extremely jealous at this paper mill. Don't talk about the paper mill, just the salt mine. Let these old bastards earn pots full of plutonium. This is still a component. And now add this paper mill. Heavens. He can pinch asking Jiang Feng around the neck. It's fine. Jiang Feng hearing this, and then said, don't worry, since it's here, it's all brothers. This paper mill is temporarily divided into this way, but this sales issue is left to you, as long as the cost of 700 texts. As for how much you sell, I don't care. Yachi Gong hearing this, his eyes as big as a copper bell narrowed into a crescent in an instant. Although it doesn't account for a part of red, it's fucking, what is this? This is more profitable than the redemption. It's a lot of money. Even if it sells 1,000 wen per catty, then he will be able to make a profit of 300 ren. My god. Is this my Yachi family ancestor manifested? Compared with Yachi Gong's excitement, Qin Kaiang is better. Upon seeing this, he also gave a fist with excitement. Don't worry, my little friend, I'm relieved of this matter by old Y, and I won't overcharge. No, sell less. Yachi Gong hearing this, what he thought of in his heart, instantly vanished. Wai Zheng and the others do not matter. And Li Chengqian can't sit still. Feng Tsai, they all have it. So ... what about me? What about me? Hearing this, everyone instantly the heart was hot, and half of it was wiped out. Yes, they all have it. What about Crown Prince? What about His Imperial Majesty? This is allocated according to family members, so how can His Imperial Majesty, like them, only occupy a single component? Jiang Feng didn't expect that many. At this time, he changed his mind and said, your father, one person. Hearing this, Li Chengqian then I sat there related and broke my fingers, and everyone was a little relieved. Ahem, Feng Tsai, have you forgotten that there is another honorary vice president? The voices of Zhang Sun Wuji and others fell, and this was a long time asked. In an instant, Jiang Feng's eyes were straight. Yes, how can I forget this old guy? This fucking. After thinking about it, Jiang Feng said, well, when old Li delivers the things he promised to me, I will arrange it. Don't tell me now. Let's drink and drink. Wait first. After dividing the dirty, Wai Zheng held down Jiang Feng's chopsticks and asked with a smile, so now, everything is finished. Can you tell me now, why don't you give us the paper? If this is spread out, old Li, and a few of us in Chainan City, don't you want to save face? You are not brother enough. Jiang Feng saw a few people bring the topic to this again, knowing that it is inevitable, so he sighed. I know your mood, but do you know that this matter is not something I can decide? As soon as the blank paper comes out, it will inevitably conflict with the 4 major paper mills in Chainan and the Ministry of Works paper mill. The reason why I didn't give it to you, on the one hand, is because old Li is the most important thing, because I don't want to involve you. The reason why I gave it to the 4 Great Confucian, you know the reason? Several people hearing this, shook their heads. Even if I have thoughts in my mind, I don't dare to guess. That's because, as the Great Confucian, they all come from the aristocratic family Great Clan. They have a big family, and their 4 great gods stand in front of the bag. Why do you have to put your heads together? Go up. I know you have some doorways in the officialdom, but can you compare them to Great Confucian? They are people who will treat him with courtesy even when he meets His Imperial Majesty. There are a lot of disciple. What are they? It's easy to use when people go up and call it, even if it's a bunch of shit, it will make everyone rush. But what about you? You are just a businessman. Once you get involved in this matter, you don't say there is a scourge of killing, but an innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. You can't get away, understand? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 777. None of them are idiots. On the contrary, can be mixed into the status of National Duke. Where do you not know these things? But Zhang Feng doesn't know the identities of several people. If he knew, he would definitely not dare to say that. The key question is, this youngster doesn't know yet. From the perspective of a businessman, Zhang Feng is really trying to protect himself to the maximum extent, as well as to protect their comprehensiveness, and prevent them from directly becoming the target of aristocratic family great clan's anger. But this time is different. This time, the benefits of this white paper, after a little thought in their hearts, they can understand that not a few great Confucians can handle it. However, Zhang Feng only minimized the risk. As for whether Zhang Feng has a back player, they still don't know for the time being. But after talking for a long time, this youngster seems to have given nothing. Zhang Sun Wuji squinted, tapping the plate with the chopsticks in his hand, and said, "Feng Tsai, you have been talking for a long time. This paper, even if you give us a little bit, is easy for us to handle, isn't it? Such a good thing. Do you give it or not? We want to get it back now." While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed, said with a bitter smile, "Frankly, last night, how many of us this wife, because I was angry with the white paper, made a noise all night, so the old elder brother, I must get a little back. You know, the woman's family has nothing to do. All day long, I just followed the people in the street market to compare. And the neighborhood knew about the incident of adding a punch to the mountain before, but now it's good, and we don't know it. This makes my family lose it." With a big face, "If I can't take it back today, old elder brother, Everyone was hearing this, and their eyes lit up instantly. One after another comes up with bitter tricks. "Is it Feng Tsai, the famous tigress from my family? I was drinking with old Li and the others last night. The guy rushed in and twisted my ears and dragged it back. At home, look at my ears, look at them. What are they all red?" Cheng Yojin pointed to the black earlobe and twisted it. Zhang Feng, who was watching, suffered a burst of embarrassing cancer. "Isn't it? You see, last night, we all drank together. Since the shrew of old Chen came, basically all came, which made us, the old elder brother, lost my lord." The drama of a few people made Zhang Feng pouted, said silently, "I said everyone, now I have separated the benefits of the paper mill. Can you go and get it yourself?" Everyone was hearing this for a moment. Immediately, he stood up and ran in ecstasy. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped a few people and said, "However, you have to produce the 4 great Confucian monthly papers." "Why? Didn't you just say that it came out of your share?" "So it became." Everyone was instantly unhappy. 200 catties of paper per person per month, although not much, it is all money. But Zhang Feng doesn't care. Let him out of everything, and he won't pay for it. "I don't care about this, you guys have seen it, I'm only enough for the daily consumption of the academy. Where can I pay? Is there something extra?" "You don't want to look at the academy's reputation, because there is no paper available, and it becomes stinky. If you let outsiders know that Zhang Feng only sells paper to make money, and ignores the trials of the academy's people, what do people think that day?" "Me?" Everyone is hearing this. After thinking about it, Wei Zheng asked, "What do you want so much paper for?" "Printed textbooks, and students' daily writing practice words, homework, which one does not need paper." Wei Zheng opened his mouth. He really doesn't understand what this academy is going to teach. It is not the same as anything known by Great Tang's academy or professor now. Where is the academy? Do you need so much paper? And it's still such a blank paper. The cheap papyrus, is it not good to use? The wooden board is not good. You have to use this excellent white paper. What is this not wastrel? Wei Zheng sighed, "That's all. In that case, the papers of the 4 of them are ours. Then we will go to get the papers and go home now, otherwise it will be troublesome if we go back late." While speaking, a few people ran away in a hurry, and Li Chengqian also took the opportunity to slip away. "No way, if they don't go, these masters may not even be able to enter the door of the paper mill." Where is the old village head personally looking at the door and seeing the blank paper more than their lives important? They just go like this, It's strange not to be interrupted. Jiang Feng was speechless when he looked at the crowded people. But at this moment, Yachi Gong seems to have thought of something. He came back in a hurry. Feng Tsai. What do you think if I have something to discuss with you? Jiang Feng stared at Yachi Gong vigilantly. After observing for a long time, nothing happened. What is abnormal? I said, tell me about it. Then, don't worry about anything. I just think, isn't my son in the academy? I want him to follow you too. How? In this way, if anyone wants to bully you, the two of them promise that you will hit it and not. There is also a youngster named Nu. That youngster is also good and a good player. Emotion. Are you treating me as a concentration camp for thugs? If you see someone upset, hit someone. Will I let your son beat you up? Not waiting for Jiang Feng's answer, Yachi Gong has been chasing Wei Zheng and the others violently, and said from a distance, that's all for this matter. He'll let them stand guard for you tonight. Go go go, go. This is the academy. Academy. It's not a concentration camp for thugs, or a den of bandits. If you dare to get it, I will pack it for you and send it back. Never come to the academy half step. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 778. Don't wait for Jiang Feng to finish. Yachi Gong has already run away. I don't know if I heard it. Jiang Feng is depressed. He can't deal with this Gao Can. It's like a wooden stake. He stays in front of him if nothing happens. If he doesn't instruct him to do something else, he can do it. Be behind you for a day. There is absolutely no way to have a connection with the Gao Can in the Great Tang famous general. This is Gao Can who made Turkey become terror-stricken at the news. This is simply, it's a piece of wood. Good day now. A few people had a fight before, and now they are together again. And a guy named Nu whom I have never seen before is added. Feelings can already make up a table of mahjong. I wanted to eat something. Now Jiang Feng is out of appetite. Looking at the lively and extraordinary street market, like Chainan City East and West markets, Jiang Feng can only wander slowly in the compliments of everyone, thinking aimlessly the sad life in the future. Teacher is good. Teacher, would you like to see the new stuff? Lord Dean, we are from a far guest. This is Daoist Immortal Ointment. Would you like to have some? Your Lordship, this is the finest ivory. It is the expense of the distinguished Persian craftsman. Jiang Feng did not hear the sound of the call. But I was also annoyed. The short man in colorful costumes took the opportunity to take out a black fist-sized thing from his arms and handed it to Jiang Feng. Your Lordship, you taste this. To ensure that you only need to use a little fire to become a Taoist immortal. Jiang Feng hearing this, frowned. I took the Taoist immortal ointment in that person's hand and looked at it and couldn't help but heart shivered with cold. Where did you come from? When the man saw Jiang Feng talking, he hurriedly said, the little one is a businessman from the Arab Empire country. This is my Arab, the prevalent baby in the Empire country. I ask you, when did Great Tang come? How many of these things have entered Great Tang? Jiang Feng does not care about others. I only care about this Taoist immortal anointing. How many have entered Great Tang? The man hearing this, said proudly in an instant, at present, only small hands have some. These all are cost a little sufferer untold hardship. After dozens of people died, it took thousands of miles. I came to Great Tang. How much? Jiang Feng asked. The person simply said, if you like your lordship, you don't need money for this thing. I have been to Chainan for 3 days and have been hearing about your lordship's deeds. Precious things are given to your lordship. Jiang Feng ignored the Arab Empire businessman, instead rummaging around in his booth. When he was sure there was only this one, Jiang Feng only deeply sighed in relief. But I was also a little surprised. Arab Empire country. Black-clothed Arab Empire. At this time, in this era, the national power is comparable to Great Tang. He only knows that during Dao Child and Lizi, this black-clothed Arab Empire entered Great Tang, but didn't expect, at this time, black-clothed Arab Empire has already begun to infiltrate, and it has also produced something that will cause the world to panic in future generations. It's really shameful. What does black-clothed Arab Empire want to do? Is the name of my Jiang Feng and the things I made out of it all passed to the black-clothed Arab Empire? Or maybe my crossing caused the butterfly effect? No matter what kind, Jiang Feng couldn't help but sound a warning bell in his heart at this time. This is a silver bills with 10 silvertals. If there are more, please continue to send it to me. Jiang Feng doesn't care that many, he just took out 1 silver bills, then said, I don't like anything else, but this one is my favorite. If you encounter it, please send it to me. I will buy it at double price. While speaking, Jiang Feng has no time to do other things, beckons with the hand from a Tongyue Street man who is shopping in the distance. Go to Cheng Iron Ox immediately, give them this thing. Remember, don't hide this thing privately, but let others know. It will exterminate the clan. They asked him to find someone quickly. They asked, and they said, let them at all costs, and go down to find this thing, especially the merchant's way from Longyu to Chainan. I saw it all. Give it to me in front of them and burn it. If you have any questions, I will tell them tonight. The face of the person hearing this suddenly changed. Everything regardless, he hurried up the mountain. Immediately, Jiang Feng talked to the businessman from the black-clothed Arab Empire again, confirming that there was only such a small amount in Great Tang, and then slowly left. However, what he thinks about the most is in his mind. However, these are all later things, and it's useless to think too much now. He doesn't know whether these are the ghosts of the gentry or something, but one thing he can be sure of now is that the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning has attracted attention. This is not a good thing. Boss, there is good vanilla here. Do you want it? However, at this moment, a voice forcibly interrupted Jiang Feng's thinking. In front of him, a Persian really held a bunch of herbs, blocking Jiang Feng's path. Jiang Feng was about to get angry, but in the end his eyes solidified the moment he saw the vanilla. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 779. To be precise, Jiang Feng's eyes rested on a few weeds in the herb bundle. At first, Jiang Feng was very irritable because of Taoist Immortal's anointing. But now, his mind instantly shifted from the Taoist Immortal ointment to the grass. How is this sold? When the foreign merchant saw Jiang Feng talking, his curvy beard was trembling with excitement. Lord Dean, if you like it, this one bundle, and this car, it only costs 5,000. Jiang Feng looked in the direction of foreign merchant's fingers. Under a tree not far away, a shuttle bus was piled up. The 3 bundles of dried herbs are, to be precise, a large leaf grass that Jiang Feng looked at on the cart. Looking at this thing, Jiang Feng felt a little distressed. In an instant, the scenes of hiding in the toilet in his previous life, avoiding the teacher's smoking, appeared in front of him again. Jiang Feng took out a handful of silver bills in the incredible eyes of everyone, glanced at it, and it looked like 100 tals. The foreign merchant that was scared knelt down again and again to thank. But Jiang Feng walked onto the cart indifferently, trying to make the protagonist look less excited, and fiddled with the hay at will, and finally put his hand on the vacant piece, that is, hugged it in. The foreign merchant asked from the tobacco leaves on the vacant cart with the bundle of vanilla in his arms. This is also vanilla. The foreign merchant was taken aback and said, this is not vanilla. You also know that from the outside, after reaching Great Tang, this grass has a very good water absorption and moisture-proof effect, and the pungent taste on it can double the taste of vanilla, so young people often wrap this grass on vanilla. Do you have seeds? The seeds of this grass? Jiang Feng took out a tobacco leaf and looked at it again. The foreign merchant didn't understand what Jiang Feng meant, so he pondered for a while, and then fumbled for a long time in a linen bag in front of the cart before grabbing a large handful and handing it to Jiang Feng. Since the dean likes it, it just so happens that this is the grass seeds of this kind of grass that he collected when he was harvesting the vanilla. They have not had time to put them at home. If you like it, I will give it to you. Foreign merchant. While speaking, he took out the contents of the cloth directly, and gave a half bag of tobacco to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng forced himself to get excited, and replied calmly, very well, How much did I just give you? Jiang Feng looked at the beard at this moment. The silver bills in his hand was a little distressed. Just a moment of excitement. He directly a lot, and forgot how much it was. At this time, the beard was hearing this and said, "There are 300 tals." Jiang Feng interrupted after he stopped him. He continued to ask, "Is there a lot of this thing in your place?" "Many, it's all over the mountain." Beard answered truthfully. After all, he met a big gold master, how dare he to neglect? Besides, he is still the noble Viscount of Great Tang and the Dean of Academy, so he dare not neglect. "Okay, this is the deposit. I need this kind of grass. You have seen it. My academy is under construction. I need this kind of water-absorbing and moisture-proof blades. You go back now. I don't want anything vanilla. You said you have a lot of these things. I want them in large quantities now. You should make a pot full of plutonium. How much do you think you can buy?" The beard is a bit daunting. These are normally things that even cows and horses don't eat. What exactly does this great Tang's your lordship want to do? So much? But he can't think too much. After all, everyone knows about the things on the mountain now. The foreign merchant didn't even think about it, so he said, "If you are the noble dean, I've been waiting." Within 3 days, the young man will collect all the grass from the merchants in Chainan. For the time being, there may be more than 100 kilograms. You use it first. After a month, the money will be collected, enough to buy all the grass of our tribe. How much? At least 1,000,000 catties. Well, if there are that many, you send them all. I want them all. When the time comes, I will give you another 100 tals. How about? Foreign merchant hearing this, the excited teeth are all the trembling, hurriedly turned down and worshipped. The dean is really kind and righteous, and the great savior of my tribe. Jiang Feng didn't want to talk nonsense with him either. The key point is that now all businessmen, seeing that Jiang Feng has received this most common vanilla, are actually looking at this unremarkable grass. And they are all crazy. Jiang Feng regretted not taking Gao Can at this time. That guy is 5 big and thick. He doesn't speak, he just needs to stay there. He is a natural bodyguard. But now it's too late to say anything. Jiang Feng can only admit counsel, holding a lot of tobacco, and his face solemnly said, "Everyone, I still have something to do today. If you meet any baby tomorrow, you can come so. How about I come back tomorrow?" Jiang Feng ran away without waiting for everyone to react. While running, smelling the smell of tobacco filled with the tip of his nose, Jiang Feng smiled that his teeth couldn't be covered. Good things, this is really good things. He can foresee that once this thing comes out, then, who will be the first big smoker? Don't say anything else. At the very least, he hasn't smelled this tempting smell for almost a year. He misses this thing too much. Big cigarettes. This is a good thing to soothe loneliness late at night. It is a rare treasure. It is a man's treasure. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 780. Jiang Feng ignored everything. Hurry up the mountain. The first thing is to find Gao Can, who is helping the pig farm. After taking him back to the mountain, he ordered his death. "From now on, I will give you a cup of tea, kung fu, eat and drink. Go to the hut, after the work, before I come out. Whoever comes, let me take it all, and say I am studying one good thing, can't bother, understand?" Gao Can wiped his nose with his blood-stained hands. Some nodded, turned around and left. Jiang Feng opened his mouth, gave a thumbs up at Gao Can's back, and turned Peng Sound back and closed the door. One enters the door. Jiang Feng couldn't wait to put the tobacco on the table, picked up the white paper placed on the table by Yu Shinan and the others, and began to cut it, and then while thinking about it, he looked for it in the room with his eyes. Something needed. At the same time Jiang Feng entered the door. Yu Shinan also encountered problems and quarreled with Zheng Tufu. Just by the waterfall, Butcher Zheng was almost about to use his knife. "I said that you old man is really not ashamed." "This is the villain area, Feng Tsai said. "No one is allowed to mess around here without his permission. Do it." "I didn't say," pointing fingers, and forced to leave the house. "Do you know who owns this house?" "This is our dean's." Yu Shinan didn't do it anymore, When was he scolded like this by a lowly butcher pointing his nose? The whole body was trembling with anger at this time. Fool. You are a fool. I just waited to talk, but didn't say that I would move over. Why are you waiting for me like this? P4. Zheng Butcher smiled wildly. You old bastard. Relying on the great confusion, go to bully Feng Tsai. Don't think I don't know. When you go out, Feng Tsai will run away in anger. Yes, you are the great character of aloof and remote. We cannot afford to offend you, but we are also human. We deserve to be bullied by you. Fool. Ill wait. You are really an old man. Yu Shinan is vomiting blood with anger. I was in a good mood, and the academy became more happy as I watched it. Especially this kind of novel. They have never seen such a construction method and house structure. Several people are really thinking about whether to find Zhang Feng and ask for a house. After all, it's up to the mountain. The place to live is definitely not ambiguous. However, what came to mind? The conversation of a few people. Let this reckless man hear. When I came up, I pointed at a few people's noses and cursed. Where can everyone stand this? At this time, Yu Shinan and the others turned pale with anger. You reckless man, don't want to speak out to hurt people. The old man teaches and educates people for a lifetime. This time your dean personally invited him to go up the mountain. If he doesn't want anything, I can wait. Go. Don't want to humiliate me so much here. Zheng Butcher didn't do it anymore. The quarrel here also let everyone in the villain area know about it, especially Cheng Chumo. When he heard the quarrel here again, he glanced at it like this. The soul flew away and scattered in an instant. Where would you dare to delay? Sires Iran here. All work. Who dares to be lazy? Don't give me food today. Cheng Chumo furiously shouted, called Zhang Sunchong and Wai Shu, and hurried up. And Sun Simiao, who lives not far away, also heard the quarrel here. Because he couldn't see clearly, after listening carefully, his face couldn't help but change drastically. Tonga, follow Tang quickly. Over there. He heard it. This is Yu Shinan's voice. He also knows that it belongs to Zheng Butcher. He didn't understand why this great Confucian and a butcher were arguing. When everyone rushed to persuade him to fight, Zheng Butcher became even more excited. Pulling open the shirt, pointing at Yu Shinan and saying, everyone is here. It's just right. You are all here to judge. What kind of great Confucian is this? As soon as I went up the mountain, I asked the dean for something, and this and that. And now we are actually thinking about the villa we built for the dean. Look at what place the dean lives now. The place where people live. A wooden house. Exclamation mark. Even I have lived in a brick house. But the dean would rather let us rather than live by himself. What is this? This is the model of the teacher. And what about them? Enough. Shut up. Impudent. With a few angry shouts, only then did Zheng Butcher shut his mouth unevenly. And Wai Shu and the others, staring at Yu Shinan with horror, said, no wonder the four gentlemen, he doesn't know what's in it, so he was just blinded. Please see in the face of old Li and Feng Tsai. Don't tell him lower oneself to somebody's level. I have asked Feng Tsai about this matter. Boshi brother, Xinban brother, don't be angry or hurt your body when you wait. Let's go to my bamboo house and sit down. Let's talk about it with old brother. Sun Simiao didn't know what happened, but from Zheng something has already been heard in the butcher's words. Although I still don't know what happened. It seems that a major event just appeared at the gate of the mountain, and just now, Zhang Feng, who just lit a homemade cigar, was called to open the door by cry out in surprise outside. Feng Tsai is not good. Something went wrong. The fourth great Confucian was yelled at by Zheng Butcher's nose. Zhang Feng hearing this was black, almost going to faint. Damn it, every day, I just make trouble for Lozi. Go. Go. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 781. When Zhang Feng arrives, already basically, only the people from Tongyue Street and Zhang Feng's die-hard fans are blocking the door of Sun Simiao's room. It seems that as long as Yu Shinan and the others dare to come out, they will without the slightest hesitation rushes up to beat people. I don't know the temperament of Guanzhong people, it has always been like this. Or is it too straightforward? Even if it is 10 cows, there is no way to bring him back. For example, now Cheng Chumo has used both hard and soft, but no one has dumped him. What are you doing? You are all idle, right? At this moment, Jiang Feng gasping for breath came. When Zheng Chufu and the others saw Jiang Feng coming, it was as if he found the backbone in an instant. Feng Tsai, here you are here to judge these four old men, give them pointing fingers as soon as they come. We're pointing fingers. We also say that we have to work hard. We have to ask you. You said, where do you live now? You are the dean. This is the villa that everyone got for you. How can you make others miss it? Old Zheng said, yes. You are the signboard of our Tongyue Street, and you are the dean of the academy. Where is the reason why the dean's house is occupied by others? It's so good. It's all gone. Jiang Feng also heard the reason. Don't say much. These people are all for his own good. I can't see him aggrieved. Hold a fist and said, Feng Tsai, thank the big guy here. Isn't this just a residence? Have you heard the story of Zhuge Wulong? Who is Mr. Zhuge? That's one of the best in the Three Kingdoms. Seeing Jiang Feng talking about the Three Kingdoms, everyone couldn't help but stare. Look at Jiang Feng, and even keep an eye on the people here. People, craftsmen, women and children, and little babies all came together at this time. Even in the room, Sun Simiao and the others stopped talking with a smile and listened carefully. Obviously, at this time Yu Xinan and the others' anger was also eliminated by most. In these three countries, everyone should have heard more or less, and should also know the story of Mr. Wulong, especially looking around the thatched cottage. This Mr. Zhuge is who? Don't I need to say more? Everyone was nodded fiercely. Someone even booed. Let Jiang Feng talk about the last paragraph. Jiang Feng always feels that he is now regarded as a storyteller, but there is no way. The people inside, I don't know what they are doing. Maybe this is a test for him by the people inside. Jiang Feng continued, speaking of which, Mr. Wulong makes one's mark like this. Do you think he has no money? Impossible. The skin of a human shadow tree. Otherwise, who can know where he lives in Kaken, right? So, those who live in huts are not necessarily poor people, but also those great Confucian, those outdoor experts. We have more not to mention. Just talk about Mr. Yashan. Mr. Yashan, maybe you don't know it, but this is the academy. When you get off work at night, you can find a student to ask questions and inquire. Mr. Yashan now lives in Yashan County, in a thatched hut on Yashan's. Let's talk about Divine Doctor without talking about others. Jiang Feng, while speaking, pointed to behind him. He said again, Divine Doctor Sun is awesome. That's not enough. Can live and die. Live bones. Someone replied excitedly. Jiang Feng slapped and said, yes. Think about it. Divine Doctor Sun can freely enter and exit the Imperial Palace. Can it be short of money? Can it be compared with those of Chainan who have half a penny? Just how the people who are pushing the bombing have little money? No. But you should have heard that Divine Doctor Sun was in Mount Kui before he came to Mount Kui. Wutai close or cultivation medical skills, dealing with medicine ingredient and thatch all day long, and even getting into kindling all day. But he can't get out. He is short of money. Whatever medicine ingredient he says he needs, is it possible that those who are waiting in line to flatter him will not be sent to the door? Everyone listened as if drunk and stupefied. Even the people inside the door chuckled lightly at this moment. But Jiang Feng continued, you tell me, Divine Doctor Sun is a person who often entangles for that little shelter from the wind and rain? You are looking at the present. Especially your old Zheng. Look at what Divine Doctor Sun currently lives in. This is a bamboo house. Has he mentioned that he wants a place to live? At this time, inside the room the faces of Yu Xinan and the others are a bit wrong. So your youngster is turning a corner and patting Divine Doctor Sun's horses, and it hurts us? However, Jiang Feng didn't know. He continued, now, Mr. Boshi, they are just commenting on the construction of my Mount Kui, that's all. Even if you want to live, you have to wait for the house to be repaired before you can live. No? Did they make a joke and say they want to live? Do they have to live in now and live in this half-built heaven and earth? What do you think? Every day, yes. Zheng Butcher was suddenly surprised. At this time, his face flushed. Then they said. Zhang Feng sighed. The house is for them like the Great Confucian. It's just a place that's all sheltered from wind and rain. But there are none of the great Confucians who have just gone up the mountain in this place, even if there are no thatched huts. What do you think? If it were you, would you have to find a place and make a thatched shed first? Everyone was hearing this, and it suddenly dawned on me. It turns out that they are just looking for a place to live tonight. It's not about robbing the dean of the house. When Zhang Feng saw this, he said angrily, I want to understand now. Understood. We think too much, and thought he was going to grab you the house. Zhang Feng's face was flat. I want to understand. I don't have to go to the place where Mr. Boshi and the others are staying. Do you really want to let others know tonight that we are going to treat the Great White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Confucian is not successful. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 782. Everyone hearing this could not help but complexion greatly changed. Although they have never studied, the names of these people are almost as famous as the emperor. If this is passed on, then they shall not be allowed to pierce the backbone. Thinking of this, everyone instantly disperses. Cheng Chumo and the others also admire the thumbs up of prostrate oneself in admiration. Zhang Feng just tried his best. What are you doing? Go where I am waiting, and wait for you to teach you a lesson. Lest you have a day of leisure, this little thing will not be fixed, but you are still my Zhang Feng's brother. Shame. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong looked at each other and screamed and ran away. Zhang Feng just took a deep breath, rubbed his cheeks, and forced a smile into the bamboo house. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Feng hurriedly clasped his fists and said, honored teacher, laugh. This is all the youngster's impermanence, and I hope you don't get angry. See you, youngster. Divine doctor, old mister. Hee. Please sit down. Don't be polite, Sun Simiao said with a big smile, pointing to the stool on the side. Zhang Feng sat down under the eyes of Yushinan and the others. He automatically filtered the eyes of Yushinan and the others. Youngster, you just did it on purpose, right? I didn't wait for Zhang Feng to sit firmly. Xie smiled and asked Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng hearing this, I knew that these good guys were going to ask this, and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Sai Tong, this question is simply wrong, youngster. I don't know. The youngster just finished dealing with old Y and the others over there. Where can I come here? Xie said meaningfully, and then said, that said, these people really have one heart for you. How did you do it? Zhang Feng was blinded. What else is there? After thinking about it, Zhang Feng said, maybe it's all attracted by my handsomeness. The people who really listened to it were directly petrified. What is this answer? Ahem, youngster, what is your attitude? As a great Confucian, you have to have a great Confucian attitude. We can agree to come here this time. In fact, we want to find a place for the elderly. By the way, your youngster has too many bad problems. We have to change it for you. Look, finally showing the tail of the fox. Isn't it? He wanted to see what these old foxes wanted to do. From the beginning of the mountain, he knew that these people were doing things. Although it seemed that they were doing things for nothing, it was just a little bit of their purpose. Zhang Feng really doesn't know the real purpose. It's this time. Yushinan got up and came to Zhang Feng, put away the smile on his face, and stared at Zhang Feng very solemnly. At this moment, Ouyang Zunchu Siliang and the others also stood up solemnly. He stood up and stared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's hair is seen. Youngster, although you are jointly recommending to become Great Confucian in the hands of the four of us, you also know that the prerequisite for becoming Great Confucian is to write a book of your own. Let alone this, your collection of poems can withstand the mouths of the world's Yao students, but there are more than 20 days to be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Looking at your academy, it's almost the same. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the mountain will be officially opened. So since you call us honored teacher, then we have presented your intentions. Although you don't know the danger behind this blank paper, the old man still has to say a little bit. The Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Club, You have to win the first prize. And this is also set by our old guys. As long as your great Confucian name sits upright, other things will naturally not be in trouble. Do you know? Zhang Feng didn't understand that he was a real idiot, so he got up and gave a student salute, said resolutely, "Students, follow the teachings of honored teacher." Okay, children can be taught. Yu Xinan nodded, back his hands and said, "You know why everyone has a nameplate?" The nameplate? Zhang Feng really doesn't know this. I just know that all literati like to give themselves a name, which is the pseudonym of later generations or the title of a book. But as for why some people's real names cannot be remembered by others, but they can only remember he doesn't know the pseudonym who lives in him. Students are forgiving for being stupid. I really don't know this. Zhang Feng asked hurriedly. Yu Xinan looked out the window and said, "This rule. The old man doesn't know when it started, but this has become an unwritten rule. Now that you have entered a clerical position, you must have this as a name card. Didn't anyone remind you before? Didn't even mention your brother old Li?" No. Zhang Feng honestly shook his head. In fact, he thought about it before. For example, he thought about cool things like hanging the sky. However, up to now, he really didn't expect a suitable one. The students thought about this before, but because they were too busy, they forgot. Zhang Feng truthfully replied, "The main reason is that the name he thinks is either too avant-garde or sloppy. He is also very troubled." Just throw this problem to Yu Xinan and the others. Since they said that, they must have already thought about it. Sure enough, seeing Zhang Feng say this, several people smiled at each other. Then Yu Xinan slowly sighed. "It's ridiculous. How can you forget such an important thing?" Okay. Now that you have become my disciple today, then this thing, old man and the others, just give you an idea. Well, what's the name? Yu Xinan patted his forehead pretentiously, and then said, "Since you made your fortune in Little Tavern and you are from Phoenix Ridge, you are also called Zhang Feng. If so, then you are called." Zhang Feng instantly eyes shrank, cry out in surprise, "Is it Xi Feng?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 783, Xi Feng. Once the name is settled, it's better to call Fengquan. It's almost impossible to see people. Just when Zhang Feng looked nervous, Yu Xinan said with a smile, "Actually, we discussed with Divine Dr. Sun just now. Your nameplate is called Juxian." How? Juxian? Zhang Feng was dizzy. This word, he actually thought about it, just when the liquor was brewed, but he was afraid that the name was too hard. It's not good to be too swagger. Yu Xinan also seems to have seen something, said with a smile, "I heard that you wrote several poems after being drunk, and the liquor you brew is worthy of your use. The name card, maybe in less than 20 days. Your liquor will be available. No one dares to say anything if you use this word, unless he doesn't want to drink liquor anymore. But at least we have you. I can't bear this wine." Ha ha ha. Yu Xinan, while speaking, laughed. In ancient times there was the god of wine Tang, and now there is the wine fairy Zhang Feng. Moreover, your youngster not only knows how to make beer, whether it is beer or liquor, but the most important thing is that your youngster can write poetry. Hundreds of drunken poems. Who would dare to say anything? Who can do it? Sun Simi couldn't help but sighed. That night, the old man was also the first time seeing people with literary thoughts is like a spring, and it is like entering another level of advancement. You can sing in the selfless realm, and there are 100 masterpieces of awe. This kind of thing is unprecedented. I am afraid it is also a newcomer. The most important thing is that the old man thought carefully, and then discussed with Brother Bossy and the others. Not only are these poems not repeated, but each poem is unique. So, if you take out this card, you deserve it. That's it. The old man, who can teach people his whole life, can accept a wine immortal as a disciple at the end of the day. Then it is also the glory of my life. Yu Xinan. Ha ha ha, it is extremely. Is this set? Zhang Feng stared at the excited old guy, who was a little confused. Is this set directly for him? Have you never considered how I feel? Honored teacher, can I not have this ostentatious nameplate? Yu Xinan heard this and glanced at Zhang Feng. No, Do you think what your youngster is doing now is not ostentatious enough? Look at the education for everyone, irrespective of background you are currently implementing, and this white paper, liquor, etc. Even if it's the academy's building, it's exactly similar to Fairyland. What do you think you're not showing up anymore? I'll wait to hear if you say it. Zhang Feng thought so. I was really taken aback. Nothing is the same. People nowadays can think of it, but it also reminds him that it is too ostentatious. I secretly swear in my heart that at this time, Mount Q is full of his people. If not necessary, he will never go down the mountain. This crisis made him smell a trace of hostility. For example, the Taoist immortal ointment given to him. If it wasn't for others to instruct, he would dare to screw his head off. Okay, now that the honored teacher has subscribed it, the students should keep it. Zhang Feng unhappy handed down the word. Yu Xinan and the others reminded again after saying this. You have to prepare well for the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Club. It is not only when you win the first prize, but also when you rectify the title of Great Confusion, and when you drink the immortal character card. There is a saying that you need to be hard when you hit the iron, so please think about it. After Yu Xinan finished speaking, he waved his hand at Zhang Feng, as if driving away flies, which made Zhang Feng a little depressed and hugged his fists and left angrily. But when he dared to walk to the door, Yu Xinan said again, by the way, before tonight, the old man wants to see his residence. Students should do it yourself, ready to post it. Zhang Feng while speaking, then walked out of the room boringly. As soon as he left the room, Zhang Feng saw Gao Can who stick one's head around to look for, and he couldn't help but beckons with the hand and said, go tell Ganziyuan, and say that before dark, give for Great Confusion rushed to control the residence. Other things can be pushed back. Already in preparation. Gao Can cherish words like gold, said. Zhang Feng hearing this, he walked to the small wood house without turning around. While walking, he sighed while looking at the sun a little westward. Teacher, your stick. At this moment, when Zhang Feng was feeling emotional, Gao Can took Zhang Feng in his arms and held him in his hand. I don't know. When did the dropped homemade cigar be handed to him? Zhang Feng is overjoyed. At this time, there is a cigarette. It is simply too happy. Yes, you are very good. When I teach, you will also come to the audience. Gao Can hearing this, his face turned red for an instant. Zhang Feng said quickly, okay, don't say anything. Don't you have a fire folder? Take it. Hiss. Who? I lit the dry tobacco and took a deep breath of the long-lost taste. In an instant, Zhang Feng coughed violently. Only then did I remember, this damn thing is dry tobacco. The choking nose and tears all rushed out at the same time. Gao Can saw this, and the complexion was greatly changed in an instant, and he was about to step forward to take the cigar in Zhang Feng's hand. While panicked and angry shouted, that shameless thief dare to poison the teacher. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 784. This roar is like a muffled thunder. Together with Gao Can's rough, stubborn, angry voice, it shocked Yu Xinan and the others who were the closest. After a moment of shock, Sun Simi, our complexion greatly changed. Hurriedly carrying the medicine kit, followed Tang. Look at 1 inch. Immediately, the 5 people rushed out of the bamboo house angrily. Rather than just here, on the side of the construction site less than 1,000 steps away, Ganziyuan was also taken aback when he was instructing to gesture with bamboo and other things on the side of the waterfall, immediately turned around and took a look at Zhang Feng, kneeling on the ground with his chest. His face changed drastically. He screamed, come here. Quickly protect the dean. The dean was murdered by an adulterer and poisoned. To say the first throat, make everyone stunned. Then the meaning of this second voice has changed. Everyone is hearing this turn pale with fright. I hurriedly picked up the guy in his hand, ignored everything, and rushed to the location of Zhang Feng. Some even burst into tears looking at Zhang Feng's uncomfortable appearance. At this time, with these 2 voices down, Zhang Feng also slowly took a breath, and hurriedly covered Gao Can's mouth, shouted loudly, fart. I am not poisoned. While speaking, Jiang Feng hurriedly yelled at the distance, "I am not poisoned, no culprits, what should I do?" But just now Jiang Feng squatted on the ground uncomfortably. Everyone was watching in his eyes, and Jiang Feng still had a smoking thing in his hands. It made everyone think that Jiang Feng was just comforting them. I couldn't help but my eyes were red, and I still rushed here. What makes Jiang Feng's head as big as a fight is that at this time, the 5 old fogey headed by Sun Simiao rushed towards Jiang Feng like frost, regardless of the others. Sun Simiao grabbed Jiang Feng's wrist. "On the one hand," he said, "what are you still trying to do? Throw this thing as far as possible, lie down quickly, and the old man will give you the needle." Jiang Feng hearing this, his face is black. "So you should give me a diagnosis first." "Is this the beginning of the needle?" When everyone saw Divine Dr. Sun confirming Jiang Feng's diagnosis, they didn't dare to make any noise. They formed a circle and surrounded Jiang Feng. And the other side, Jinwu guards, who is responsible for protecting Jiang Feng and personal safety on the mountain, heard this shouted. Some people instantly showed up about the guy on the waist, with gnawing eyes, staring at everything. People slowly came up, and more Jinwu guards, blowing special whistles, sounded one after another in Mount Q. After a while, there were such whistles everywhere on Mount Q. Whether it is on the construction site or the people hidden in the mountains, the complexity has been greatly changed at this time, and double-edged sabers have been drawn out to be on alert. And Li Chenqian's personal guard, even when he heard the whistle, used the whistle to quickly inquire, and his face changed abruptly. He suddenly rushed into Jiang Feng's room and took care of it. "What a big deal," hurriedly said, reporting back to Crown Prince, "Jiang Feng noble son is attacked." "What?" Hearing this, a few people turned pale with fright. Li Chenqian asked with a pale face, "Say, what's the matter? Do you all eat dry food? What's wrong with Feng Zai?" "I don't know. What we can know at present is that Jiang Feng noble son seems to be poisoned by someone, and Divine Dr. Sun is giving him a diagnosis." "Go, Shumo, speed quickly burn the beacon and recruit legion regiments to surround Mount Q. Even a fly is not allowed to let go." "Yes." "At this time, where will everyone look after? I have to hide my identity. Feng Zai is attacked." "No matter true or false, if it is passed out, it will be a major event. If His Imperial Majesty is furious, don't live it up. Don't say he is Crown Prince. Where can everyone dare to delay?" Cheng Chumo furiously shouted furiously, and together with Wei Shu, he rushed out of the room. The 3 of Li Chenqian, Dugu and Zhang Sunchong did not dare to delay for a moment and hurriedly followed the leader of Jinwu guards to the place where Jiang Feng's accident occurred. While running, Li Chenqian stared at the place where Jiang Feng was, and those who hurried to the direction of Jiang Feng where he got the news, secretly praying in his heart. "Youngster, your uncle, you must be joking. Don't have any trouble. Today is down the mountain. The man on Tongyue Street has already." They passed the things Jiang Feng explained to them, and they studied it for a long time, although they didn't know what it was. But from the person's account of Jiang Feng's cautious expression at the time, I know that this thing is not a good thing. After learning that this was given to Jiang Feng deliberately, Li Chenqian became angry. After looking for someone to torture that person a lot, I learned that this thing is a kind of thing called Daoist Immortal Cream. Although the person didn't know what this thing was, someone arranged for him to send it to Jiang Feng. He was a businessman from the black-clothed Arab Empire. But because of the long distance, I wanted to get some rare items in Chainan, and then I met a group of people. I was thinking about it. Li Chenqian and several people also rushed into the blocked crowd. After squeezing the crowd away, Li Chenqian could not help but complexion greatly changed. "Never mind the others," Li Chenqian asked, "Divine Dr. Sun, what's wrong with Feng Zai?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 785. Sun Simiao's face is strange at this time. Sometimes wrinkled, sometimes looking thoughtful. See Li Chenqian asking. Sun Simiao waved his hand to tell him not to speak, then stared at Jiang Feng, rolled his eyelids, and pinched Jiang Feng's mouth open, whether Jiang Feng would like it or not. Took his tongue out and took a look. Little friend Jiang Feng, what is your uncomfortable thing about this matter? Jiang Feng said depressedly, I am uncomfortable with your pressure, nothing else. No. Sun Simiao pressed Jiang Feng's chest and said, does it hurt? With that click, where is Jiang Feng? Will it hurt? Just a big mouthful of dry smoke fell into the lungs, and now the lungs are still catching fire. Now that Jiang Feng is suffering from such a case, Jiang Feng's teeth and mouth are cracked. Brother Sun, what's wrong with him? Sun Simiao touched his beard and said, the little friend doesn't know who was poisoned by someone. This kind of poison is also is rare. It seems that the identity of the visitor is not simple. What kind of poison did he plant? Everyone couldn't help but complexion greatly changed. Li Chenqian asked hurriedly. Sun Simiao sighed, the pulse is strong, and the heart pulse is normal. It's just that his chest and lungs seem to be poisoned. Either it is snake venom, or it comes from the poison outside the Great Wall. Hearing this, Li Chenqian's face suddenly changed. I see, today Feng Tsai sent me something called Taoist Immortal. I heard that someone sent it to Feng Tsai deliberately, and that person came from what black-clothed Arab empire? Could it be that the grass that Feng Tsai brought back from the merchants in Huizu was also highly poisonous? Now, everyone suddenly understood everything. Get that kind of grass quickly. Sun Simiao hearing this, his face changed suddenly, and he said hurriedly, but when I turned around, I couldn't see the smoking cigars in the distance. Some shivered, covering my nose and mouth, hurriedly picked them up, and handed them to Divine Dr. Sunday. Don't look at it, this is not poison, I have said it, this is not poison, this is a good thing, really, wait until I get it out. Making a fool, Yushinan and the others coldly said, Elder Sun knows more. Or do you know more about this grass? Lie down and let old Sun take a look at this. What is it? This thing. Sun Simiao also wondered. After sniffing, there is nothing else besides robbing people, just sniffing it can make him dizzy, and the complexity greatly changed. Taking a deep breath again, Sun Simiao felt it. Everyone dared not be careless. Cautiously waiting. Jiang Feng is too lazy to explain to these individuals. Anyway, it's troublesome to explain. It's better to let Divine Dr. Sun make a good diagnosis of the body, which is a physical examination. This thing is a little bit of a big thing. Is it so exciting? If this is to become famous in the future, then these people still have to make a stand for him to confess. Jiang Feng is speechless. I simply closed my eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. At this time, Sun Simiao was also a little surprised. Although he didn't taste all kings of grass around the world, but at this time, after entering Huzong with a puff of smoke, he didn't notice any abnormality. Simply Sun Simiao tore off a small piece of tobacco from the cigar, put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly. At the beginning, it was spicy and throat-piercing, but after a while, it was bitter and intolerable. He said he was a poison. This was true, but he really didn't know how toxic it was. Simply, he ignored it. After chewing again, Sun Simiao swallowed. I felt it again. Sun Simiao suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Li Chenqian, Yushinan and the others hurriedly asked, how is it? Sun Simiao took a look at Jiang Feng, looked at everyone again, and sighed, redemption of old man is dull. At this time, I don't know what this thing is, but now, there is only one way to verify Jiang Feng's what is the poison. Is Li Qian noble son sure to get this poisonous weed from the merchants back? Li Qian nodded said, indeed, even though I'm not present, but the people on Tongyue Street have seen it with their own eyes. Good. This thing, the old man can assert, is not a product of my great Tang, and it is a foreign thing, so at this time, only the injection can be detected. After hearing the injection, Jiang Feng opened his eyes instantly. Elder Son, I'm really okay. Naughty. Are you a healer, or Elder Son a healer? As a dean, you should be responsible for everyone. Now everyone is watching. Do you want everyone to worry about you? Yushinan scolded. Jiang Feng hearing this, had to shrink his head. But after turning his head and taking a look at Sun Simiao's so-called needle, The whole person was convulsed. I saw in the hands of Sun Simiao, on a small stove, one by one, was as long as chopsticks, and there were only silver needles that were slightly thinner than chopsticks. Jiang Feng was irritating and couldn't bear it anymore. The live screamed, "Don't! Elder son, you are great kindness and virtue. Can you spare me?" "Youngster, I just choked on smoke. Really, there is no major event." "Elder son, would you like to let me go and let me take a look at you?" "This seems okay, I woo. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 786. Jiang Feng never thought of this. A dean of dignified actually suffered such an extraordinary shame and humiliation today. I was plucked out in public, and then he was stabbed like a hedgehog. Even now, it's been an hour since Li Chengqian's people carried it back. Jiang Feng still felt a lot of pain in his stomach, legs, and back. This is simply a sad thing, especially after seeing Sun Simiao's dignified face and the laughter of Yu Xinan and the others leaving. Jiang Feng wanted to go dark before his eyes and fainted. I was ashamed and lost. Lying on the bed, Jiang Feng glared at Gao Kan. "Say, did you mean it today?" Gao Kan is also a little unfathomable mystery, but also somewhat guilty. "Dean, I'm not, because you were bullied several times before. Didn't you still have anything to do with these people this morning?" "I thought they spoiled. Tell me." "The dean was playing with them. Besides, where is this thing poisoned?" "Come on, where is my cigarette?" "Have you brought it back?" Jiang Feng wanted to beat someone angrily, but he felt pain all over his body when he moved. Just waved angrily. Gao Kan is even more ashamed to see Jiang Feng like this. "I wiped my whole body, then I remembered, and said, that thing, I took it away for Divine Dr. Sunday. Go. There is it on the table outside. Get it for me too. I'm going to poison to death today." Jiang Feng is so angry that I don't know what to say. He has an urge to drive this product down the mountain. Jiang Feng doubts whether this product is the prestigious General Gao Kan recorded in later history. This is simply stupid. The iron fool boarded. Here is coming. While really wondering whether to drive him away, or distract him, Gao Kan hurried in with two big cigars. It looks like two poisonous snakes are caught. Jiang Feng speechlessly grabbed the cigar from Gao Kan's hand, lit it on the lamp, and then took a sip, this time cautiously, and instantly the strong smell of tobacco swirled in his mouth. That taste made Jiang Feng an involuntarily groan. Although the taste is a bit heavier, it's the damn thing. After Jiang Feng took a few sips, his head became a little dizzy. Looking at Gao Kan with a nervous face, Jiang Feng pointed to the oil lamp with his hand holding the cigarette. "You are now look at Lao Tzu. Is there something to do?" Gao Kan shook his head vigorously. "Then, click it, and I will teach you the first lesson today." Gao Kan was excited when he heard that Jiang Feng was about to teach him the first lesson. Following Jiang Feng's appearance, he put one end of the cigar in his mouth, and then moved to the light. Cautiously inhaled. At first, it just felt a bit smoky. Some doubts. But I saw Jiang Feng deliberately inhaled, then swallowed all the cigarettes into his stomach with his mouth open, and then motioned to himself. Gao Kan did as well. Take a big mouthful. In an instant, the black face suddenly turned into purple, and then he coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. In an instant, Gao Kan was exactly similar to Jiang Feng just now, even Gao Kan still even worse. Hugging his belly, squatting on the ground, all curled up into a shrimp. "Now, do you know what happened?" Jiang Feng smiled and sat up. But the severe pain on his body made Jiang Feng grin in pain. "Now you know. What is this stuff?" "Now what do you dare to say?" "This is the first lesson for a teacher. Today's lesson is called social beating. This cigarette, you have to smoke it for me today, not finish it. When the time comes, I will deduct you this semester credits." Gao Kan hearing this, his eyes are all green. Also ignore the cough. He squatted in the corner, crying and eating vigorously. I don't know what this youngster is like now, but Jiang Feng knows that people who smoke for the first time must be very uncomfortable. Moreover, he still smokes such a big mouthful of dry tobacco. Seeing Gao Kan smoking such a cigarette, Jiang Feng feels comfortable all over. and the suffocation just now seems to dissipate a bit. But the smell of smoke in the room made him feel a little uncomfortable, and he could only leave the bedroom. When he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Li Chengqian staring at Jiang Feng. The weird face. TSK, Feng Tsai. Didn't expect. Your taste is so heavy. Gao can you do it all? Cheng Chumo cynically said. Don't wait for him to finish. Jiang Feng glared at him, then sat on the recliner and smoked a cigarette. And a few people also approached with curiosity, watching Jiang Feng smoking, and then sniffing the unpleasant smell in the air. They couldn't help but have question marks all over their faces. Feng Tsai, what is this thing? Isn't it the thing that happened to you just now? Cheng Chumo got to Jiang Feng, staring at Jiang Feng, and asked Tao. Looking at Jiang Feng's enjoyment, Cheng Chumo was also moved. After all, every time Jiang Feng did it, it was a first-class good thing. Jiang Feng, hearing this, couldn't help grinning. Why? Do you want to have a bite too? Seeing Jiang Feng's face was slowly laughed again, and the alarm bell suddenly sounded in everyone's heart. This stuff is going to be a demon again. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 787. Ahem, Feng Tsai, let's not talk about this, we will talk about this later. Li Chengqian hurriedly stood up. Although I don't know why Jiang Feng made a grass leaf so uncomfortable for the first time, and now he enjoys it again, but the smell made Li Chengqian frown. Immediately before Jiang Feng spoke, Li Chengqian pointed to the Taoist immortal anoint on Jiang Feng's table and asked, what is this? Why are you so afraid of a snake? See Li Chengqian asking, Jiang Feng's face instantly became serious. Looking at Taoist immortal on the table, he anointed, I just heard that you caught that person. Yes, I caught it. But I didn't ask. What? I just heard that someone gave it to him in Chainan and asked him to give it to you. Jiang Feng, hearing this, could not help but complexion sank. It seems that someone has actually shot him, but I don't know if the Arab Empire country has shot or not. I don't know. Are Guanlong's people after all, or from aristocratic families of Shandong? Or is it 5 surnames 7 clans, or those aristocratic family great clan? Jiang Feng didn't know all of this, but Jiang Feng knows a little bit. Now is the time to speed up the manufacture of fire guns. Once the fire guns are on the mountain, when the time comes, they can further study handguns and bulletproof vests. Here comes. With these, Jiang Feng has an inexplicable sense of security. Li Qian, I ask you, have you seen this thing before in Chainan? Li Chengqian carefully thought about the imperial court these years. He shook his head after receiving the tributes from various countries and everything he knew. I haven't seen it. This ... I seem to have seen it once in Turkey Khan. At this moment, Wai Shu's hesitant voice immediately caught Jiang Feng's attention. Ask. Quickly talk about the specifics, and which little Khan you are talking about. Seeing Jiang Feng's face solemn, Wai Shu has no reservations. Said, this is the time when the retired emperor was not celebrating his big birthday. How about those people who lived in Honglu Temple? I also met in Yanlai building when I was walking in Chainan and heard about me. After being under the hands of old Li, this guy has become more attentive, and mysteriously got me a little bit of this stuff, saying it was a good thing, but I still had something to do at the time. By the way, I just came to look for it. That's why I didn't use this. Wai Shui became more and more afraid. After speaking, a layer of cold sweat oozes out of his face. Feng Tsai, this thing, shouldn't it be anything? Poison, right? Oh, calculate your youngster good fortune profound. If you used this thing in the first place, now your youngster is not dead and is not as good as life. Not only will your life be held in your hands, but within a month, your property and old Li will basically be handed over to others by you. Wai Shu, hearing this, could not help but amazed. Li Chengqian and the others have also changed. Feng Tsai, what you said is true. Then ... isn't this something that eats people's minds? Jiang Feng's face is nodded solemnly. That's why I said that this thing cannot be kept. Now I give you a task. I must pass this thing to your father immediately and let them notify the government and seize this thing immediately. Don't ask why. You just need to know that Fengzi won't hurt you. Understand? Although I don't know if what Zhang Feng said is that exaggerated, but now everyone is looking at that the dark things can't help but feel numb. Who dares to try it's true and false after knowing the effect of this gadget? If something goes wrong, wouldn't it? Don't worry, I have already arranged this matter, but I suspect it is a trap. Li Chengqian clutched his nose, frowned and looked at the smoke in the room and said, "Don't you know at first?" "Yes." Zhang Feng chicly flicked the soot. "Don't even think about it. I'm the scheming ancestor. This stupid person will give you something, and it's still something you've never seen before. As long as there's nothing wrong with it, you'll know about this thing itself. There is a problem. So, do you think they gave me this thing in front of me? I don't know. Besides, I really see this thing. Yes. When my master used to travel overseas, he brought a little of this thing back, just to tell me the harm of this thing. So, everyone, I advise you, if you are my brother, just put this thing. It was found out, and then it burned. It's best to find the source. Even if it's a slaughter city, you will have to give this country to him. If you are a householder, buy one. Death row. Try it to know how terrifying this thing is. Listen more. The more Li Chengqian and the others feel that this thing is terrifying, people like Zhang Feng dare to use words like tucking to describe the horror of this thing. One can imagine how much this thing is. It's horrible. Li Chengqian took a deep breath and said, "You can rest assured that when we find out that this person is plotting wrongdoing, we have notified Father. I believe that with Father's ability and Lord Zhangsun's Ministry of Appointments, this things will be found soon." Zhang Feng hearing this, after thinking about it, too, it's good to have friendship with people from Ministry of Appointments. This matter is resolved, as for death row prisoners. That is the least valuable thing in this period, as long as old Li wants to get it, just a sentence from Zhangsun Wuji will do. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng slowly took out a few cigars from a cabinet in the corner, and one person with a cigarette in his mouth handed them one. "Come here, this is not much." "Good thing. It's my biggest gain today besides Taoist immortal ointment at the foot of the mountain. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 788 Hispuff. I said, Feng Tsai, how did you come up with this thing? P cough cough cough. Although it is a bit choking, but this thing is really cool. It's more exciting than drinking. I only ate for a while now, this is already dizzy and eyes blurred. It's not, but it's true. This thing is really strong. Now that there's no alcohol, this thing can do it. But Fengzi, this thing, you plan to what do you do? It's so exciting. An hour later, in Zhang Feng's living room, a few people leaned back and forth, smoking violently while looking at the gradually changing smoky room. Couldn't help but play with their hearts. They seemed to want to see this stuff. Son, if you can fill the whole room, wouldn't you be able to suck this stuff while lying down? And they always feel that smelling the smoke in the air is better than inhaling it. Slowly, especially at this time, Gao Kan, who is already unconscious, has already smashed the door of Zhang Feng's bedroom, lying on the ground like a dead dog, babbling. While watching everyone smoking like this, I couldn't help being overwhelmed and fainted instantly. Zhang Feng is also a little dizzy at this time. Anyone who is under a few big smoke guns will not last long, especially when he smokes himself. I dare not make too much of this kind of second-hand smoke. Zhang Feng got up dizzy and was shocked instantly. At this time, he also felt dizzy, just like the feeling of gas poisoning. Zhang Feng didn't have time to think about it. He stumbled and pushed the door open. Sitting at the door was a big time pant. It wasn't until a while later that it was no longer so uncomfortable. Turn around and take a look, good fellow. Where can I see people in the house at this time? It was all bursts of smoke looking for an exit everywhere, as if it was on fire. Zhang Feng was also shocked and hurriedly beckoned to two passing students and carried Cheng Chumo out of the room. Zhang Feng is greatly sighed in relief. It's just that the things here still arouse everyone's interest. In addition, it is time for dinner at this time, and the house is not far from where Zhang Feng lives. Everyone is holding a large bowl and watching Zhang Feng while eating. Hey, you guys said Did the dean just make something delicious in the house? Holding a bowl made of mud and drinking water kanji, gnawing on a big pork leg with teeth marks while showing off. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Feng curiously. Someone couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng and said puzzledly, "So, is our dean drunk?" "Hey, don't say it, it's really interesting. The dean is awesome. Eat a meal or drink a drink, and you can blow so many fierce people. I have seen the 4 great demon kings under the mountain before. These are all fierce people who can drink dozens of bamboo beer without getting drunk. Hasn't this fallen at the feet of our dean? Ha ha ha, it's his mother 4th, great demon king, in the hands of our dean. We have to play. You can't stop your mouths when you eat." True. At this time, old He's wife picked up the spoon and tapped a few people's heads, hands on hips, pointing to Zhang Feng and said, "The dean dare to eat a pot of rice every day. Where? Can you cook your own food? You can eat it if you want, or give it to me if you don't want it. When you hear you chewing your tongue, be careful, Tang. Tell the dean." Everyone is hearing this, complexion greatly changed. The chick nodded hurriedly, holding the bowl and ran away. And now Yushinan is also taking Ouyang and the others happily to come to have a big pot of rice. I glanced at Zhang Feng and the others, and thought he was drunk. Looking at old He, his wife asked, "You said Feng Tsai never eats alone?" Old He's wife is also a person who has seen the world. From the moment these people went up the mountain, she knew that these people were not simple, at least the same level as the county grandfather. At this time, seeing a few people came, she hurriedly greeted her with a smile. "Isn't it? Feng Tsai is my neighborhood. The relationship between my family's son and Zhang Feng is like an uncle and nephew, plus Feng Tsai likes my family's daughters. Normally Feng Tsai, if you make something delicious, the first one is called shopkeeper, and the dolls in the neighborhood will eat with him. Now these foodies dare to say that Feng Tsai eat alone. Where can I leave it? Ha ha ha. Didn't expect this youngster to have this side." The 4 people were hearing this and laughed. Sun Simiao is also nodded again and again. "This youngster is not bad. It's called the old man going up the mountain. It's also for this pot of porridge. How about it? How many people? Try it." A few people are hearing this, nodded again. "Well, let's take a bowl alone and sit in his room. This youngster may have some good wine hidden." Reasonable. If there is something called a chicken, that would be even better. The old He wife heard it, slapped her thigh and said, "Aya, look at my memory. You guys let's sit down first, and I'll go to the mountainside to get you some chickens." The chickens were also made by Feng Tsai. The average person is here, so I won't give him food. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 789. Yushinan and the others hearing this could not help but his eyes lit up. Even at this time, those who were squatting on the ground to eat, hearing this, could not help but sparkle with greed and envy in their eyes. The point is that the dean's chicken is too fragrant. Sun Simiao looked at the crowd, shaking his head and sighed. There are too few chickens now. Although there are hundreds of thousands of chickens on the mountain, I don't know what the youngster is going to do. I can only eat 1,000 chickens a day, including the restaurants below the mountain, and the rest. What is said to breed? So much so that it's hard to want to eat chicken. Even for him, he can only eat once every 3 to 5, but a few days ago, I heard that there were only less than 200,000 chickens left on the mountain. If the food problem cannot be solved, these chickens, even if they are boiled into chicken soup and mixed in porridge, they cannot withstand consumption. At this time, I don't know. The woman said in public that eating chicken would cause any problems, but since he said it all, he couldn't help it. After all, he is just a guest. Let's go and see if there is still good wine in Feng Tsai. Let's go and rub some. Sun Simiao, while speaking, patted Yushinan on the shoulder. At this time, a few people carried their hands behind their backs, pacing slowly, and walked towards the small wood house where Zhang Feng was. Go on the right. The 4 Yushinan also look at this person's bowl from time to time, and then look at that person's bowl. They seem to want to find out what is different in these people's bowls. But, looking at it, I still feel surprised. Elder son, This is not like the bone-strengthening powder you got out, Chu Siliang asked with a smile. Sun Simiao shook his head and pointed to Jiang Feng and said, bone-strengthening powder, I didn't make this thing. It was made by the youngster. Chu Siliang hearing this couldn't help being shocked. He has eaten bone-strengthening powder. Although the porridge at this time does smell of bone-strengthening powder, it looks different from bone-strengthening powder. There are even a lot of things inside, such as muscles and bones, pork, and even some pig bones and eggs. But when I think of these rumors, drinking a bowl of things can last a day. Chu Siliang was really shocked after Jiang Feng's hand. Elder son, are you sure these things are from this youngster? The three Chu Siliang asked in amazement. Yu Xinan touched his beard, curled his lips and said, this was mentioned in the letter that the old man gave you before. Didn't you read it? A few people filter it automatically according to Yu Xinan's words. On the contrary, he looked at Sun Simiao solemnly. They have read Yu Xinan's letters, but they want them to believe that these things were written by Jiang Feng. They will not believe that they are killed. No one knows that Sun Simiao is the world, the recognized god of medicine. If this thing wasn't from his hands, who would dare to believe it? Yes. With Sun Simiao's final word, there was a roar in the minds of several people. What the hell is this youngster? What is in your head? Moreover, even the old man, after getting the bone-strengthening powder and this porridge, he suddenly realized that this thing can still be done. Sun Simiao was a little emotional. If this youngster, if you want to practice medicine, old man believes that within 3 years, his fame and achievements will definitely surpass that of old man. And even when he is at its peak, old man can only look down on it. This sentence of Sun Simiao seems to give Jiang Feng the highest evaluation. Although he has never boasted Jiang Feng on the mountain normally, but at this time with a few old friends, he did not maroon his own praise. Jiang Feng can stand it. He also wants to know what kind of tricks Jiang Feng, the youngster, can come up with. How many things are still unearthed? He didn't believe that Jiang Feng could only mash things out of the medicinal herb that could get rid of the odor of pork, the herbs that dispelled locusts and mosquitoes, as well as this bone-strengthening powder and this porridge. Sun Simiao believes that Jiang Feng's medicine will open another door for him. At this time, all of them are silent on their minds. Walking slowly to the front of the small wood house, several people sniffed the familiar and unfamiliar smell, and couldn't help but instantly draw their minds back from their contemplation. What smell is this? It seems ... Feng Tsai was on our side just now. Sun Simiao frowned after thinking for a long time. After sniffing, the complexion changed. Mischief. It's really a fool. Sun Simiao couldn't help being furious after the taste. They hurriedly stepped forward and got their pulses one by one, and Yu Xinan and the others also reacted and hurried forward. Others can cause trouble, but these individuals, one is the crown prince, the other is the brother of his imperial majesty, and the others are all sons of national duke. If something goes wrong, a few people stepped forward in a hurry, but they didn't know what to do, so they could only watch Sun Simiao helplessly. When Sun Simiao was the first to put his hand on Li Chenqian's pulse, Li Chenqian looked at a few people flushed as if drunk and asked, Elder son, are you here? Come on, Feng Tsai has big cigars here. Sun Simiao is dumbfounded, looking at a group of people lying on the ground laughing and eating. I couldn't help asking, you grandson, what are you doing, huh? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 790. Sun Simiao is really angry. I have just been thinking about Jiang Feng. It's fine for now. Is the collective come to play him? Although Jiang Feng was a little uncomfortable, at least he was better than Li Chenqian. Seeing Sun Simiao, he misunderstood and said hurriedly, Elder son, we didn't mean to play with you. Look at the house. Inside, these goods were smoked for the first time and got drunk, so you will treat them as drunk. Jiang Feng explained in a hurry. And Sun Simiao is hearing this twitched nose, sniffing Li Chenqian's nose, and said, do you think old man immortal is faint? Is this drunk? Seeing that the explanation was unclear, Jiang Feng could only get up, took out the tobacco leaves from the extract, and rolled them up on the spot. No matter how much you say, it's better to be silent. Now Jiang Feng is too lazy to explain, but Yu Xinan hurriedly pulled Sun Simiao when he saw it. Old Sun, wait a minute, did this guy have another incredible thing? Sun Simiao was taken aback, and could only shut up, wanting to see what Jiang Feng wanted to come up with. They also didn't expect blades of grass, in Jiang Feng's hands, slowly turned into 6 index fingers as thin as the exactly similar thing Jiang Feng saw outside their door. Several people looked at each other and couldn't help but wonder. Is it true that this youngster said before? This thing is really not a poison? Sun Simiao frowned as he couldn't understand, and simply squatted beside Jiang Feng, watching every step of Jiang Feng carefully. When Jiang Feng finally pulled out the fire folder from Cheng Chumo's butt, then lit it, and took a bite, he said, "Elder son, this thing is a good thing. Be refreshing. Do you want one?" Sun Simiao hearing this glared at Jiang Feng and said, "Are you saying that old man dim-sighted from old age is not successful?" No no no. Is the youngster talking about you so much? This thing is true. You taste it and just smoke his cigarette. In an instant, even if you are sleepy, you will be refreshed. Yu Xinan and the others hearing this, couldn't help but blink. Youngster, what are you saying is true? So just a few of them smoked this stuff? That's it? A few people are not fools either. Jiang Feng nodded. Yes, it's just these few goods. Seeing this thing is good, I am afraid I won't smoke them, and I smoked hard, so I got drunk. Several people are hearing this, and their eyes are staring out. Youngster, you said that this thing, like your liquor, can be intoxicating? Old man, let's taste it first. This thing can be intoxicating? Isn't it just Chai Kao Yan? Isn't the old man still afraid of it? Come on. Youngster will give it to the old man. I will try it too. I will also. Ouyangzon took the smoke from Jiang Feng's hands with suspicion, and then lit the smoke according to Jiang Feng's instructions and inhaled gently. Jiang Feng dare not let these masters smoke like Li Qian. If this is what they took out to say nothing, if they choked away, then they would die. Besides, if it gets over again, wouldn't this thing be smashed? Jiang Feng is counting on them to sell this thing. Boshi honored teacher, you made a mistake. You have to sip it, right? No, don't bite, hold. Mr. Saitong, you wrong. Don't swallow. Cough cough cough. When Jiang Feng glanced at him, he saw that Xji was about to swallow his cigarette in a big mouthful going down. Jiang Feng hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. Xji has swallowed. But what Jiang Feng said was also urgent, which made Xji stunned for a moment. It can be said that it saved his own life and saved Jiang Feng's life. A puff of smoke was basically spit out by Xji's breath, but the rest still made Xji cough violently at this time. Even his face flushed. The scared Jiang Feng hurried up and patted his back, and hurriedly poured tea and water. After a while, Xji eased up. Several people stared at him with a pair of old eyes. Old Saitong, what do you think? This Well, smoke, what is it like? Xji smacked his lips and gave a thumbs up after feeling for a while. Cool. Although I was a little uncomfortable just now, but now, I feel refreshed. Every day, you know that I have to squint for a while at this hour, but this thing one smoke, let alone sleep, you let me recite poems with you. I can talk to you poems late at night. Several people hearing this, couldn't help but look at the cigarette in their hands, shocked up. They just thought this was their illusion. But now, it's all like this. Sun Simiao hearing this, without saying a word, took the huozizi from Jiang Feng's hand and lit the smoke. 1 hour. 2 hours later, when Li Chengqian stood up dizzy and stupefied, they were stunned for an instant. In Jiang Feng's living room, Yu Xinan and several people, smoking cigarettes, were inextricably killed at the poker table. I couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Is this dreaming? I must be dreaming. This is the Mr. Boshi I know? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 791. 3 days in a row. The people on Mount Q. whether they are students or craftsmen, all looked at the great character on the mountain with a stick in their mouths. Even Ganzyuan. At this time, I was stuck in my waist, standing on the construction site, pointing at the crowd and cursing. I didn't know where I got one. The thing called a cigar was stuck in my mouth. It looks majestic. You 205, look at this cement. Who ruined it? Stand up to Lao Tzu. This thing is more expensive than gold. You ruined Lao Tzu like that? I don't know if I want to eat. I have to make a little less. You, and you, tonight, dinner yourself to halve. Also, you are only allowed to give me these things with a hammer before eating. Grind it up. What are you guys doing? Are the doors and windows on that wall installed? You guys, have the beams been hung up? Fuck me off. Oh, isn't this Lao Gan? It's awe-inspiring. Just as Ganzyuan was commanding awe-inspiringly, Cheng Chumo was dangling. Yan stole Jiang Feng's sunglasses and appeared behind Ganzyuan even more pretendingly. Ganzyuan, hearing this, his head shrank, and he turned around hurriedly. When he turned around, he had already put on a smiling face. Master Chen, why are you here? This place is dirty. You go. I will give you a cigarette for the sake of all the work of Lao Tzu. So, you look decent so fast. Not bad. Wait a minute, Dang. Tell Feng Tsai, when the time comes Ministry of Works will give you a temporary suspension. Ganzyuan, hearing this, his mouth was trembling with excitement. Thank you, Master Chen. Thank you, Master Chen. If you have something to say, you must do so if you are younger. It's okay, but I heard that many people want this now. Cheng Chumo asked while sitting on the pile of bricks, pointing to the cigar on his mouth. Ganzyuan nodded. Master Chen, you also know that since this thing appeared, brothers have been greedy. If you can get some from the dean, those people will thank you and the whole family. You get it? Cheng Chumo waved his hand. Looking around, I took out about a dozen things wrapped in white paper the thickness of my little finger from my arms, and said, this is what I did when Feng Tsai didn't pay attention. Here, save a bit. This is. Ganzyuan's fiery heart, after seeing these blank notes, instantly went out. Mostly. This thing, it seems. Don't dislike it. Feng Tsai is afraid of smoking you to death, so I slightly improved it. By the way, these cigarettes cost 5. Just call Huiziji. First keep the account, and wait for some of our things to wait for you at the tavern down the mountain in the evening. After speaking, Cheng Chumo slipped away. After that, in various places on the mountain, Li Chengqian and others were doing the same thing. Even Zhang Sanchong, carrying a large pack of cigarettes, was walking through the various national duke mansions under the mountain and Li Shimin's palace at this time. After everyone saw this thing, they were dumbfounded. Zhang Sanchong did not hesitate to light a cigarette in public and show it to them. The cigarettes that have been improved by Jiang Feng are basically the current cigarettes, which are very light. If you smoke it again, you can basically satisfy a few people except Yuxinan. Except for the special large cigars, basically only cigarettes are left. It's not that Jiang Feng is lazy, it's because he is afraid of killing people. Wait for 1 month later, if these people like this thing completely, it will be easier. And the other side, Yuxinan and the others basically regard Li Yuan's bamboo house as their normal office area. As long as you know, or you want to get it, basically 1 letter per person, plus 3 cigarettes, is handed over to each student and sent down the mountain quickly. What is this? In the Imperial Palace, Li Shimin looked at the cigarette in his hand curiously and asked, back to His Imperial Majesty, this is Feng Tsai, a good thing that I have tinkered with during this period of time. Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he was hearing this. Quickly tell me, what is this and how is it used? Zhang Sanchong, hearing this, said, His Imperial Majesty, you can let this small official give. Would you like to demonstrate? What are you going to do? Your youngster is coming soon. Li Shimin gave Zhang Sanchong a glance, and Zhang Sanchong stood up obediently and lifted his arms. He took out a cigarette and lit it on the fire folder, learning Jiang Feng's appearance, and took a deep breath. Although the appearance is a bit exaggerated, The enjoyment on the face can still be seen. Li Shiman can't wait. Under Zhang Sanchong's demonstration, a cigarette was also lit. Zhang Sanchong said, Feng Tsai said that you normally manage everything, so I made this thing. After the experiment was completed, this was immediately sent to you, let you are refreshed and relieved of sleepiness. Don't fool me, thinking I don't know anything about the mountain. Did this thing come out 3 days ago? And this thing, are you sure it is this cigar? Li Shiman, while speaking, took out a cigar from a wooden box in the drawer of the bookcase. Zhang Sanchong, who was watching, was stunned. This is obviously the one when Jiang Feng had an accident outside the bamboo house. Did His Imperial Majesty know it at that time? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 792. On the mountain, in the wood house of Jiang Feng, Li Chengqian and Ma Zhu, Li Yifugo Zheng Yi Hao Jun Gao Kan and the others, sat on the floor with a small turning head, holding a thread-bound white paper notebook in their hands. Pen, ink, paper and inkstone were placed on the floor, and everyone had a cigarette in their right hand. Basically, cigarettes at this time have become a trend in the mountains. It seems that as long as people on the mountain do not smoke, at least they have to pick one in their hands and mouth. What is this? This is the identity. Although it is said, there is no express stipulation that smoking is not allowed on the mountain. Even the black-hearted Jiang Feng opened a shop selling cigarettes on the mountain. This time, it was completely fried. As long as you are on the mountain, you basically have one hand. If anyone dares to buy more, they will be thrown down the mountain. Why? Just because someone used a cigarette to sell for 10 cents before, Jiang Feng was offended by this, and he just let it go. Who dares to sell cigarettes privately, sell them at a high price, directly interrupt their legs, and throw them away? So far, no one will sell privately. After all, everyone can only buy rootless cigarettes every day, and they don't have enough smoke. Who dares to sell? I haven't seen Chainan City at this time. There are blind people everywhere, their eyes are like needle-pointed. Even if it is the work of digging feces, they are all rushing to do it. Who dares lost such a good job on the mountain? Where is the such a comfortable thing on the mountain in these disaster years? For civilians, this is like a pie from the sky. Although it is said that students can supply 10 cigarettes a day, but where can there be free cigarettes at this time? There is a big basket at the door, and the basket is full of cigarettes. Pick as you please. But this time, Jiang Feng was also worried, and there was almost no room for people to sit in the house. The smell of smoke from a house, and these goods, all day long, irritated and reluctant to leave. Even the most obedient Gao Kan is not obedient at this time. Even Jiang Feng has to keep up with the shit cigarettes that shin brightly without stopping for a moment. Jiang Feng has a headache. I lit a cigarette, knocked on the homemade blackboard on the wall with a bamboo stick and said, this is the end of today's lesson. Today I will give you a question and ask, if I have 7 ingots of gold must be distributed to an official, a businessman, a Confucian scholar, and a civilian and a slave servant. How can they be evenly distributed? The premise is that they are not allowed to be used. How can we distribute the relationship equally? Jiang Feng's voice fell off. Li Chengqian was the first to answer. Teacher, money has 7 ingots, and these people have 5 people. If they do not distinguish their identities, these 7 ingots of gold, if the 2 more ingots if it is replaced by copper coins, it may be completely allocated. Hearing this, Dugu is also busy nodded. Marza frowned deeply. HMPH, do you still need points? 2 gold bullions directly guess the punch with 5 people. How good is the destiny of winning or losing? Why is it so troublesome? Cheng Chumo dissatisfied. Fart. If things are simple, Feng Tsai will do my homework here. Fuck off. Then you say, 5 people divide 7 ingots of gold. Don't talk about others. Let's say we have 5. How do you divide it? Just add 2 to 5. How good is it to go to Yanlai building? Shut up. I beg you to shut up. Come on. I was wrong. Jiang Feng broke down. On the one hand, it is smoky, and on the other hand, because of this, he himself feels that the questions asked are too low level. Now let's say another one. that just didn't count. Now I've heard clearly, and said, big uncle went to second uncle's house to find third uncle and said that the fourth uncle was the fifth uncle. Tricked the sixth uncle's house and stole the seventh uncle and put it in the eighth uncle's cabinet. The ninth uncle borrowed the 10,000 pennies from the 10th uncle to the 11th uncle. Ask who the thief is and whose money is. Please reason about it. Jiang Feng doesn't believe it anymore. This won't kill them. Sure enough, when Jiang Feng said the subject, there was an absolute silence in the entire room. There is only the sound of tobacco burning and bursting in the air. God. Big uncle, it's not right. It's Uncle Chi. It's not right. This fucking 10,000 coins, who can steal it quietly? Go. No, let me think about it again. Third uncle's family asked the fourth uncle to say that the fifth uncle. Jiang Feng was finally sighed in relief when he saw this. Let you be here as chimneys all day. Okay, I have to submit your answers and names to me before the class tomorrow. If you can't submit them, you will be fined to raise pigs with Marza in the future. Marza, hearing this, was taken aback. Then what is Marza doing this time? Cheng Chumo asked without even thinking about it. Teach you how to raise pigs. After Jiang Feng said in a hurry, he waved his hand and looked at Yachi Gong standing at the door and a smile at him. Seeing a man with a numbscalp, he hurriedly dispersed the crowd. And Li Chengqian knew Yachi Gong and the people around Yachi Gong. They were taken aback for a while, and then they hurried away in ecstasy. Jiang Feng brother teaches this class well. These bastards are the masters of the regardless of the law and of natural morality at the foot of the mountain. In your place, they have all become sheep. Yachi Gong grabbed a handful of cigarettes from the bamboo basket and stuffed it into his arms as soon as he entered the door, and the locust-like man in the dark green robe also learned the appearance of Yachi Gong. He grabbed a handful of cigarettes and lit one easily. This made Jiang Feng feel unhappy when he wanted to greet their Jiang Feng. Just cuddle fists. It is considered as agreed. Then rushed to the green robe middle-aged person and said with a fist, I don't know if this is. Yachi Gong, hearing this, smiled and put his arms around Jiang Feng's neck and said, Fengzi, let me introduce to you, this guy has been running Old Les property in Kush City on Longyu Road. After learning that you opened the academy, he rushed back non-stop and sent his son up the mountain. The green robe middle-aged person looked at Jiang Feng, nodded and said, Lao Yu and I are brother, and we are closer to my brother. My surname is Nu, and I am called Nu Manzi. Just call me Old Docs. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 793. What demons and ghosts are these? Returning to a savage man? It's better to call the gadfly. It's really like this. Lao Yu is a person of the same way. The first time I met, they were so unforgettable. Although he thought so in his heart, Jiang Feng still smiled and clasped his fists. It turned out to be the old awesome. Come, please sit. It's a pity that there is no alcohol on the mountain, otherwise we must have a swig today. This is Jiang Feng's good show. But where does Old Ox know? Old Ox is Nu Jinda, who is also known as the five great Tang war gods along with Cheng Yojin, Yachi Gong, Qin Kaiang and Li Jing. It is also the general who has been heading Kush. This time I returned to Beijing. I came mainly because of the dispatch of troops to India. The fire guns of my heart, and the shield of impervious to sword and spear, and the spear of nothing that cannot be broken. When I returned to the capital, I heard the most about the mountain. Finally, after Nu Chindu entered the palace to see the emperor, Li Shimin pointed directly at Mount Q. Go, let Yachi take you up the mountain, and you will find the youngster yourself to fight. This is the sentence. Let Nu Chinda be in Cheng Yojin with Yachi Gong Qin Kaiang. The mansion was delayed for 3 days, and in these 3 days, Jiang Feng's name surprised Nu Jinda. I was surprised to learn that several people from the imperial court, even retired emperor and the others, became brothers with this youngster. That's why Jiang Feng didn't treat Jiang Feng as an outsider, and he looked like his own home as soon as he walked in. After the three of them sat on the balcony outside the house, Yachi Gong said, the last time you said my share, nothing, no good. After discussing it, you also know that my paper mill has such a small profit. Look at this mountain, and look at Lao Yu yourself. This is a big business, no more. No way. Yachi Gong stared. Who said you want your paper mill? Today I personally sent my son and old ox's son to the mountain to report. By the way, we are here. Yamashita hammered the gatekeeper. Okay. Jiang Feng hearing this directly petrified. Who did you hammer? Looking at the appearance of Yachi Gong, Jiang Feng seriously doubted that he would blow a stone with one fist. If someone can be hammered, then that person is not dead. Right? Jiang Feng continued to ask. It's okay, just slapped and fainted, that's all. Too weak. I came to you, but still need to inform. This guy dare to stand in the way. Don't kill him, even if it's for you. It saves face. Who did you hit? I don't know. I heard it's called Zuzi, from Tongyue Street. I've sent someone to send it. Thousands of money, and 300 she of grain will be sent to the mountain at sunset. Just look at the arrangement. It's still up to your face. Otherwise, I beat someone who dares to fart. Yachi Gong was right. Who dares to stop him? In this Chainan city, even Great Tang, let alone killing someone in the way, even if they kill people in the street, His Imperial Majesty will definitely censure them. Jiang Feng has a headache, what's the matter with you? Right? This is my academy anyway. If everyone is like you in the future, that's it. Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little speechless, complained. Yachi Gong waved his hand instead. Don't worry about this, I've already talked about Cheng'an, as well as those who are familiar with the environment and things of the prefectures. I have arranged 30 for you who were commercial spies under my hands. Now they are after taking over the mountain gate. What your people should do in the future, just leave it to them. Although some of them are older and some have been injured, these people are all elder. Brother, I spent a lot of money to find a former veteran. You can rest assured in all aspects of character. Nujinda hearing this, also nodded. I also gave brother 50 veterans who were recruited in Kush City. The ability to care for the nursing home is all first class. I see you street market disordered and in a mess at the foot of the mountain. With these people here, don't worry, everything is properly arranged for you. Dong dong. Jiang Feng hearing this, his eyes are straight. So, you two regard my Mount Q as a nursing home? Those all the men you don't want to me? Also, this is the plan of Yachi Gong and Nujinda, and the arrangement of His Imperial Majesty. At this time, it was not peaceful outside. Various spies took a walk in Chainan. Now the mountain is engaged in secret things like fire guns. If there are not a few good hands, it is really easy to become a target. Yesterday, His Imperial Majesty asked Yachi Gong for this. Several people thought about it this way, and they came up with this method. Anyway, every year Li Shimin spends countless money and food for these old, weak, sick and disabled. Now that it's fine, the waste utilization can also use their last little value here by the way, and it can be regarded as found for them. The home of a number. Jiang Feng is speechless, but I also know, veteran. Moreover, they are experienced veterans. They are all people who have experienced the baptism of iron and fire. Judging from the situation on the mountain at this time and the Taoist immortal anointing received, someone is already eyeing him. These people are far more insightful than the people on Tongyue Street. Look at the door by them, that is one more mouthful for eating. Furthermore, now that everyone is here, what can he do? Want to leave? I can't give it away. Jiang Feng can also be speechless to admit that he is unlucky. Then I would also like to thank the two good elder brothers for their kind words. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 794. He was smoking a cigarette. Yachi Gong asked, Feng Tsai, this cigarette? Jiang Feng looked on guard. Don't think about this cigarette. It's not the time for vigorous production. Now this thing is only enough to supply the consumption on the mountain and the needs of your masters. No matter how much I can do, I will be in the tobacco factory after the affairs of my academy are dealt with. One more sentence took Yachi Gong's words back. It's not that he doesn't want to make it. But now that the tobacco leaves have not arrived yet, there are so many things on hand now that bothers him to death. There is still time to do other things. It's basically on the right track now. But there are too many things that need to be improved. For example, the toilet paper, these things, as well as the production machines, the preparation of the memory branch, etc., are all things. Although he doesn't need to worry about it in general, the research and development has not fully taught Kian. Only, this is the most troublesome thing. In one of the new textbooks of the Academy, I saw that the Academy's teaching building has begun to repaint, and the school will start in less than a month. Where will the books come from? These all are things. See, Jiang Feng is not willing to say anything more about this matter. Yachi Gong will not say much. Nu Jindu instead asked, I heard old Li say that you have set up a forge. I came back this time because of the firecrackers. I also specially found some from western regions. The top blacksmiths. They are good at the pouring method, and some locksmiths. I bought these, all are at a high price. I wonder if it can help you? Jiang Feng hearing this couldn't help but be overjoyed. The pouring method of western regions actually uses wax molds. Although Great Tang also has this kind of skill, there are some things in the manufacturing, and it must be subscribed to the craftsmanship of some Tibetan craftsmen. It's not that Great Tang's man-made can't come out, but the skill that the people of Great Tang master, which is different from the skill of Western regions. If the two parties are combined, there might be a way. The reason why the forging workshop has been completed, but has not yet started, is because Jiang Feng is worrying about these things. Didn't expect. This old ox came and gave him such a big gift. However, Jiang Feng is still a little worried about his loyalty. I couldn't help but ask, old ox, I am. Nu Jinda didn't know what Jiang Feng was going to say, waved his hand to interrupt him, and took a breath. Chimney, don't worry about this, I have all their sales deeds. While speaking, Nu Jinda waved to the outside. Bastard, come in and meet your future teachers. Question mark. Isn't it talking about a deed? This. Jiang Feng is a little confused. Looking at three big and thick men standing in the room. Two of them are similar in face, and they are the robust man with the same beard as Yachi Gong. Needless to say, they are Lia's son. The other one, although it looks sturdy, has a face that doesn't belong to his body. How do you say? Jiang Feng feels a bit like Nizu in 100,000 Whys. Baby face with explosive muscles. What kind of visual impact is this? The three of them saw Jiang Feng observing them, and they also stood there nervously, watching their noses and noses. Feng Tsai, my bastard will be handed over to you in the future. Yes, this is old Ox's son. You can call him the calf. A little timid. You will take care of it in the future. As for my two bastards, you can make them whatever you want. Yes, my calf has been spoiled by his mother since he was a child. Feng Tsai, old ox, I will ask you to take care of him. He is very obedient. Jiang Feng is speechless. Okay, since they are all brothers, what are they talking about? Jiang Feng originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing a roster handed by Yachi Bailin, I finally stopped calming down. In this roster, is the sales deeds of those Western regions craftsmen. With this, fire guns can start production without worrying about leaks. The most important thing is that there are two great people. The two great people make one's mark in history, but you can only see his name in the history of Xia. However, Jiang Feng once visited the Xian Forest of Steely's museum and saw him in that museum. After the names of these two people and the glazed glass products and gold and silverware they produced. Mokoado, good at producing glazed glass. Alkinan, good at pouring gold and silverware by dripping wax method. The gilt lantern he poured out. Even in the Beilin Museum, it is still a town hall level thing. Didn't expect these two people were actually gotten by old docs. What Jiang Feng didn't know was that these two goods were no Jinda. After hearing that Jiang Feng wanted to do this, and he needed news from top craftsmen, he took a lot of effort to get from Western regions. They were tied up after the loss of hundreds of spies, which means that these people who appeared on Mount Q at this time were all No Jinda's tough methods, turning them into Kunlun slaves of Great Tang. Seeing Jiang Feng's smile, his teeth couldn't be covered. Nu Jinda and Yachi Gong looked at each other and asked, Little brother, what do you think of this gift from elder brother? Good. Very good. Didn't expect old ox you have the means so that you can get Mokodo and Alkinen to me. Listening to Jiang Feng's words, Nujinda couldn't help curiously asked. Do you know these two people? Stop talking, let's start the furnace. Talk as you walk. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 795. Jiang Feng is eager. Because of the sense of crisis, he desperately wants to create handgun self-protection. Otherwise, there is no sense of security at all. The arrival of these two great gods gave him hope. As soon as they walked out of the room, Nujinda and Yachi Gong couldn't help but ask Jiang Feng, how do you know these two people? Have you been to Western regions? Nothing. Jiang Feng naturally has never been to Western regions. And Yachi Bailin and the others saw Jiang Feng ignore them at this time, so they had to look for Cheng Chumo and the others fooled around. Jiang Feng said, you should know that I have a master. He has been to Western regions. This is what his seniors said about, and he has never praised the craftsmanship of these two people. Absolutely. So, you haven't started work because of these two? Yachi Gong asked. Jiang Feng shrugged with a wry smile. You see, this is all about me, and the smelter that old Li found for me hasn't gone up to the mountain yet. How can I do it? I only have one pair of hands, and I believe old Ox has seen the manufacturing process of these two people. Now that there are two of them, I only need one person who can smelt. I can basically handle this job. By the way, old Ox, where are the people? It's in the forge. I can't hold it all in my hand, don't I? Nujinda pointed to the mountainside. Jiang Feng, hearing this, could not help but get excited. The pace under my feet couldn't help speeding up. Walk around. If you can wait, within 5 days, I can show you the formidable power of the fire gun. Really? Yachi Gong and Nujinda asked almost simultaneously. For this matter, His Imperial Majesty has grayed out his hair, but the Ministry of Works people have been slow to move, mainly because His Imperial Majesty also knows the importance of this thing. Once the secret is leaked, it will be fatal. As for looking in the Great Tang territory, Li Shimin is really worried. The final decision was to send 3 secret letters to Nujinda in Kush, at all costs, looking for Western regions. Top smelter. Li Shimin has also learned to be smart, and wants to use things made by the people of Western regions to deal with these people. The point is that this place is more than 10,000 li with Western regions. Once they sign the slave stamp, they can't run away even if they want to run. Plus the layers of protection brought by these veterans by Yachi Gong and Nujinda at this time. They want to run unless you become a ghost. This is the brilliant aspect of Li Shimin. This is also the purpose of Nujinda's return to Chainan this time. Great Tang's 100,000 army is about to go to Kush city. When 100,000 people officially start to pull out, if even 1,000 fire blunderbuss can be obtained, or that kind of shield, this action, not just a deterrence, but a deterrence. Although I have never seen a firecracker. But when Li Shimin and Yachi Gong and the others gave Jiang Feng the original word to Nujinda, Nujinda knew that this stuff, don't ask for more, just a little bit, you can around the battlefield. Divine weapon is often the thing that can most deter the enemy. Unknown is the most terrifying. In the minds of several people, finally arrived at the forge on the edge of the cliff. At this time, the forging workshop was full of a cage full of body odor. A group of veterans were holding more than 30 arms in uniform sheepskin with bare feet like animals. A group of wicked people with blood on their bare feet. At this time, I saw a few people coming. The group of beards, as if they had seen death god, trembled all over. The veterans, but they saw a few people, instinctively stood up straight, and there was no other reaction. Come and come. What are you doing? Get them up and meet their master. Nujinda screamed as soon as he arrived. The veteran is also unambiguous. The crash bang of the whip in his hand rang. Jiang Feng hurriedly stopped. Although Jiang Feng hates this slave system. But where is this? This is the Great Tang with the strongest style of slave making. And he also knows what these people will do in the future. These all are his secrets. If they're leaked, it will be a disaster. So Jiang Feng can only be as kind as he can. When the group of slaves saw this, they also stood up numbly, bowing their heads. Jiang Feng was also very direct and asked, "Who is your name, Mokodo?" "Who is Alkinan?" "Stand up." Jiang Feng's voice does not seem to be kick in. Everyone is just sticking numbly. "Are you deaf? If you don't come out, you will die." "For Lao Tzu," Nujinda shouted, and it worked. After everyone shuddered to keep quiet out of fear, the two people in the crowd slowly walked out of the crowd. Both of them are basically Huron's standard equipment, and their faces are vicissitudes of life. I don't know if they came out from the western regions to Chainan, or they have always been like this, thick. The beard, grey and white. Jiang Feng saw the two stand up. I took a look at the two of them and said, "I know you are still afraid, but I can assure you that although I can't let you go home, I have something you didn't expect here, and I can guarantee that you will become the highest craftsman in the world here. I guarantee that as long as I am Jiang Feng, who will not treat you like me, you will have the same status and treatment as me." How? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 796. All the top manufacturing craftsmen who were replaced by Nujinda from western regions are moving a little at this time, but there is still a trace of dead ashes in their numb eyes, because they know what is waiting for them, what will be the result. Regardless of this time, what promise is given to them? Will they see tomorrow? Alkinan knew these things more clearly. As slaves, how can they not know their fate? They used to be the top casting craftsmen of the famous party, and they also had their own pride. Although they have fallen to this point, they still have their own pride. Nujinda was a little bit unstoppable, and was about to get angry, but Jiang Feng stopped him at this time. "Old ox, don't worry, these people are my people now. I have the final say. Can you stand aside first? Can you?" Jiang Feng hurried to comfort Nujinda and Yuchi Gong. Jiang Feng has the means to make these people obediently obedient. In fact, to put it bluntly, what is the difference between these people and the scientific lunatics of later generations? No, they actually did not see something. If they were to let them know what they had unheard of and unprecedented in their hands, would they still be like this? That's hell. Jiang Feng is not in a hurry, nor annoyed. He just took it out of his arms and drew some forged blueprints when he had nothing to do beforehand. These blueprints are very simple, but they are basically just some beliefs and road plans. Jiang Feng deliberately shakes the Snow White blueprint to a crash bang. Algernon and the others, although they still didn't speak, but from their momentarily quiet figure and slightly forward ears, you can see them at this time, although they didn't look. But I also watched Jiang Feng's actions carefully. Nujinda and Yuchi Gong didn't even understand Jiang Feng what they wanted to say at this time, but they opened their mouth and didn't say anything. I also wanted to see Jiang Feng. What the hell is happening in the end? Jiang Feng opened the blueprint, and then opened the blueprint to the blueprint, which is about the size of a desktop, on which is an improved blueprint of a strong crossbow, and a disassembled blueprint of the strong crossbow. This blueprint is not the kind that everyone knows now, but the modernized and improved kind of later generations, the kind of military machine-like crossbow arrows that can shoot about 1,000 meters. When the blueprint unfolded, Yujundu and Yuchi Gong were instantly attracted by the blueprints above, although they could not understand these things. However, the arrow body and Jiangxuan still know them, and no matter how this thing is changed, they can still see the shadow of the strong crossbow from the complete figure on the top. Feng Tsai, how is this different from the crossbow arrows we have seen? Now he can't help it, but the beard on the chin, his eyes are staring at the blueprint, and he wants to see why, but this thing, he can only tell from the approximate shape. It looks like a strong crossbow. He really doesn't understand the specific bits and pieces. Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin, the two of them also came forward and asked, "Feng Tsai, what is this thing? Why does it look a little?" The conversation between a few people instantly made the guard standing on the side watch it. Then everyone started talking quietly. They are all soldiers, and they often deal with bows and arrows. But when they see this thing at this time, everyone can't help but be a little surprised and surprised. Is this youngster going to build a crossbow? Jiang Feng laughed. His eyes kept looking at Alton and the others. Seeing everyone's questions, Zhang Feng also said loudly without hesitation, "You have all seen this thing, and you should be familiar with it." Yes, he is something that everyone is very familiar with now. Crossbow. However, your understanding is also a little bit biased. This thing is indeed a strong crossbow, but the normal range of a normal crossbow is about 100 steps to 150 steps. But if according to my requirements and this blueprint, a forged crossbow made of steel, its range is based on the physical strength and configuration of the ordinary person, its range is generally more than 1,000 steps. What? 1,000 steps? How is this possible? Impossible. Is there anything in the world that can give it a range of 1,000 steps? This is ridiculous. Everyone was shocked hearing this. Yu Jundu and Yuchi Gong couldn't help but exclaimed. In their perception, there is nothing that can reach a range of more than 1,000 steps. Even the kind of fish, the superlarge crossbow machine, it is impossible to reach such a long range. At this time, the craftsmen in western regions couldn't help but get a little restless. But Algernon, the two still have no reaction. It seems that this temptation has not reached the limit they can bear. Zhang Feng also seems to have expected this. I glanced at the two Alkinans. Continue to say, it seems to be talking to Nujinda and Yuchi Gong. It is better to talk to Algernon. You all have heard of one thing I once said, right? Nujinda narrowed his eyes. You are talking about the kind of impervious to sword and spear, the material of the shield and the spear of nothing that cannot be broken, a strong crossbow made. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 797. Yes, that's the kind of material, which is the steel I said before. Zhang Feng nodded. Continue, pointing to the blueprint and saying, now the general weapons on the market are cast by enterprises. Although this thing is self-willed, it is extremely easy to damage. If a crossbow is used for a long time, it can basically be said to be rebuilt. But if you use a little bit, even if it was only used on the bowstring of the crossbow machine, then this software will not only increase the hardness, strengthen its stretch, but also make it. Lu Jian said that it reached the limit of its range, which is the 1,000 steps I just said. Nujinda and the others are humans, and their eyes are red in an instant. Before this youngster, steel has been mentioned more than once. I once said, impervious to sword and spear, this rain is nothing that cannot be broken. But this youngster has always been regarded as a treasure, and generally hasn't taken any action. At this time, His Imperial Majesty didn't know under what circumstances would this youngster cheat. Get this thing out. But even so, the youngster still didn't spit out how awesome this thing is. Just told Chen Chumo a few little brat before. At that time, everyone thought that Zhang Feng was really boasting, and they only remembered impervious to sword and spear and nothing that cannot be broken spear. How would they remember this? This kind of material is nothing more than the kind of iron in their hearts. It's just adding some other things. But what about this time? This youngster was actually in a group. Some of the western regions, and the blacksmiths said this in front of a group. Is it possible that these two people, especially this Alkinan, are coming to this youngster? Say, has a great effect. The eyes of a few people at this time couldn't help but once again gathered on Algernon. But even so, Algernon still has no reaction. It seems that what Zhang Feng said just now has nothing to do with him. Nujinda's violent temper reappeared. When Zhang Feng arrived, he was even more looking forward to it. At this time, the more calm. Then the joy can reflect that this person is really awesome, really awesome. It's just that noble son Zhang is saying that things haven't hit their pain points yet. Zhang Feng is not in a hurry, and once again tells Nujinda about the awesomeness and this strong crossbow. After the awesomeness of the game, he changed his previous indifferent, but somewhat mysterious pulled Nujinda and the others aside, and said with a voice that everyone could hear a little bit. Several elder brothers, do you remember the kind of firecrackers I said before? Nujinda and Yuchi Gong and the others hearing this moment, their eyes brightened, nodded fiercely without even thinking about it. I've heard that. Isn't your youngster just wanting to do this stuff? Didn't you just let these people come up to do this stuff? What about you? Talking about steel is talking about this strong crossbow, which has caused us all to go inside. Don't you youngster don't want to do this stuff? Zhang Feng glanced at Alkinon. No, you guys, I'm wrong. You have to take photos of that stuff, but before you take photos of that stuff, you have to get it out just now. If you just can't get it out, let's forget about that stuff, right? Yachi Gong hearing this frowned. How do you say? Zhang Feng indifferently smiled, and his voice was raised a little higher. Do you know why I have not started work? It's not that I don't want to do it. This stuff came out, yes. It can also be self-protection. For me, it is also a great opportunity to make my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning famous again. Even as you guys just said, if you understand His Imperial Majesty, if I'm not, I'll be able to enter the Imperial Court instantly, so I don't have to wait for the Imperial examination in 3 years. But under this premise, the train is very dangerous, and it's slightly improperly handled. Not only will it hurt people, but it will also hurt yourself. So, you know, Liu, I'm very sorry for my life. If there is a little danger, I would not dare to do it. Yachi Gong hearing this and Cheng Yojin nodded. This youngster is really timid as a mouse. But I don't know what Zhang Feng wants to express, so I can only follow him and ask, if you have a fart, don't give me pester and chirp here, like a woman. Hey, you know that Liu is impatient. Let's put it this way, this is a very important thing. It is extracted from iron and the nose is even more precious. For example, it is piled here now. Let's talk about these irons. Zhang Feng pointed to the broken copper and broken iron piled in the corner of the forging room, and said, you have also seen it. This is facing the broken copper and broken iron. The total amount is no more than tens of thousands. In your opinion, these things should be a lot. But if I tell you, if you want to smelt all of them and remake them, these things can only make about 100 catties of steel. You are believing or not? 100 catties? At this time, not only Yachi Gong Nujinda and the others are surprised, but even the forgers in western regions. At this moment, they all looked at them in shock. Behind them, the old ironware piled up in front of them. Even Algernon glanced hurriedly at the pile of rusty subways next to him. Everyone is a little disbelief at this time. There is about 80,000 catties of scrap iron, but how good is it? There are so many things in this youngster's mouth that only 100 can be smelted. Hey, what's the matter with his so-called steel? Zhang Feng ignored the shock of everyone, because his eyes were fixed on the two Algernons. Seeing Al Golden Dragon, there was finally a reaction at this time, and the involuntary voice once again raised a point and said, yes, you heard it right, it is 100 catties. Do you know why? This is what I said is the difficulty of this thing. But in the eyes of many people, these things seem to have reached the extreme, but in my eyes, they are still a pile of junk. Even if they are now famous as Great Tang for double-edged saber, in my eyes, it is just a pile of scrap iron for baby fights. In front of a real steel knife, no matter how many iron knives are like wooden sticks. Quiet. Silence. Death silence. Everyone was completely silent at this time. When Zhang Feng saw this, he continued to put his big moves. He firmly believes that as long as the temptation is deep, he can grind into a needle even if it is 100-meter thick iron rod. So, as long as this thing is really made, let alone 1,000 steps, I can make it for you even if it has a range of 10,000 steps. But it's hard for a clever woman. There is no cooking. I thought this time, old docs, you found me some top forging talents from western regions, but I absolutely didn't expect, old docs, you found me a bunch of waste. Come on. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 798. Hearing this, those craftsmen in western regions, at this moment something broke out, and they growled in anger. Youngster, you can insult us, but you can't insult our technology. Yes, although we are now slaves, we are all invarious in the field. There are people with great status and prestige. You dare to say that we are all rubbish? Youngster, dare you dare to gamble with grandfather? Yes, compete. who the grandson is no better than someone else. His grandmother, even if I fight my life, I will bite off the flesh of your youngster, bully intolerably, simply bully intolerably. Impudent. Shut up, do you want to rebel? Amid the scolding of Nujinda's men, everyone, although he closed his mouth, but still stared at Jiang Feng with red eyes, and Yujunda and Yachi Gong seemed to have thought of a little bit. At this time, they also stared at Jiang Feng with weird faces. This youngster seems to be doing something. I couldn't help but admire Jiang Feng. For these people, Liu Jinan spent at least 1,000 people in order to get them, and more. Nothing else, just to get the legendary shield and spear, impervious to sword and spear. But after returning to Beijing, I heard that this youngster can actually create that kind. He is even more looking forward to other things. This thing coming out. Leave aside this, just these 30 people standing in front of him. At this time, although he said that he brought back the people, but now Western regions has basically exploded, and all countries are frantically looking for these people. He also knows that these people will get together, saying that as long as it can arouse the arrogance in their hearts and the memory that wants to suppress them, it is a very difficult thing. But if once it's really scary to squeeze them out and get them together. That's why Nujinda ignored all the things previously set up in and around Gizzy City and the tangled and complicated networks after receiving the secret edict. And so, all of a sudden, the internet, although people are here, but these people are miserable wretch. 1 and 2 arrogant people are the same. You want to fight these people, you can't fight, you can't kill if you want to kill. And Nujinda is deeply angered along the way. But in his opinion, it is something of some problematic households. In front of this youngster, the kung fu of a cup of tea was not used, so it was tamed. Nujinda couldn't help but rushed with admiration. Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Jiang Feng ignored Yujunda's praise, but smiled with his hands behind his back, came to Mokodo and Alkinon and asked, I seem to hear that you are very unconvinced. The two are so angry that their beards are trembling. Isn't this nonsense? You have said so. Who the fuck can stand it? Are you a fucking idiot? Jiang Feng ignored the murderous eyes of the two, and the blueprint in his hand swayed in front of the two of them and said, Now, your life is in my hand. I said let you, it's easy to die. Do you see the cliff below? Just a light push from me, and all of you can die instantly. Trash, rubbish. It will only take advantage of one's position to bully people of the Tang dynasty. What kind of a hero are you? With ability. Let's talk about true ability. Alkinon roared angrily. Jiang Feng didn't hear him. He just patted Alkinon's shoulder. Don't worry, I haven't finished my words yet. I still have a choice for you. That's like what I just said. As long as you follow what I said, or if you want to prove that you are not rubbish, I can pass this magical forging technique to you, and I can teach you this kind of confidentiality. A mule is a horse, a waste and a talent. Let's speak up, okay? What do you want to do? Alkinon, if you are at this time, if you can't hear what Jiang Feng means, then he will live in vain. Behind him at this time, everyone is still so vigilant and angry looking at Jiang Feng. The husband ignored him, and finally, looked towards the top glazed glass. Forging master. Mokodo said, although I have never met you and Alkinon, my master once praised the forging craftsmanship of both of you. At this time, I have a way for you to spend a few years inside. You guys tell me, what you make again according to the method I said will surpass all the things you made before, you believe or not, and as long as you are willing to prove your own ability here, I will do my best. I will teach you all the things I have, and I promise to send you back in 10 years. How? And during this period, your living treatment will be the same as mine in all aspects. 3 pots of good wine every day. How about the 3 chickens with rice and rice? How about it? The same is true for you. The tenure is 10 years. If within 10 years, I, Jiang Feng, will not let you be famous, and I will be famous all over the world. Jiang Feng's head is for you to take off at any time. Everyone was shocked, including Yachi Gong and Nujinda. But Zongtong ignored anyone, and only 3 words flashed in his heart at this time: Academy of Sciences. Lao Tzu's Academy of Sciences finally opened today. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 799. Alkinen and Mokodo are not fools. On the contrary, the two of them wanted to live more than anyone in the room, and that was the same. Let their fame continue. People live a name, especially people like them pay more attention to their own reputation. Just like those great Confucian of Great Tang, life can be lost, but fame cannot be lost, and Jiang Feng just caught this pain point of them. In fact, Jiang Feng has no loss at all. Initially, Jiang Feng was always worried about the Science Research Institute. After all, some old antiques are stubborn. Although it is good to go up the mountain, it is a platitude, but these people are not suitable for entering the kind of focus. People who study something to that crazy degree. And if you want to cultivate some people yourself, the time it takes is too long. For example, Jiang Feng's plans for the later stage and agricultural aspects, which can be said to be far away, but at this time, due to the participation of these people, Jiang Feng could not help but see a glimmer of light. Although the firecrackers and these steel things are somewhat biased towards a certain aspect, this is just for certain people. In Jiang Feng's eyes, as long as steel is made, many things, such as wind-driven lathes, can save manpower and make certain in terms of these things. It has entered another level. Only these things appear. Then, rubber factories and textile factories like those he said before will get on the right track more quickly. Not to mention some other things. Steel, before Jiang Feng, did not think too much. As long as it is photographed now, anyway, it's fine. But after hearing that Alkinen and after Mokodo called his name, he instantly had a plan. That is, he wanted to turn all these people into a group of scientific lunatics, concentrating solely on researching how to deal with iron and steel things. A more sophisticated lunatic has been formed. As long as a group of people appear, are the remaining ones still far away? For example, in the current Dugu, as long as these people appear, the process of dubbing can be speeded up. When the time comes, he only needs to cooperate with himself. After all, physics and science people in chemistry only focus on the essence, not the many, but people who want to cooperate with them need a lot, such as this Mokodo. His appearance is so much like those metal catheters, test tubes and the like. Jiang Feng saves people and speeds up the time to get them out. As for the precision manufacturing of other things, there are more than 30 slaves, completely competent, and still the kind. There is no half-threatening existence. After arranging the follow-up work of these 30 people, and Jiang Feng explained in detail the things that need to be paid attention to when smelting steel, Shi Shiren left, waiting for Nujinder and the others, who were already full of question marks, sat in Jiang Feng's living room and lit a cigarette. Then they reacted from deep doubts. Several people couldn't help but almost unanimously asked, Feng Tsai, are you really crazy? Can these people be useful? Jiang Feng was nodded, but he disapproved. Yachi Gong said with a little fear at this moment, Feng Tsai, you listen to me. These people are foreigners after all. How can they do such confidential things, in case they take this if things leak out? Even if you just give it all to the people on the mountain or those who transport the items, have you ever thought about the consequences of this incident? Jiang Feng indifferently smiled. He took a breath of smoke and spit out smoke rings. I know what you mean. If it is not my race, its heart must be different, right? Yachi Gong did not speak, just a solemn nodded. The reason why people bring them up the mountain is just for Great Tang. The craftsmen they will find in the future will fight or use them as death row prisoners. However, in Jiang Feng's hands, he actually wants to reuse these, and he also wants to. They don't know the core secrets to pass on to these people. What if it is passed on? Jiang Feng shook his head and said confidently, in fact, sometimes, these people are more reliable than those of Great Tang, who think they are top forging masters or those who are well known. The two are puzzled. But Jiang Feng continued. These people, you can treat them as lunatics. They did do these things for some fame and fortune, or the inheritance of some families, but that it's all the things before, and now they know they want to go home. That's absolutely impossible. In this case, help is far better than despair. For example, say that you are one of my great Tangs, 4 great war gods, but you were accidentally lost in the desert and intercepted by the Turkic people. Do you think they will slash you to vent your anger? Or do you think they will squeeze from you? What is your greatest value? Yachi Gong and Nujinda were surprised. In an instant, a layer of cold sweat appeared all over the body. Although what Zhang Feng said was unintentional, it really hit their pain points. They are indeed generals, and some of the secrets they know, for those Turkic, it's simply they have also thought about the unimaginable things countless times. What would happen to them if they fell into the hands of the enemy? But at this time, if they think about it in another way, they can't help but remember what Zhang Feng said just now. Although they are not cowards, and they are not afraid of death, but in some respects, if someone in the military field proposes an aggressive approach, it is like they just went crazy. They are likely to be recruited. Zhang Feng said that he had no intention, but he accidentally woke up 2 people. If they also used this move in the military, then a few people in the room couldn't help smoking the stuffy smoke one by one, frowning deeply. I don't know how long it's been, are you vigorous? And smashed the last bit of smoke in your hand deeply, and said, youngster, I take it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 800. Although the matter here was resolved, suddenly there were more than 30 Western regions craftsmen on the mountain. It has also spread to the mountain. Hey, have you heard that? I just heard that it was not there. There has been no movement until the dean used the forging method, but today, there are 2 big bosses who press. I came to a group of people from Western regions. I heard that it was some craftsman. It seemed that the dean wanted to do some kind of visit there, and he wanted to give everything he knew to those people. The moment this sound reached everyone's ears, everyone was stunned for a moment. What did you say? When did the dean set up a forging workshop on the mountain? This is impossible. I just heard that the dean set up a paper-making workshop under the mountain. How could this be possible? Another forging workshop was created. What is the dean going to do? As the sun sets, all the craftsmen and students on the mountain are all sitting around the pile of materials and wood in the building. Above, people in small groups are eating, and while eating, they are talking about this in a low voice. I used to be with Zhang Sanchong. Although I was sitting far away, I can still hear some of these things one after another at this time. At this time, I saw Wai Shu and Yachi Bailin, the 2 brothers and the youngster of new family, and one person ran over holding a few black mud balls. The 2 also subconsciously walked to the other side with their bowls. On the other side, Li Chenqian and Duga had already collected all the books and other things on the desktop. Inside a basket, there are a few bamboo beer on the table, quietly watching the mud balls drooling in the hands of Yachi Bailin. When Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong walked over, Yachi Bailin and others also put black briquettes on the table. Wai Shui habitually picked up a couple of sips from under the table. A light loach knocked on it. Instantly, the smell of fragrance made the company greedily sniffed a few times. Cheng Chumo is even more mysterious. He took out a paper bag from his arms and waited for the golden yellow roasted chicken, which was placed on the table, and went up indiscriminately. After sprinkling a few handfuls of seasoning, he grabbed a chicken breast and ate it. When a few people see this, where is there any ambiguity? Efficiently, just a few people divided these chickens with only a few skins. Standing on the lotus leaf, while eating, Zhang Sanchong only then gnawed his bones, and asked, when I was eating over the just now, I heard them say, brother-in-law, Liu, for more than 30 years. A human forging, a craftsman in smelting. Now Feng Tsai thinks that all the knowledge of forging he has learned will be passed on to those people. Have you heard of this matter? Li Chenqian hearing this was startled. Subconsciously looked towards the 2 brothers of Yachi Bailin and the son of Nujinda. What are the 3 of you guys talking about? Except for the 3 guys who just joined Yachi Bailin, everyone else knows Zhang Feng's awesomeness at this time. He didn't pass it on to his brother or his brother. Instead, He wanted to make money for those nonsense. What's the matter? There is something in this. There is a major event. The three people are hearing this. Yachi Balin, while gnawing on chicken thighs, they put a chicken head in their mouths and said, "Hey, what's the matter with this?" Then, more than 30 people. I heard that a secret order was issued from above, and new brother-in-law started the spies he arranged without regard to anything, and lost more than 1,000 experts in Western regions before switching to it. These top players of China seem to have heard about what they are going to do, what impervious to sword and spear, and the all-encompassing spear, but as soon as they go up the mountain. Okay, you can shut up, that's it. Not waiting for Yachi Balin to finish, Li Chenqian waved his hand to interrupt him. It's just that there are only countless question marks in his mind. The secret above. Needless to say, it must have been issued by his father emperor. But he only knows one thing. Is there no talent for him in Great Tang? Li Chenqian couldn't help but looked at Zhang Feng's house, and for a while, from the cracks in the windows and doors of the house, the flowing smoke frowned deeply. On the other side, under an old jujube tree below the waterfall, Yu Shinan and the others are sitting at a poker table playing vigorously. And just now, Mazu and the others, I have just eaten, while discussing with the government and what I just heard at the gate of the mountain. I walked to the pig farm, and their voices were precisely heard by Yu Shinan and the others. Yu Shinan, there will be a few people who will ask, what did you say? Feng Tsai did something terrible again? Mazu saw you at first sight. Shinan, ask again. Hurriedly bowed to the series, student Mazi has seen several great Confucians. Yu Shinan asked again, what happened just now? Mazi hearing this, froze for a moment, but still honestly said, Lord Dean has just found a group of craftsmen from the foot of the mountain and brought back from foreign domain. The Dean is going to put some forging things he knows. Encourage each other. The complexion of literati Yu Shinan and the others could not help but change slightly. Are you ... Are you sure? Mazu couldn't help but arched a point lower. Students are sure that this matter is because the students heard a lot of rumors, and at that time, the person you paid was also there. But they didn't say anything. Before Mazu could finish, Yu Shinan was furious. Making a fool, this is a bullshit.